Quickly.
To clear. Copy. Safe to clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xbet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another day here at the RES Latin American Series 4. I've got Ted alongside me once again. It's been a little while, Ted, as both of us have been a little bit unfortunate due to a few circumstances, but I'm glad to see that you're feeling a little bit better, I hope. And I mean, how can you not feel a little bit better? Because we are going to be jumping into Brazilian Counter-Strike, Latin Counter-Strike, and this is just one of the most entertaining regions to watch at the very least.
Yeah, we were just having a conversation about it, right? Just a couple minutes ago. When you're going into those tournaments, you're not maybe expecting to see the cleanest type of Counter-Strike. Not, of course, outside of watching the top 5 teams, let's say, in the tournament, which are genuinely some of the best teams in the world, maybe coming out of this region. But you sure for hell know that it's going to be really entertaining, right? Especially when there's elimination on the line. We're going to take a look at today's matches, Jack, and we are going to start it off. I already gave it away, but we are going to start it off with elimination games, and those are always quite special, especially when you think about the fact that this is the final RES for LATAM, which means that you either make it big or you go home and you have no chance of qualifying for that LAN tournament in Belgrade.
Yeah, of course, you're battling it out for points, and then, of course, spots open for that LAN, and everybody's going to want to be there. We're going to be focusing on Group A and Group B games today, Ted. We've got Group A coming up first, and Glory's crew is going to be our opening game. Then we'll go over to Group B, and we'll have a look at their lower bracket and their upper bracket too. And I mean, exciting times for sure. We've got, you know, 2 teams in that lower bracket that were unable to pick up a map, but we've probably got a clear favourite in that game. But if we're looking at those winners, Payne versus WSETDM, that is going to be just such a banger of a game, and definitely people are going to want to tune into that one for sure. Might have a glance at Group B as well and just see, I believe Kaysen and Sanity are down in that lower bracket as well, if I'm not mistaken. You know, Case were pretty unlucky, to be honest, being beaten by Odek Imperial, as you would expect, taking down Insanity. So Odek Imperial will take place in that winners matchup just a little bit later on, and Insanity Case Esports will be our second game of the day. I'm not going to ask you for any predictions, Ted, for the lower bracket, but which game in that upper bracket are you excited for?
Oh, I think both of them are quite interesting, but I feel like Imperial Odek should be more of a clean cut here. Even though Odek is a team that is capable of upsets, in my opinion, but I'm looking at that Pain game. I'm really interested at looking at Pain with Snow, by the way. I'm not gonna lie, and that's what makes the KC Sports matches even more interesting as well. The fact that now they have to play without one of their big stars in the team, so to speak. They found a replacement, but we're yet to figure out whether they will be able to match up and play up to the same level that they were with Snow on the lineup. So a lot of interesting things to unveil throughout the day, but with that being said, I suggest we get into the first or the pre-game for the first game of the day and start focusing on that, because we don't have too much time before this one starts off.
No, we don't. And, you know, short and sweet, we're going to get through it quick. And Glories are going to be hoping to do exactly the same. They are going to try and take advantage of a crew team that, you know, haven't really played that many officials, only were formed around 1 or 2 months ago. And Glories, we know them. They took place in the majority of the LATAM series here at the RES. And they've always kind of... Yeah, they've always kind of put up a great performance though as well. Sure. You know, they always are a team that you might struggle against. Of course, we're struggling to kind of even think about who's calling on this team, because we were having this discussion before the game. There's about 3 different characters or 3 different players that, you know, could possibly be taking up that role. Just a few op IGLs that used to be in the mix as well. But whatever it is, this has been working for this Glory side, and to be honest, it's going to be a very tough day at the office for crew if they don't manage to keep them down early. But to be honest, on paper it looks like to me that Glories will need to have an off day for Crew to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, Galores, I guess the opening game that they did lose, I think it came as to a little bit of a surprise. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from W7M because they have been a really well-playing team in those tournaments too, but I feel like it was a surprise the fact that Galores didn't pick up a single map. The fact that they've participated in every single tournament so far, they made semifinals last time around, beating some of the best teams that we had on offer, right? Besting teams like Bestia, Sharks, Fluxo, no pun intended, by the way, and losing to MIBR, but still picking up a map off of them in the third edition. That just makes them an incredibly awful team to face off against in an elimination game in the group stage. And on the other side, we have a pretty interesting mix of Argentinian and one Kazakhstanian player, which was the big surprise for me and you, by the way. Obviously, when you look at Laser, you look at the fact that he's played on Argentinian teams his entire life. So you could imagine that he's been living in South America for quite a while, right? So I don't think there's going to be any type of language barrier in there. But you look at that team; it's a pretty interesting one, right? Obviously, Crew Esports being a famous one because of Sergio Aguero standing behind of it, right? One of the best Argentinian strikers in the last maybe 15-20 years. But you look at the team, I guess the names that we recognize the most and the names that probably most people recognize are the ones of Reversive and Riggy, right? You're looking at Reversive, he's the oldest one on the team, he's the most experienced one, 31 years of age. He's played on Isurus multiple times, he's played on teams like Furious, so I guess you're looking at him and expecting him to bring in the experience. And then you're looking at Riggy, who had a short stint with a team called Wendigo, who used to play on most LATAM online tournaments. And then obviously he's also a product of 9Z Academy. But other than that, you're looking at a couple of guys that have played for Boca Juniors, that have played for River Plate, but haven't really played bigger Counter-Strike in their region. So it's always going to be interesting. This is only their second best of three that they will play as a team on HLTV. So we don't really know what to expect that much on the back of that opening game. But I am excited, man. I mean, we've seen that Argentinian teams can pack a punch. Look at Bestia.
Yeah, I mean, look, they definitely can. You know, if you want to go back into old results as well, you know, in the, open qualifiers taking teams down like Oplano. So, you know, it's definitely in the cards.
Sure.
If they play their A game, you know, they definitely could at least take a map off Glories and put them under a little bit of pressure. But speaking about maps, head, we're going to jump into that veto and we're going to have a look and see what is going to be on offer today. Crew instantly getting rid of the Vertigo. We're going to see a Mirage ban coming out from Glories. So deciding that they're not going to let Crew play on that map. They picked it into Pain last time, even though it didn't really go their way. We're going to see an Ancient, an Inferno, and a Nuke Decider. Is there anything really that kind of sticks out to you there? I mean, if we're looking at an Ancient, we've only seen Crew play it once. It was up against 9Z, and that was I believe around 11 weeks ago in that open qualifier that I was talking about for Dallas, and
Sure.
it didn't really go their way. So them picking into that, even though Glories have been struggling on it, they've got a lot of reps.
Yeah, I mean, you asked me the question, you pretty much answered yourself right there. That's the thing that surprised me. I feel like it's always going to be risky to pick into a map like Ancient, that in that situation Glorious have played a bunch of times. Even though if you look at the win rate, it's not going to be great. They still have the experience on the map, right? They've played it 19 times so far this year, and this is no understatement. They will have had enough time to look at what hasn't really been working out. But either way, I feel like if you're Glorious, you just feel like you're going into this matchup as a team that has been together, or a 5-man lineup with the coach that has been together for a couple months now. Let's not forget that obviously a lot of those guys used to play together on previous projects. I found it really funny, by the way, because their previous team was it had the name of the coach in the name of the team, right? Dios, or D10S, however you want to call them. I'm just gonna go with Dios. So those guys have been together for quite a while. So I feel like either way, going into this matchup, there should be a clear favorite, and Crew have nothing to lose. But you know what? I'm open to pleasant surprises.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're looking at this from a Glories point of view, you're probably saying, all right, well, you've played it 23 times this year, you've lost it 17 times. Maybe this is the time to, you know, kind of turn it around and maybe get some decent results. There's been a lot of teams that they've been playing in their region that, you know, you'd be looking at and saying this is going to be a very, very tough game on paper. But
I mean, they've beaten MIBR on a 13-5, and MIBR is genuinely a decent Ancient team.
Yeah, I know, but if you want to go back and have a look through like all the names, WSETME, Solid, MIBR, Fluxo, Red Canids, La Ruganetta, Sharks, the list goes on. And I mean, when you're on paper looking at this, should be one that Glories will want to take, and take quite convincingly. But Crew are going to try and spoil that party. In A play, initially blocked over towards A main. Now the donut presence is going to begin to make its way out. Hulk's up close with the Julies, deals with at least the first. The second will come his way as well, and now knows he has to take this fight aggressively. Tuck himself away as Crew, they're going to double back with that bomb. It's completely an open route towards this B bomb site, and Glories, although they have a 2-man advantage, they need to still deny this bomb plan.
Well, they won't be able to deny the bomb from going down, but the round is still in their reach. They have one player that's low on HP, though. No defuse kit. Gotta be fairly quick. Host is yet to move from A main. Just now he realizes what's going on, so this retake is not gonna be as quick. And Detroit being low on HP, he wants to make sure he doesn't go down too early.
If he does, it could be a big problem, but that makes their job a whole lot easier. It's Laser left in a 1 versus 4. He tries to lock sights on a few players, but unable to deal with any of them, as Crew get at least a bomb plant, but Glories did never really look out of control in that first pistol, and they will take it, expecting a force buy off the rip from Crew, and we'll see if they can put Glories now on the back foot in this second round.
Yeah, most probably, but that was a great reaction from Glorious. I feel like they just looked extremely comfortable from start to finish. It was a good call from the get-go to start with 3 and towards the A-bomb side. Could have been a little bit of anti, which obviously in that situation is hard to tell because we don't really have so much tape on Crew Esports, and neither do they. Taking a look at the 1xbet odds, though. Heavy favorites for the win, Glorious, 1.24. Of course, you want to capitalize on those. Make sure you head over to the banner below, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later on. As you pointed out, force buy coming in, it's a hefty investment in the rifles. Only issue with this, you have just 2 smokes to work with, so you want to make sure you get an early gunfight that goes your way.
And no flashbangs either, so can't really rely on that to blind your opponent and get in onto a site. You are just looking for those raw aim drills, and there's little pieces of information being gathered by the MAC-10. This Crew are approaching this quite slowly. They are going to expend one of their smokes. I don't know if that's landed flush and might have actually missed. It's jumping MAC-10 though in the face of Ninjas. Laser is going to drop Hoax, and this makes this a little bit uncomfortable now for Glories. This was meant to be a round that, if you win, you can really begin to gather a lot of momentum and move forward through this half to try at least trades one back, but A is going to be under a lot of pressure in just a moment. It's Koala alone, however, he can drop the bomb into A main. That's a great reaction on the first. But one more bullet would have done. Instead, taken out of the round. Detroit thrown into the clutch early.
No kid on his back. Might have a 1 versus 1 early on. He gets the kill. Does he realize there's one player that was on the other side of the map? Surely he does. Laser confirming a double kill. Both of them are extremely low. He would have loved to have an HR and a smoke in that situation, but he needs to try and bait them out right now. Looking for a kid. Was there one dropped over? Don't think so. First tap of the bomb. Doesn't know where the second player is going to come from, though. Tries to bait him into a fight. Here's the steps. There goes the first one. Lancey should be going down. Peak not coming. And Laser goes for the face. Is there enough time? I believe there might be.
I believe there is 4 kills and a clutch for Detroit. Glories should have this round, and yeah, not even close. Crew over peaking, over committing, maybe in fear of there actually being a kit on Detroit.
I mean, in their defense, they couldn't know there isn't, right? You're playing up against a full buy after them winning the best round with 4 people surviving. You would expect them to have at least 1 defuse kit in a round like that, so I guess you understand why they were being so anxious and they tried to play it a little bit safer, but yeah, overfacing a little bit maybe. And now you're realizing it. Now, thankfully, they're still able to get a bomb plant. They get a couple kills, so going for a half bite, a set piece play, and maybe something quicker could be valuable.
Oh, well, maybe something quicker. It's very quick up on the B-bomb site, and Hap cannot deal with it at all. Just completely overwhelmed by those Tech 9s in his face, and Ninja's is going to receive the exact same treatment. Even with that kill, I think this round is done. The Pistols continue just to run and gun those rifles down, and Hoax can do nothing about it. Glories are going to have to save this time around. That is a perfect reaction call from Crew.
Yeah, I mean, as straight as that, right? You just decide to throw in something a little bit more crazy in the mix, something a bit more unorthodox on the back of getting 4 kills as well. You know that the Yuto when the weaponry is not going to be great, and it's a big risk that Galores are running with purchasing that AWP on Detroit, by the way. Maybe anticipating a back-to-back force buy, but then it's the Pistols, and as we saw, as soon as the AWP misses the first shot, it's pretty much isolated from the round itself. That was a great call and perfectly executed. For the second time in a row, speed in towards the B-bomb side catches Galores off guard, and now they're going to be left with little to no money to work with.
Yeah, and then if you look at the side of Crew, right, that wasn't even the full investment. They just bought, you know, just half bought. They left everybody with 2k, and they win it that cleanly. Their money is going to be flourishing now. So at least they have that little bit of a safety net to work with on their T side. But they're going for the win in this one, and only a singular op and 4 SMGs. Glories are going to have to get in your face in this round. And Crew, if they're ready for this, if they have the right protocol for maybe some aggression, they could be well on their way to getting back into this game.
Could be. I mean, this is an important start. You're playing on your own map, so we are expecting you to be able to show a little bit more, and getting your foot on the gas early on is quite important. Now, Hoax, if he gets away with a kill and gets out of there from that position, from that play, while being all alone, that would have been criminal. Thankfully, they survived this one. Still gotta be careful, though. I mean, there's 4 SMGs on the other side, but those dings are dangerous, especially when Hap is up close. There's the refrag. Ult comes in. Hap needs to go down here, and he does, but Reversive, in the meantime, has lost another teammate, and that's the one with the bomb in towards the B-bomb side.
Yeah, the most important kill of them all. Koala pushed through A main. He's seen nothing. Now, any other weapon, and you'd be backing him, but SMG, he is going to maybe catch both mid players not looking behind him.
He can still get one and then disappear, right? And if the bomb wants to go back in towards it has to go past him.
Well, they've seen that smoke. They know that there's at least one player there. Detroit is now looking at the flank. He is going to spot out that quick and easy kill. Needs to be aware of the second though, and right now he's not reading into it. This is a big problem. Maybe going back to look, if he backs up a little bit too far, he could be in a whole world of trouble, but the bomb has been dropped, and Riggy, now knife out, tries to just back up away and save that AWP, but the problem is, I mean, Hoax has heard him every step of the way, so he knows exactly where he's saving. He could go for the kill after time here. 5 seconds left, and well, Hoax is going to try and get ahead of the play. Koala won't peek for the moment, but there's the swing, and Riggy will be able to at least hold on to the op, but maybe I'm a little bit greedy here, Ted. Crew should have got a whole lot more than that. Sorry about that, mate.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan of this from Galores, by the way. I think obviously you don't want to let him hold on to the AVP, but you lose, again, you win the round, but you lose all 5 players. I mean, we're going to take a look at the money now. There's enough money on Crew to have a better investment than the CTs after a round they lost. Take a look at that. You have, what, 3 AKs, 1 AWP. Reversive is going to be on a Galil or a Mac 10, depending on what he wants to go for. It's going to be a Mac 10, but then you look at the money on the other side for Galores. You're going to have Hap on a premium rifle. He's going to be on an M4 with no Yuto. Koala can do the same. Everybody else needs to be on either a FAMAS or an MP9 if they want the nades. I mean, you were making a valid point. If you're a Crew, you feel like you should have gotten away with much more in this round, but this is still extremely terrifying for Galores.
Yeah, like, I'm not a big fan of that overcommit. Like, I agree with you. I don't think there was any point of swinging there. Like, you send the SMG, you go looking for him, you probably know where he is. You swing in, you find the kill. Perfect, you take the op away. If not, you save the AK, because your money just isn't there. That's just, it's unnecessary, in my opinion. But might be still okay. You might still get away with it. Op is going to go
I mean,
searching.
welcome back to South American Counter-Strike, my friend. We haven't been
Exactly.
here for quite a while. Missed the previous one. Not missing a beat of this one, though. And of course, ladies and gents, for those of you that are just tuning in, we want to remind you, this is the last one. This is the final RES for LATAM America. Now, it's not the final one in general, because we still have a couple more Europeans want to go, but LATAM America final one, so only a couple of spots left for that LAN event at Belgrade in October. And all of those teams would want to be getting their hands on those spots. All of those teams would want to be traveling to European soil to play on stage. So those games, they're quite valuable, quite important.
Yeah, definitely. Currently, I believe Fluxo and MIBR sit in those positions.
I mean, you really have to put in a lot of work if you want to get Fluxo out of the position to qualify for the event at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, but still, you know, not entirely out of the question. What about this round from Crew? They are leaving it very, very late. Koala trying to lock down Donut, but can only find a single kill, and he was the only player over that side of the map. And Glories, they're set on saving here. Crew made the correct call. They've gone into the weaker bomb site, and Koala, unfortunately, didn't come away with that double kill. There was a chance to maybe get it, but it was always going to be very difficult when he's got two players running at him and then two players splitting at him through a main.
You know what? Good patience in this round from Crew, and this is one of the main differences that we spotted out between Argentinian and Brazilian teams. And this is something that I really love about this region. It kind of feels like they still have their signature traits, right? It's kind of like watching a CAS team in Europe, and you're expecting them to be really slow and methodical, almost maybe too slow, almost dire even. It's kind of the opposite when you're looking at Brazilian teams, and then with Argentinian teams, we are seeing a little bit more discipline at times. And this is one of the signature traits that we've identified with watching Bestia, for example. And in this round, that's exactly what we saw. A greater understanding on the fact that on the other side, the cities don't have great weaponry. Util's not going to be perfect. They might have to get into some more aggressive off angles that they, on a normal round, under normal circumstances, might not be that comfortable with holding on to. And then you just clear it out a little bit more patiently, carefully, and you make the round work pretty easily. Only way that they could have stayed competitive in this one was if Koala goes huge with a double or a triple from the donut position, but spacing was good enough. So Crew not looking bad on that T side, and they're just one away from resetting the CT side economy. This, however, has been the hardest task in front of them so far on this map.
Laser in a really good position to deal with this aggression from the CTs here. Might want to get a little bit of support though. Reversive can't really come through that smoke, so for now Glories are going to hold on. It is just an exchanging of bullets, but not really a lot connecting. Koala has been spotted out, and at least that A main push has been dealt with, but that's just going to spring Crew into action. You feel losing Laser now. That A hit is going to happen to try making a lot of steps. He's been hurt every step of the way by Lency, though, even mollied out. There was no way he was coming out of that situation alive. And Crew will put the bomb down once again. This time, Glories are going to take a peek. But it is looking like it's only going to be a peek, because this is a situation, once again, where you need to save. Glories are being bested by Crew in these last few rounds, Ted.
Most certainly have been pretty financially unstable for the CTs, and right now we're getting that type of a situation where we are just going round for round. For both teams, it has been extremely difficult to establish a working economy, but it is a bit more healing, I guess. On the T side, it's a bit easier to get out of that trick position. Hoax, gotta make sure you don't go down there, but he still loses his AK, which I guess you can understand, because you were thinking the T-side money is really bad, but now because of him holding that aggressive position, Hap is going to be the only one carrying on a rifle into the next round. So Crew making a legitimate go out of this one. Looking like a pretty decent team. And you know what? This is one of the things that I wanted to bring up with Galores, and I guess bring back and mention that W7M game that they played in their opening matchup here in Group A. The fact that on both Enshin and Vertigo, which they ended up losing quite closely, by the way, it was a 10-13 on Enshin and 14-16 on Vertigo. Both times they had a 5-7 and a 4-8 deficit on the CT side. And both times we were seeing those scrappy exchanges of rounds. Both times just struggling to establish a working economy, which has been an issue with them on those defensive side of things. And sadly to see, it has been the same case so far here on Enshin.
Hop doing a lot of damage with that rifle. He's going to claim 3 himself. The pistols were just doing a really good job of causing a little bit of distraction and setting up that rifle for success. And there's a few more rifles if the CTs can get a whole lot closer. But Reversive, he's already holding for it. However, Koala takes one of them up, but it's taken right out of his hands as Hap has to find the ace here if he wants any success in this round for his side. And once again, Crew are going to finish over towards A. They've got lots of util to just keep Hap away from the bomb site. 39 HP is definitely going to be a tough round here for Hap. Op is going to be holding, and well, Ataraxia will just shut him down. Doesn't even give him a chance. If he finds the kill on the Opper, sure, we can consider it, but I think even 3 kills out of that situation, they're going to be happy with.
I mean, yeah, I guess identify happy because you get a triple, you do a lot of damage to the T's, you keep their economy as honest as possible, but at this point it's really hard to control. So I think if you're a Crew, you just think about the rounds that you're winning. You've won 4 out of the last 5, and then if you're a Galore, it's vice versa. You're just thinking about all the rounds that you've been dropping on the CT side. Back to the investment we go, though, and one thing that has been an issue, no AWP available for the CT, so they gotta make it work with the rifles, something that Hoax hasn't really been having too much issues with, though. A great opening queue in towards middle, get out of there, and a 5 versus 4 to start us off.
Yeah, that could have went very wrong. There was actually a missed deep smoke by Glories. Landed up on top, didn't land flush towards middle, so weren't really expecting to find the jewel there. We're just swinging to see if anybody was past it. Now Hook's in a whole lot of trouble. He's already been tagged up. He's got the support of Koala, but he's tucked in the corner for now, waiting to take contact, and well, they will clear him out just for one laser in CT spawn, causing a nuisance of himself as Ninjas eventually will put him down, but Laser was just out of bullets. Everybody fully reloaded, waiting on the site. Atraxia is going to pick up that AK, and they're just both going to hold. Ninja's going to try and go on the fade. Oh, they meet in the smoke. This is a big problem. Does Atraxia realize? I think he might just be thinking about it.
No
Ninja just walked past.
Did he see
Let's
him?
see.
Oh,
Spots him.
I thought he saw him. Thought he saw the gun barrel of the T-plane towards the back of the side. That was one of the most awkward exchanges of positions there for a second. It felt like Ataraxia was ready to just give the round away, right? With the fade of the smoke, then he walks in front of him, then the CT walks through, doesn't see the player towards the back of the side. That was extremely messy, all over the place pretty much. And something I wanted to talk about, by the way, Koala every single time has been good for 1 kill, but not a single time has he been good for a double. And this is something that I've noticed. The D's haven't really been allowing him to get away with more than 1. And one of the signature, I guess, one of the signature things that we didn't notice with the previous RES, with the 3rd edition, when Galores were able to make it into the semifinals, was the great performance of Koala, right? Ending the tournament on 1.26 rating, being way ahead of everybody else on his team. And multi-kills were his true strength, something that has been just denied for him so far. That is dangerous, though. They can see you.
Yeah, the shadow spotted in this position, but the jump across, this is so clever. But however, Hoax is there. That op is now trapped in the corner, and it has no support. They'd actually be lucky to get out of this situation. They still see he's there. And more pistols are arriving to try and deal with him. Somehow, still sticking around. He's just going to be ran down here. Needs to make sure he has a gun up and not nades. This is so messy here from the Opera. And if he continues to miss shots, he's just going to fall. Give away a massive weapon that maybe Glories can retake with. But Crew, they're executing onto this bomb site. They've got Laser in a position to find a little bit of offense. Yeah, but Hap is a real danger. Riggy reads into it.
Yeah, that's a perfect turnaround. If Riggy goes down there, this is Cape given away with an AK as well to pick up for the CTs. Flash goes over. Ninjas thinking about going through. He's going to give it away, though. Koala picking up that AK. Smokes fading. 5.7 long range might not be the ideal gun, but now you have the support of the AK. Koala able to get the first one, and it's a straight-up headshot, but no defuse kit. They need to be really quick if they want to make a round out of this.
Yeah, but Crew have had a tendency of overcommitting into fights in a post plant that they don't need to. Koala tapping the bomb, up, misses, and that was your chance. Detroit spots him going into the corner, now lost his teammate, and Detroit will be very lucky now to get out of this situation with his life. He'll go down to the bomb. Riggy says, see you later, thanks for the round, as Crew on fire for the first time on Ancient.
Yeah, now this is looking scary. I mean, you're coming close in all of those half-buys. You're doing a whole lot of damage. There always seems to be one player to get a multi-kill to make it a little bit closer for Glorious, but the truth is, you haven't picked up a round in 5. And no matter how expensive you're making those, in the end of the day, it's all about putting the rounds on the board. Something that Crew have been able to do, and truthfully, they might have been overextending on a couple occasions, but they still have been getting the rounds over the line. And this is what makes the difference in the end. You're looking at a 6-3 lead here and potentially an A rush. But there's the AVP on the A-bomb side, and Detroit collects the first one.
That just slows them down, really puts a dent in their plans here. They're still going to commit out, but they need to get past this Opera, and Koala's here as well, just trying to dodge all this util. If he claims 2, this round can be done. Doesn't even do a single bit of damage onto Reversive as Detroit just eating flashes. Swinging through. Oh, Rigi. That's huge. They lock control of that A-bomb site with a quick double. Detroit is going to fall. Rigi is doing it all right now, and Crew, they don't even feel comfortable with committing to the planches right now. They're going to freeze and wait for Glories to make their next move.
Yeah, the smokes have faded. It feels so uncomfortable for the T side right now, but the CTs are just walking into them. Missed shot from Dio, but double swing through the smoke. That doesn't net them a single kill. Doesn't net them a single point of damage. Forget about a single kill. And now this is so difficult for Happen Ninjas. No one's holding for that, pushing towards tempos right now, though. Timing is everything. Ninjas could be going down. Peak needs to come in. Was it Taraxi thinking about a knife kill here? You could have gotten the kill. I'm pretty sure. He got a clean line of sight, but doesn't get away with anything. And this might throw a massive spanner into the works here for his team.
I don't know what the situation was there for sure. Oh, but I know if Rigi's in the round, he's going to be a big problem eventually. He's been dealt with. Hap has naded himself, and that is going to help out Reversive a whole lot. Only needed a bullet or two, and even if that kill goes the way of Glories, I still think that HE is just going to take him down anyway.
Might have been. Yeah. I think the nade was the thing to seal the deal there.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. That's 7-3 now for Crew. Glories, I mean, this is a big problem for them there.
Yeah, he was going for the knife 100%. Even in a 5 versus 3, when after the fact one player is trying to go for a knife kill in that position and gives you a loophole back, gives you a way back into the round, you're still not able to convert. This is starting to look scary.
It's not looking good at all. Crudo looking great, man. I was coming into this game not really knowing what to expect. Of course, it's a new team. You can look at their recent results. I mean, it wasn't very impressive versus Pain, but I wasn't going to hold that against them.
Can I rephrase it? Look at their recent result.
Yeah, that's very true. But wasn't going to hold that against them. We all know Pain are probably one of the most dangerous teams in the event. But I'm pleasantly surprised what the Argentinians and the Kazakhstani player, of course, are bringing to the table here.
I mean, he's probably an honorable Argentinian as well.
He has played a lot in the scene. Just as we said, not a flag really we expected to see there, but
oh my goodness,
not a player that you'd expect to see there in that corner. And well, he is a ninja. Silently creeps out and finds a double. Looking for Riki as well. He's got all 3. And Glories, they needed a round like this to maybe get back into the swing of things, to get back into the flow. And Ninjas is in flow state. He's claimed 4 on his own. Hap has now picked up a rifle, and Lency is going to try and pick up the bomb and pick up the slack from his teammates. But the fights are just going to continue to come his way. Lency Now it needs to be so careful. There's so many players coming from all angles, and it's going to be Ninjas with the ace. Our first ace that we see today, and it goes Glory's way.
Right, what a play from Ninjas that was. What a way to get Crew out of their winning streak. They won 6 in a row, Jack, and so many in those 6 were supposed to be Glorious' rounds if you want to judge by the logical path of things. But look at that. Great angle in towards the cave, gets completely overlooked by the first player. Second one didn't have the time to react, and from that point on, Ninjas just picks up the AK, enters flow state, and he was even the one that had to end it up with the ace. 0-5 for the man, and if you're looking at Glorious, by the way, the first half perspective, if they get 0-5 here, that would be a great outcome considering how many Crew was able to net in a row.
A-pop. And Qual needs to be ready. He's in a really good position to dodge these flashes, though. Oh, lets the first one get a little bit close, and that means the rifles can get closer too. Maybe do a little bit more damage, and once again, Crew are just going to fold that A-bomb site like a house of cards, and there's nothing that Glorious can do about it, but no point saving. This retake is going to happen, whether they like it or not. It's just if that retake is going to be successful is the question. 3 players sat towards Donut. 1 is on default. Laser completely blinded, but Lency is going to just take the brunt of the players down and leave the Opera in a horrible situation. A 1v4, and he's already been spotted out. This is a Crew round for sure. This is Crew's half, and it's looking like if something massive doesn't change, this is going to be Crew's map as well. 8-4, what a T-side.
Yeah, what a T side, and once again, something that we wanted to bring up a little bit earlier, a couple rounds ago. The fact that again, you go in towards the A-bomb side, you feel like every single time Koala gets that 1 kill and you just get a refrac instantly, right? And in that situation, I'm not even saying it's his fault. In that scenario, he gets the first kill, he tucks in, he's waiting for a support flash. Support flash is coming, they don't blind a single one of the T's coming out. He's thinking he's gonna go for a dry peek and find at least 1 more kill and make the round a little bit easier. He doesn't see, well, he doesn't see a single blinded person. They take him down straight away. The swing from Donut comes in. Crew deal with that player as well. That was a really solid T side from Crew, but again, on the other side of Glorious, it hasn't been the cleanest one. You still have a couple chances to salvage this, and a pistol round on the T side could be a good way to start it off, but so far so good for the Argentinians. As you said, 1 pistol round, and you're gonna be in pole position to run away with your map pick.
That's a huge HE. Look at that, just dunking on the T's, trying to make their way out onto this bomb site, and Lency even finds 2 before the molly burns him down. Oh, Glories are getting cooked alive on the entrance into this site. Bomb dropped in the middle of no man's land. The dinks are helpful for sure, because now they have it in a winnable position. Rigi's been tagged down extremely low, just 7 HP. A bullet away from death, but that can be said about every single player left in this pistol. This is of massive importance right now for Glories, and somehow they've got this into a position that they can win it.
They're so afraid though. I mean, they're separated right now. The bomb is making its way back in towards the B-bomb side potentially. Rigi isn't moving a muscle from Jungle, and this is a great position to be in. If he reacts quickly enough onto Koala, second player is going to be up close. He can isolate 2 1v1s. Question is, who sees who first? Koala, does he clear him out? He does. They spot each other. And now Rigi's gotten a confirmation. Surely if Koala's in towards Donut, the bomb is going to be making its way in towards the A-bomb side as well. That's dangerous though. He can deny that bomb on the other side of the box. Utmost importance, Rigi just tapping away, hoping that a lucky bullet connects through the smoke and makes the task a little bit easier. Bomb will get planted though. And with the lack of smoke and kit for Rigi, suddenly this becomes much more favorable for the T's.
Yeah, and especially when you see that layer to it, that hap deep in towards CT, you're never expecting a main. Rigi's just not going to be given a peek here, and there's nothing he can do about it. It's very unfortunate for Crew, to be honest. That was their path maybe to taking their map home with them, but Glories never gave up. Even losing 3 players on entrance into the site, that, I want to say 2v4, goes in their favor, and they take the pistol. Now, the problem with Glories really was the lack of money that they had when they were on that CT side. They weren't winning rounds extremely cleanly, so they very rarely had buys. They had SMGs. That's not going to be the case when we look at their T side. So I'm expecting to see a much better performance from Glories this time around. And if they can keep Crew down and on the back foot, where they are struggling for utility and weaponry, then this could definitely be and turn into a game.
Might as well become a way closer game. Much more competitive. Still, though, I mean, I want to say once again, Crew was the team to put themselves in a better position when it comes down to the pistol round. It feels like Glorious can bail themselves out on the back of individual plays, but it hasn't been the cleanest of games so far. Another thing worth mentioning, though, T sides are usually the better ones for Glorious. Now, I say that, they are running into a stack, and they've already lost the first one, and I'm really nervous when I see the amount of pistols heading in towards A main, and this is where the bomb is. Oh, no.
Yeah, needed to take that rifle down. Yeah, you lost the bomb. There's 2 AKs to be acquired. It's game on in this round for sure. You thought the bomb was going to be safe with 2 players making their way in, but the pistols find the insta headshot. Yeah, Ninjas, he's waiting to see. Reverse was going to walk his way in, and Atraxia is extremely low here. Steps being heard. Ninjas is going to spot him out, try and play this 1v1, or at least buy time here. Steps around, dancing around the square, and he will take that kill with him. Glories rescue that one. Really do pull it out of the fire for sure. And Crew, they don't win the round, but they are at least showing positive signs with full USPs. To have them that worried, take away 3 guns, it is technically still a good result.
I mean, thank God Hap is able to get away with a double kill towards A main, I'm not gonna lie. If there was 3 people surviving out of this fight for Crew and they're able to not double but triple push in towards A main and get a 3v1 against that one player, that could have been on. Still much more expensive than what you would be expecting out of a round like this. Riggy gonna get aggressive in towards the top of shelf, and this is the first time we're gonna see the Argentinians with the big guns here in the second half, trying to show some aggression in towards middle and in towards the B bomb side extremities, but looking like a B fake and an A play coming out of the T's. And as of right now, Lenzy's all alone in towards the A bomb side.
Yeah, Atraxia can rotate over, but I was going to say he's not going to be there that quickly. He is actually going that way now because they've seen nothing over towards mid, so they're just going to batten down the hatches on the sides here. This could really go their way, especially now they are seeing a little bit of presence from the T's out there. This boost could be everything. This will spot early information if he wants to play on the shadow advantage, but here in the steps, Koala.
Didn't see him.
No, yet to make his way out. Might not be expecting this. Lenzy might just be good for one. Cave action coming in as well. Action on both sides of the map, maybe. But it's just silently walking past. 40 seconds. Glories are running this clock very thin.
Yeah, and they have cleared the boost. This could be a big issue. They want to split, but look at the double push in towards Cave right now for the CTs. They can cut off that entire mid play.
Need to go quick. Steps being made, and they will find that double. Lenzy gets one before he's taken off that boost, and now it's just the A main players that are going to try and make their way out. Atraxia takes that flash right in the face. Yeah, you have to get aggressive here and try and gain that control, but that is going to prove very difficult. Hopes with that headshot at least gives himself a chance, but time is just ticking on way too long. 7 seconds left, and you need to just try and get away and save here. Glories have been bested by Crew, and just a really good position from Lenzy there. The double cave push there. They leave themselves in a real horrible situation where you kind of have to make noise to kind of go quick to get over to your teammates, but also, I mean, Crew just had players in such great positions.
You were just hoping that you were gonna bait a reaction from the CTs with all the presence that you were showing in towards A main with the lurk smoke and the Molotov, towards B with the grenades, but the CTs just played this one so passively, so patiently. They were too comfortable with just giving Glorious all the map to work with, and this is one of the things that you're talking about right now when it comes down to that tactical timeout. You realize that the plan that you wanted to go with, you did go with, right? You executed the round the way that you wanted to, but in the end of the day, you thought you were gonna get given a little bit more before the trigger of the round itself. And that's not something that happens, so now you have a tough decision to make. You feel like you were in a position where you could have made the CTs play into your hand. Well, they didn't. And this forced buy from Glorious is a wild one. And I'm not saying that because it's unjustifiable. I feel like it is if you want to look at the CT side economy. In the same time, though, you could be digging your own grave. You're going into this round with 1 AK, 4 pistols, a little bit of U2, and if it doesn't work out, you're going to be down probably 11-6.
It's kind of getting to the point of no return now.
That's such a difficult round to win. I mean, they have 2 smokes, 3 flashes, and 1 HE left on minute 24. It's an A split, and you're just putting everything on the fact that Ataraxia doesn't get away with 1 in heights to win time.
Oh,
That's
and
big.
he doesn't. And he doesn't. Lency sat on top of the tree here, and this is going to be cleared out. It's been heard, surely. Drops the molly. They're not going to clear him out. They didn't hear him jump, and catches one by surprise. Gets aggressive into Koala here. The Deagle
No
is
way.
just going to be completely overwhelmed, and Lency staying alive is just a massive problem right now for Glories. Flashes out, nade lands on the planter, but won't take him off it. Lency is just going to play this one with laser. Try and get on back onto the site and retake it. Rigi now is going to wait for this distraction to come his way. Look at Hap. He's been burned up by that molly. He has to get in that CT smoke, and he's just going to be sprayed on down. Ninja's flank accounted for, and Detroit left in a 1 versus 3 with just the Deagle. Glories did a great job of getting onto the site, but they will not be able to hold on.
Yeah, that was really well played by Crew, and once again, testament to their reactions, man. I feel like you're looking at a team with barely no experience when it comes down to HLTV games. You're not expecting them to have good reactions. You're not expecting them to have good fundamentals, but it feels like the communication's been on point. Decision-making from individuals has been great. The moment that Hoax finds that 1 kill, I can't describe to you how uncomfortable Lency's position is, but he stays around for long enough, gets 1 kill onto a rifle, pushes in towards A-main. There was just the Deagle, and then great communication. Molotov towards the back of the side. They force that player in towards the CT smoke. Ricky gets the kill, turns around towards Red to cover for the flank straight away. Great decision making, and Glorious now in a whole lot of trouble. They go for another force buy and an A-rush.
Yeah, I don't mind this, but the problem is, I mean, the Donut player is going to be hearing this every step of the way. Atraxia waiting behind the big box. He's going to wait to swing out the strike, and oh, they're just cut apart on entry. This time they won't get past them in, as Crew will lock in yet another round. It's 11-6. It's no money for Glories, and it could be all guts and no Glories if it continues this way.
Yeah, it could be no Glorious in Belgrade if it continues this way, right? After they made semifinals in the previous areas, I guess a lot of people were going into this tournament, including myself, and being really interested to see how those guys are going to do against some of the top teams of the South American region once again, because we do have some of the top teams once again, right? We have some of the bigger names that we've had so far. You're looking at the likes of 9Z, Imperial, Pain, Red Cannons. You want to see Glorious perform against those teams, but they might not even get up to facing off against them.
Another pop about to happen here. Spam comes in, communicated, there's the flash. Reversive is hearing this, but they've already gotten past him, and Laser's in trouble. Rotations are going to be quick here for the CTs, as they've always been, as this fast B play is looking like it's just going to fall apart at the seams. They only claim 2 kills on the entries, and just because Crew have so many bodies behind that B bomb site very quickly, it was always going to be difficult. Koala has his Deagle in hand, but unless we see some spectacular 1Ds, this should be 12. This should be pretty comfortable for Crew. And Glories might just be stunned on this opening map.
Looks like it. I mean, if you want to go back to the rounds that we've seen from Glorious get converted because of an individual going huge, we still remember that ace, of course, from the first half, but not only this one. A couple rounds that they were able to win because of multi-kills from individuals. It feels like the individual players are actually hitting their shots, and this is when it gets even scarier, when you get completely dominated. You know your players are hitting, but you're not getting the chance to. Great reactions once again from Crew on that CT side. Lency on 21 and 11, Rig on 17, Koala through the smoke. There's one. He knows where both of those CTs are, and you know what? If he connects on that second 1D there onto the round player, I might have started believing. Unfortunately, though, at this point, you not only gotta believe if you're a Glorious fan, you gotta believe and pray and believe and pray and do that 5 more times. And it's still no guarantee that this one is gonna even start looking remotely competitive. That has been a great showing from Crew. And that's the team that lost both pistol rounds, by the way.
Yeah, lost both pistol rounds, but pretty much straight away after, once they got the guns up, it's been a different story. Glories have been, I would say, less than impressive so far from what we've come to expect of them. Of course, Crew have blown them away so far. Lency needs to be very careful. Atraxia went down on that exact same angle. Just a couple of rounds to go. Lency will only get dinked. Look at the amount of bodies in towards CT here, though. Hoax is hearing all these steps. Surely he's going to be cleared out. He finds that first kill, trying to isolate some of these fights, but Reversa will just take him down. Koala's going to be stuck behind the box, and if they choose to contest him here, they could take him out of the round. Laser's going to try and get ahead of the play. Smoke's going to be naded open. Laser realizing he's in danger, tries to get out of there. This is so risky right now from the T's. Just trying to send it aggressively up past that smoke, and Laser had to take his time with that one. He was nearly running out of bullets, and Glories, they're nearly running out of players. A 2v4 to try and keep them on this map.
This is all over the place. It's such a massacre in towards the B-bomb side, but somehow it works out for the CTs. There's just Koala and Detroit left. 2 versus 4. First player is spotted. They still should be looking for the other one towards the back of the side. Laser, who's still somehow on 98 HP. A reverse of reposition. Actually, the decoy baits him out. Oh no, it was a flash, but Reversive does go down. Laser does have one more teammate to support though, and with the timer running low, they need to make a move on 10 seconds. Laser still towards the cubby. Still not spotted out. He finds the first one. Riggy with the second, and Crew Esports on fire throughout that first map. Shockingly, are able to 13-6 Galoris in the opening map of the series. This was something that we did not expect.
No, man, but that's why you need to go into these games when you're looking at teams that don't have very many officials, you know, as we like to call them, qualifier teams, that's where we've only really seen them play. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Look,
Sure.
These guys, very, very impressive, to be honest. I think Glories were completely blown away. This is a map, of course, that we know that Glories have quite clearly had struggles on in the past, and yeah, they just really struggled to deal with Crew there. They played that Ancient to a very high level, caused Glories a lot of problems, and look, if they can have that performance once again on an Inferno, I would be very surprised, especially with, you know, the level that we know Glories can play Inferno to. But you've at least taken a map of one of the top teams. You've been put in a tough group. Pain was always going to be a difficult matchup for you, but now you're 1-0, and all it takes, Ted, is just a singular map. Just a singular map, and then you will advance. You'll knock Glories out. But we'll have to wait and see if that one is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to send this to a short little break. We've got Inferno coming up after it. You don't want to miss it.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet. OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back, folks, to the RES Regional Series for Latin America. We are ready to kick things off with the second map of the first elimination game of the final LATAM series, Jack. It's been a pretty long introduction to this one, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, we have Galores, the Brazilian side, taking on the Argentinians of Crew. It's always interesting when you have Brazil versus Argentina. And so far, so good for the Argentinian boys, we must say. A team that hasn't really played that many maps on HLTV. They were standing on only 4, and 2 of those were in open qualifiers before this game kicked off. But on the back of a pretty convincing Ancient game and going into Inferno, do we really see this one going all 3 maps? Or we are giving a little bit of benefit of the Delta Crew with potentially a good Inferno? Because we haven't really seen them play on this map ever.
I mean, look, we haven't seen them play on this map ever, so we can't really, you know, go off that all that much. But what we can do is put some respect on Glorious Inferno. That's, you know, usually a map where they strive on, of course, picking into it. We've seen them play across probably every LATAM event so far, and they always seem to get some pretty good results on it. So I don't want to disrespect Glorious, and I think that's, you know, where I would, or what I would be doing if I said that Crew can 100% take this in 2. But it's his Counter-Strike at the end of the day, and Glorious didn't blow me away on map 1. They have to put that to the back of their minds and just get focused on an Inferno that they should be more comfortable and confident on. But then again, I mean, if Crew just come out the gates and blow them away, especially on a CT side start, you never know. It could be a quick day at the office.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, as we already said, we were pretty caught off guard by the performance of the Crew boys on Ancient. It was fundamentally really good. It felt like individuals were making good decisions. It felt like the communication was on point. It felt like in the majority of the situations, they were giving themselves the best chance possible. Considering the circumstances, which we can't necessarily say for Galores, right? A team that I think in the end of the day, if you put the 2 teams on paper, you would say is the more skilled out of the 2. You would say that it is, in general, the better team because they have more experience playing on a higher level, and they have shown us some better results against really good opposition. But on map number 1, they didn't really look as focused as we might have been expecting, considering this is an elimination game on the line. So, or elimination on the line, elimination game. Logically. But yeah, on the other side, a couple things that I wanted to talk about, man. Crew looking really solid. Rifle work has been great. We didn't really get to see so much AWP action on that map, but you look at some of the multi-kills, you look at some of the individual decisions that were made by some of the players. You're looking at Rig, you're looking at Lancy. All of those guys, it felt like every single time they were put in a position where they were supposed to go one and done, were able to somehow get away with a big multi-kill and just play the play itself, the situation in the perfect way, which I think it's something that could be looked at from 2 perspectives. Obviously, you could look at the perspective of the player just giving themselves the biggest chance, and then on the other hand, you could be looking at Galores and thinking that they weren't punishing enough of the moves from Crew.
You could look at it that way for sure. But I don't know if I'm going to be reading into that all that much. I mean, I'm still on the fence here, to be honest, Ted. I think Glorious are going to come back with this one and just be playing a different style of Counter-Strike, you know, maybe be a little bit more focused. Or maybe just Ancient is just a map that you just can't seem to get right, because there's sometimes maps that teams play and they'll play them a lot, but you know yourself, when you're just not getting the results in them over and over again, it can be quite a daunting task, and maybe that's just what we're seeing. Now, execute over towards B. They've got a little bit of util if they want to re-execute here. Reverse Civ is going to try and deploy that smoke. This Ninja's just going to fall back, trying to bait out that util. Ninja's still trying to move his way forward. Flash is trying to be dodged here. Very difficult to do that, as the T's on entry will begin to drop on over. Oh wait, they haven't cleared Reverse Civ out of here, out of this situation, and he's gotten 2. This could be massive. This might just get Crew into the round, but Hap and Koala will restore a little bit of order. Great kill here.
Right.
Bomb plant's going to be stuck. Never mind. Got off it just in time. It's Rigi in a 1 versus 2, as finally the numbers are going to be put in.
Making a lot of steps. They will try and set up in a high-low, and Origi finds one. That was really risky there for a second. Koala, thankfully, able to get this one over the line. This is 3 out of 3 pistol rounds now. This is something that Glorious have had no issues with converting so far in the series. It is the pistol rounds. Quite expensive still, though. Again, the CT is able to make it much closer than it should have been. Imagine what happens if Ataraxia is able to get away with a second kill there. This one was all up in the air. No force buy coming in from the CTs, even though they were able to find 4 kills here. We are, regardless, going to see a Zeus in the mix. I'm really interested in this one. I want to follow this man closely. Oprah of the team, by the way. We haven't really seen him on the big green so far.
Yeah, not too often. Just yet. B-stack. It is looking like it is only the fake, though. I think the teams are going to go back and commit A. CTs are waiting for maybe some steps to be made. There's a flash over. Now, surely a flash in retaliation. There it is. Everybody's swinging through. This is a lovely angle that we're getting. Hoax is actually going to go all the way past him. And Reversive in a world of trouble. Can't quite believe that none of his teammates were able to deal with Hoax, who is now just farming up those ecos, finding as much money as possible in doing so as well. Glories will win that one pretty easily. But if the commitment to B was there, you never know. That could have been a scary one.
You know what? Those rounds, as much as they are kept clean, just the fact that there is an if up there, and there is that, I guess, but maybe situation where it could have gotten a little bit more scrappy. Those are the dangerous things. Now we are gonna get into a technical pause, so we get to look at all those nice camera paths around the map. Hidden Counter-Strike 1.6 in the church. Who says the man of God can't enjoy some video games in their spare time? Do you reckon they have PCs, by the way, in monasteries?
I'd say not gaming ones.
It's probably not. Not game wise. I mean, they could be playing something a bit more family friendly. I don't think it's the best PR move for a monarch to be playing CS, but something like, I don't know, Super Mario.
I mean, maybe. A younger generation, I would say. Maybe not the older. Back into this round, this first gun round on the table for Crew. They have enough utility that they can test Banana, and they're doing that with ease. And they're holding on to control of it. In fact, rotating 4 players over now towards this bomb site, where Glories are going to look to show a little bit of presence. I wonder, is the commit going to happen off it? Looking for a wrap around towards that A bomb site. Flash is going to be great. Reversive's taken down, and now this A site is going to be under so much pressure from all angles. Lency needs to hold from this position. He's actually been mollied and forced into mini pit as the flash comes through long. Atraxia, I believe, has been spotted out. Surely, is he going to be cleared? Well, eventually. And he only comes away with 1. Glory's really good call. Crew could do nothing about it, even with the lean.
Yeah, that's the level of comfort that we're expecting from Glorious going into this game, right? Especially when you look at the Inferno. You're looking at the map that has been their bread and butter so far this year. It has been the bread and butter of this 5-man lineup for Glorious. One of the maps on which they've gotten some of their most impressive victories, right? I mean, there was that back-to-back, I guess, not such a good streak, losing to Pain and Bestia, but after that you're looking at Fluxo 13-8, Sharks 13-10, and before that you're looking at some of the names that they've been able to take down on this map so far this year. You're looking at Sharks, you're looking at Case, you're looking at Odic, and a lot of those matchups won with a pretty high level of comfort as well from the Brazilian side. So that's what you expect from him. A good start, especially on the back of winning the pistol round. Making sure that crew don't put their foot on the gas pedal early on, so to speak. And this one should be no different.
I'm gonna send Ninjas in here. He needs to be a little bit careful. Especially with Rigi getting close. You've now picked up a rifle and you'll probably want to try and get away. Oh, Hoax. Deals with Ataraxia, who was looking to maybe catch the Glorious players falling back. Reverse was going to be the first player on the scene here over towards A. And if he gets into a position that he can do some damage, he's been instantly spotted out. That's a little bit of an issue. But still, gets onto the site. They've got a nice crossfire that they just set up. Pretty much out of nothing. Glorious have 40 seconds now. They don't really have enough time to go back. Reverser's going to try and get ahead of the play. Great kill. All the pistols and the rifle are going to be here, and Glorious are slowly realizing it. That's really good, though. Lency's been dealt with. However, I don't know if you're going to be expecting Rigi up that close. Surely, maybe you're going to clear it out. And Oaks will make sure that no stone will be left unturned. He is going to pick up the ace in that round. He had to do it all. But crew are worrying Glorious a little bit. A 4-0, maybe not telling the whole story in this one.
Yeah, I mean, so far it has been telling the whole story, but at least I would say because of the level of comfort in the first buy round, but at least as you pointed out, you're making them worried, right? You're making them be in the zone. And right now, if you're Glorious, you realize that you could win this map. You can easily win it comfortably, I'd say, but you will have to be on your A game. You would have to be fully focused the entire time. You're not playing up against a team that's going to let you get away with too much on the other side. And there it goes. Reverse it. First buy round for the Argentinians. And early on, he does find that opening kill, leaving Glorious in a much harder situation than the one that they were in the previous round. And we see a failed smoke in towards long. This could be Haps live there. Thankfully, he spotted it out. It was like a big mushroom on the top of the building. I don't know why, but the association my mind made was instantly Minecraft mushroom. I haven't played that game in years.
Not Mushroom Cloud. That's where mine went when anyway you said about it. Laser, unchecked on the boost here. Oh, he's just going to find 2 kills for free. He can back away. Reversive swings right on through. And the flash is just perfect in support. That's a great hold there from Crew. That's a clean round, Ted, as well. A very clean round. Glorious bested for the very first time. And sometimes it does only take one for you to kind of get into the swing of things. And that's exactly what Crew are going to be hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the cleanest way that if I was on the T side, I would have wanted my second buy round to go, right? The first one was great. You had a bit of a set piece play with that wrapping towards long. You know, there's no AWP, there's not a lot of Utah on the CT side. You can get away with a round like this one. But now they have the AWP, now they have the guns, and they've won the second buy round with all 5 surviving. This is not the safest way possible to start off your T side campaign. Question is, how many in a row will Crew be able to get? A lot of utility in towards Banana, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Inferno T-side and CT-side gameplay on Banana in 2024. That's the simulation right there. Only that in this situation, it's not really a simulation. It's reality. That's the world we live in. 4 Molotovs and around between 3 and 6 nades early on in towards Banana. A couple flashes as well. You love to see it.
Yeah, Glorious will just take the control of it anyway. Crew not really fighting for it. And this is a little bit of a problem right now, Ted, because they don't have information really anywhere. They've got Lency just periodically checking over towards brackets, so they have somewhat a little bit of control. But if he goes down, which he doesn't,
yeah,
that could have been a big problem. That kill is huge.
But if he does get the kill and gets out of there, that will lure them actually into a false sense of security. They've rotated the third player in towards the B bomb side. That's working out better for Glorious. They don't realize it, but they have a 4v2 in towards the A bomb side. Only issue is you don't really have too much time to work with. You need to be quick. And Lency, this is great timing to deploy that smoke in towards the pit. There's 15 seconds.
He can just play around it. Now he's just calling the rotations in. Rigi just trying to get onto the site, but he's completely blinded by the flashbangs. And Lenzi is giving himself up, but just keeping himself alive in this position is great. They have to go clear him out here. They can't be comfortable on this bomb site unless he is dead, and Koala will deal with him. Now this round might just be done. Might just be a little bit too far gone. Detroit spots Reversive looking the wrong way and is going to punish him. This is the save from Crew. Nice protocols there from Crew, I suppose, you know, especially that defensive smoke to make sure that you're not going to be mollied straight away. But what it came down to really was the flash blinding the player on the site. He goes down, and when it's just a solo player in pit up against 4 others, man, what can you really do? You can try and stay alive for as long as possible by time for the rotations, but in this case, they were just a little bit too far away.
Yeah, in this situation, they played out the round really nicely. All right, I told we were gonna get another baby shark. I've been traumatized after seeing that Night 2 clip all over Twitter. I'm sorry.
And I love Night 2 as well, but that made me just hate him a little bit.
It's traumatizing. You know what that is? That is unjust towards every single Counter-Strike parent that is watching the game or playing the game or whatever to escape the life of just waking up and listening to Baby Shark for 20 hours per day. It's just so unjust towards all those people. Imagine you're a father of a 3-year-old baby, which is the most beautiful thing in the world. Don't misunderstand me, but you're forced to listening to Baby Shark at least 6 hours per day. You don't want to be listening to it while you're playing CS as well. Or watching.
Big's gonna have to be watching the rest of this round play out through his teammates' eyes as aggression towards middle. Dropped by the Mexi player. Glories are getting aggressive here towards Banana. Lovely angle here, as you can see on the approach. Glories are beginning to make their way in. Reversive needs to stop at least the first. Laser is going to strike next, and now the molly is going to make things a little bit scary for the CTs, but they managed to get away unscathed. I say that. Reversive just about alive on 14 HP, but is in a position that he can still do some damage. They have forced him back. They've kept him at bay. Good flashbang, no peek. Reversive is so low. He's going to wait for the contact here. A Laser who's just going to be instantly cleared out, and now Reversive saying, no, I need to wait for my teammates. I cannot afford to get into a fight right now.
Yeah, and he can wait. I mean, Ataraxia's got an AWP. He's not going to spot anything, but he's got a smoke. He's got a flash. They have a nade, and Reversive actually does decide to go for the kill, and this is big, but Hap answers back with a double. And now it's all up to Lenzi. Is he ready for the third player coming in from CT? Doesn't look like it. He's expecting him to come in from Banana. Lenzi takes his time. There was a chance for Hap to solidify himself as the hero of the round and get that third, but Lenzi stands tall, picks up the AWP, then Crew pick up their second.
Yeah, it's not been all bad and all doom and gloom for Crew, right? I mean, they are showing some promising signs, but because of the 4-1 lead, the 5-1 start that Glories have had, they're just going to have to do this the hard way through this first half, in terms of always up against the buy, ops in the equation, and just plenty of util. But really good job there, especially towards top Banana, knowing how long to hold on for, finding those kills, and knowing when it's time to leave as well, which is very important. So far, these last 3 rounds, we have gone round for round. So if we're going off that, this should be a glorious one for sure. But Crew are going to try everything to make sure that that doesn't happen. Nades ready into Banana once again. No damage done, but just making Glories respect them here.
Ooh, that's a good nade. Doesn't actually do that much damage, but oh, has that been heard? I wonder. Koala doesn't seem to react to it. They have no idea that there's aggressive CTs, and Koala's already cleared that out. This could be a bit of a surprise. He could be going down for nothing here, and this is going to be massive. Koala just holding in towards the balcony, but are they ready for that potential push? There goes the kill. Riggy gets that one. Are you ready for the second player, though? Look at Lenzi. This is so big. He can go all the way in towards T-spawn, and in 1 minute, they're going to start making their way back. This is such a massive play. Riggy just needs to stay alive in towards A.
If you've util on B, this is your time to drop it. Reversive needs to get that smoke down right now, delay them even further, but he's expecting a Molotov in here. Yeah, decides Yeah, get that smoke down, but they're still going to come through it. They're not going to respect it here. They are waiting for the flashbangs, just trying to spot him out. Lenzi is still on the flank here, but he has to kind of get a move on. Doesn't want to give up the play too quickly, and still in a really good position, but he has to push past that smoke that his teammate just put up. 25 seconds. Ninja's just holding the bomb, trying to find the perfect spot to plant. Here comes the CT though, but Lenzi dropped. That was the difference maker in the round, maybe. 3 players stuck on the site, and all of them pretty much to the right side, especially if the pool player falls. Ninjas needs to find his kill, and does. Here comes the retake from Laser. Spotted out. Atraxia looking for the op to connect. Here comes the swing. Ninjas is trying to do it all here, as it's down to just Laser. A pistol in hand. He's out of bullets in the rifle, and he's just being tagged up. Ninja's just toying with him right now. Detroit not moving, and what a round from Glories. They have somehow managed to pull that one off. Nothing went right for Crew there.
Yeah, this is absolutely magical there. The fact that Galores are able to run away with this round, and if you're a Crew, you're just feeling so hard done by it. You played the perfect round of Counter-Strike, double aggression in towards the apartments. You get that kill. You have one player pushing in towards T-spawn. Ataraxia is ready for the flank in towards A. You know exactly what's going on, but then the flank couldn't really come into play. He had to push through a CT smoke that was too late to delay him, right? And it was that little moment of hesitation. Deploy the smoke or save it up for a Molotov. He doesn't throw it in the right time, throws it half a second later than ideal, and they end up losing the round. I mean, you look at the money of Galores, by the way. This is not looking like the money of a team that's 6-2 up on the T side, and those rounds are still being so close. Laser, once again, pushing in towards the deep banana extremities, getting away with a kill. AK as well. And rotations going in towards the A-bomb side. This one is really dangerous.
Yeah, that 5-7 needed to find more though. Atraxia picks up now from behind the site. It's all about how much he can get. Wants to just try and play around the angles here. Oh, that's not as clean as he maybe would have wanted. And he's just going to be mollied and burned out. Oh, there was chances, Ted. There was so many chances there for Crew. But unfortunately, doesn't go their way. Bomb will go down. And Laser, yeah, I think cooler heads do prevail in this one as he retreats. 7-2. Much better performance from Glory so far on Inferno. But this is what we were expecting. We were expecting to see them come with everything on this map, as they have proven in the past. I believe they've only lost it twice in the 5 times they've played it here at the RES across all competitions.
Yeah, and they've played in all of the RESs as well.
Yeah.
One of the few teams that has actually played in every single one. Of course, making semifinals last time, gonna be difficult to topple considering the teams that we have on offer here, but that also means that they have plenty of RES points for the leaderboard, which is always going to be interesting for a team like Galores. You don't really need to win the tournament, if I'm not mistaken, to actually qualify for the LAN. Making finals could be enough for you. I believe they were able to get 25 points last time around. I'm not sure what the standing is looking like as of right now, but so they did get 25 points. They need
to win the event.
All right.
To even have a chance and hope that a few teams don't pick up points. It's definitely not an ideal situation, an ideal scenario for them. But it was due to the fact that yes, they have played in all the events, but they got grouped in the first 2. So that semi-final performance was great, but unfortunately they left themselves with too much to do, it would seem. I mean, if they pull it off and end up winning this, I mean, I'll take my hat off to them for sure. But they need to focus on getting through this game. It's going to be very difficult in the position that they're already in. They've already lost the opening game. They're already a map down. And if Crew manage to start putting some things together here, this could really get away from them. This conversation would be worth absolutely nothing. Atraxia just clears out Hap. Reverse finds that kill as well. Oh, that's a lovely jiggle bait to spot out Koala in towards Mexi. Surely they're just going to double swing him. One is the only one needed. And Laser making a few steps, waiting for the upper to get closer. Detroit just running him down. Ninjas though back turned right into Rigi. And now it's a 1 versus 3 to try and save the day for the upper.
Yeah. Flash deployed. hasn't heard his steps, and Riggy's already repositioning. He knows that the Oper's up close. Detroit, time is not really on his side. Might have to commit to the bomb plant to secure money. He's actually going to give it a first tap, but Riggy's not buying it. There's the second one. This time is the stick. Molotov goes in. Bomb plant confirmed. Detroit should be going down straight away. It's a miracle that he's able to actually pull off a shot there, but doesn't quite connect. So finally a third round on the board for Crew. And you know what? You were spot on. I was just able to get my hands on the rankings, and actually it is nearly impossible for them to qualify, which is not great. Of course, for those of you that are unaware, the team that wins gets 100 points for first place. So a team that has started this final and fourth edition of the RUS with no points has no chance of qualifying, because we have Fluxo at number 1 with 140, and then we have MIBR number 2 with 115, Team Solid as well with 115, Imperial with 100. So you have 4 teams that are already in triple digits, and then you have the Red Canids, Case, Bestia, and La Ruguneta hoping for the best. Well, La Ruguneta not really anymore, but everybody else is playing in this one.
Flash in. This is trying to be a fast play up towards B. Reverser's going to get all that info and worry Laser a lot. He's asking for a rotation over here. Glories are getting set up. Here it comes. Pop into the site. And if Crew can hold on to this, this would be massive. Atraxia is trying to just set up his teammate for success. Hap's head's going to be spotted. He gets dinked. Tries to tuck himself away. The dink isn't going to be enough. But Lency, with that kill through the smoke, is that an opportunity on the horizon now for Crew? Yeah, it's unconfirmed damage though, isn't it? They might have heard 1 or 2 dinks, but do they know how low 2 players actually are? Rigi's got all this utility, and if he puts it in the right places, maybe this could be huge. Ninja's sat in the corner. Rigi surely going to clear this one out, but all it comes down to is the headshot doesn't look the right way. Koala sitting on the site. Ninja's towards Banana, and no util left on this CT side. That plan goes out the window. They need to find these kills, and they need to find them quickly, but Koala shuts down Lency. Great shot from Atraxia, but time is not his friend right now, trying to run away off that site, and Ninjas is not going to allow it. Glories will have 8, but everybody falls.
Yeah, everybody falls, but once again, Crew are able to play out the perfect round. Again, they have the information, they have the rotations, they even get the first couple kills, but it's Rigi just overlooking his angle and towards the sandbags, right? If he doesn't overlook this angle, he gets a free kill 100%. That player was low on HP. It all comes down to one player clearing out his angle, and the fact that he doesn't, the fact that he just assumes there's going to be no one. He just thought they were going to be trying to play this one together, the tease, and they were in a way, but after getting that first one. And now I guess it's a fair statement to make. An 8-3, potentially 9-3, doesn't tell the whole story of how competitive this Inferno has been so far.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all, man. Because crew have been in this game. They've definitely had chances, but
low.
1. None more. And that's Lency spot out towards long. Nade, peek coming in maybe. Sees nothing towards short. They're going to retake this though. Glory is not comfortable on the site, and if they go quickly, Crew, they could really just get in the faces and spoil the fun. 4 wouldn't be perfectly, in a perfect world, what you'd want on a CT side of Inferno, but it would be a whole lot better than 3. As the T's continue to put down the util to try and hold on. It's a triple retake from short coming in. And they're spotting out players. They've got mollies to flush the pit player out of position. And Lency spotting Hulks, trying to drop him, take him down. Rigi now getting in on the action from the apartments. And he's the man that is finding all the kills. And he is the only one without a weapon. A primary weapon, that is. He finally gets his hands on one, but it's only an SMG. As the crossfire are just being picked apart. Crew need to get on this bomb with Rigi right now. He'll sprint over. Yes, they do.
Oh,
he's got a kit.
Alright.
And Crew will have 4. It was close though. Ooh. It was getting a little bit worrisome. And no kit, the round would have been done. But luckily, they came prepared. 4 rounds, Ted. And I'm going to ask it, do you think this is doable?
I mean, it could be if they get a good start. I didn't spot the kit, by the way. That was on the player that fell down in towards the apartments. It was the solo A player that had the kit. So yeah, Rigi had to make his way throughout the apartments to pick that one up, and still able to get away with a massive double kill there. Question if it's doable though. I mean, it's quite a difficult one. You're kind of throwing me under the bus with this one. I will say, if they do get their first best round of the series and don't get forced back straight up in the second round, I will say I think it is doable. Yeah, I don't think Crew have looked too bad on that Inferno. I think a lot of rounds that they probably felt like they had to convert, they were not able to. Yeah, I am giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Glory's perfect pistol record, if it holds up here, they'll be well on their way to maybe sealing this Inferno and getting us onto a nuke. But Crew right now gonna rein in that util towards top banana. Glories do not want to relinquish the control of it. Hoax was trapped and forced into that fight anyway, but the rest of Glories have to back up and back away. So much utility bought from the T's. One flash is all that remains, and it goes high over the site. Detroit is going to be waiting to swing on in and do some damage, but both players fall, and only a single kill between the pair of them.
Yeah, and you know one is coming in from the CT side position. You spotted the trajectory of the flash, and look at that. Look at the setup and towards the back of the side, too, towards Dark. One new box. The CTs would have loved the Molotov or an HE right now, but they have neither.
That's in a perfect world. This crossfire should be too difficult to deal with. You've already spotted out both of them. You know where they are. You just need to peek them together. And Hap can only claim one. 2 pistols, not enough to take down the 2 Glocks. As Crew win their first and most important pistol of the game so far.
Wow. All right. That wasn't clean towards the end of it. I mean, throughout the entire time, I was wondering whether they were going to use those Molotovs in the HE to get top banana control, or they were holding on for the execution. It was the right choice to actually go for the util. We were, obviously they couldn't, but we could see the triple setup from the CTs in towards top banana, and if they just tried to dry walk into the drill Berettas of 3 players, it would have been fairly dangerous. It was a great pistol round though for Crew, and as we pointed out, they have been instantly starting every single half so far with a big handicap in the form of dropping pistols, dropping conversions each and every half so far of the game. So this is a great time to try and keep this one competitive, especially if you're able to avoid that stack in towards the A-bomb site. A triple tower in towards long, one lonely Zeus in towards the apartments. In the hands of Koala. Sadly though, I think Reversive just gets sent on a scouting mission in towards B, and the moment that he spots out just one USB, they probably just call into play.
Oh, he's still alive somehow. You've taken the site.
I mean, he is a ninja, technically.
Technically. We've already seen him pull off some sneaky plays.
Sure.
But I don't think he's going to be able to ninja the bomb, so he is just going to not even give them any kills, which is, I mean, respectable as well, if you want to just hold on to the USPs, because those MAC-10s are just money makers, and you don't want the economy to flourish. It is very difficult to stop regardless, but anything extra would just be a bonus here. Ooh.
Does that mean that Koala likes eucalyptus? Because koalas do like eucalyptus, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That sounds like something I've heard before, definitely.
Right. It's a pretty specific thing, by the way. I'm surprised how I was able to remember the name of the tree. You know why? I'm gonna let you Google that. Just Google rainbow eucalyptus. That's one of the most beautiful trees you see. It's really interesting.
I'll Google it now, but all I'm going to say is thankfully nobody can see me trying to even spell that word, first of all, because I'm definitely about to make a hames of it, but
you want some help with it?
No, I got it.
All right. It's all about the vibe, you know. You spell it how it feels. Eucalyptus. So far, Glorious have been trying to spell went around on the CT side with a vibe, but it hasn't really been working out that much. First buy round for them though, and look at that. It's going to be a quick apps pop. Koala's post the flash. Here's the first player. He's been spotted out though. Utility is perfect. He's all alone in towards the A-bomb side. Hap can't do anything about it. He's gonna try and swing through the smoke to support, but if he goes down, the round is over, and Hap is all alone towards the back of the side now. He needs something magical. There's the first one. Gets spotted out. Things coming in. There's no way he finds anything out of this round. This one is over. Galoris needs to save.
Great call from Crew, and once again, it's going back to the same old thing that we always talk about when there's an apartment spot, right? Once you stop, or once you let that first player out, when it doesn't matter if he jumps towards pit, if he jumps towards short, it's a big problem because they're just so close to you, and you know you can't stop the rest of them. Now that was a little bit different, I suppose, though, right? Because Crew, they sent one person out and they slowed it down. Once they spotted out the pit player, they mollied, double naded him just to make sure that they got him out of the round. And once your pit player falls, when you're on the site, you can see how uncomfortable it is in that situation. 7 rounds now for Crew. They're getting a little bit aggressive on the hunt here. I don't think they're going to be able to find anyone, though. So
I prefer that, by the way.
Yeah, I do as well. You don't want to do too much damage to your economy. And I did actually Google that. And do you know what it actually looks like? That rainbow eucalyptus tree? Do you know when you're at like a petrol station, or when you're filling up your car?
It does look like
an oil slick in a puddle.
Oil when it's really sunny or in the rain.
Yeah.
It does a little bit, but I think it's beautiful that Mother Nature can create something like that. You know what? It could be a little bit poisonous, but you can use it for medicine as well.
Oh, any medicine for that? What does the doctor prescribe for all those HGs and a B rush?
This round is so over. Actually,
they don't
scale up. I mean, they don't know Ninjas was all alone, right? As much as you know, you spot the AVP in towards the top banana position. So it could be an educated guess that there could be 2 more players in towards the back of this. So I don't mind that from Crew right now. I actually like it. It is probably the more intelligent approach. Like 9 out of 10 times when you see the open towards B early on in the round, there would be 2 rifles towards the back of the side to support him. So they decide to slow it down. Unconfirmed damage on Ninjas, but Galoris have made a massive gamble to play with 3 in towards that A bomb side, and it might pay off.
Yeah, they're going to send one player on the wrap here. That HE should dunk on at least one of them. Molly towards the apartments. Pistols now are going to strike in unison, and this is where it gets away from you. This is where it gets very scary indeed. And just waiting on the other side of that smoke. He's going to come through on a timing reversive. Oh, his teammate helps him out there. Attracts it with a monstrous kill. Molly burning Hap. Yeah, he won't get out of there with his life. He's just going to tank all that damage, though, somehow still standing. And now it's down to reversive. How is this falling apart here for Crew? This was meant to be one that they were going to take every day of the week, and reversive is just waiting for the peek out of the pistols, getting involved in fights maybe they shouldn't. They're just buying time right now. Reversive tries to swing on through, and it's Hap on the back of the site. The 5-7s come away with all the success in the world, and Crew are going to be kicking themselves that they don't just convert that one.
Yeah, I mean, that was one that they played in the right way, but from our perspective, it feels like they overcomplicated it, right? You do so much damage, you kill the Oper with the U2, you tag down the second B player to 25 HP, you go back to the A bomb site into a pistol stack. I can't start a conversation of Hap staying alive, by the way. If you're Crew there, you're just breaking your monitor right now. You can't believe it. You molly Hap out of position, you can hear him burning, and then the Molotov just goes away. One tick away from death for Hap, and that could have made the round doable. He gets away with a double from the back of the side. A huge pickup from the 5-7s. Another buy coming up for Galoris. And this could be the change of the tempo here. This could be the change that Galoris needed. Cruz, though, still pretty much, or very much, in touching distance. Just 2 away from leveling things up, and Ninjas has been left all alone towards B, down to 45 HP. And in an up-close angle. Now, it is a bit of a relief to see him open up the distance, but this is still not looking bad, especially if Reversive catches Hoax on the fate of the smoke.
Yeah, but Hap's already found the kill. Oh, Hoax has spotted him. Oh, he's just fighting with him. And look at the amount of damage he's after doing to Atraxia there as well. Dropping that molly, that's going to force it back even further. Oh, Crew. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. You need to do some damage to the CTs here. There's one.
They're ready for a second. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
yes, they are laser focused. Laser.
That's a B player though. Do you realize it?
Yeah, you do.
Yep. There's the goal. That's perfect. All posted in towards the top car position. Detroit flashed off the angle. I think they realized it though. One flash, there's no one in towards top banana. Surely you get a read into it.
Detroit stops the first on entry though. That's absolutely huge. That HE could do a lot of damage to Atraxia if he's not careful. They're going to try and put this bomb down. Detroit just making absolutely no secrets about this position. Koala fast up banana here as well. They need to take the fight versus the Opera here. Atraxia is going to fall, and now Lenzi has to get aggressive. Just couldn't get anything done there. Bomb plant out of that situation and 2 kills. Yes, that's going to be a great bonus to crew, but close rounds are not going to help you. They are not going to be your friend. If you wanted to own this series, you need to start converting some of these rounds, but it just all went wrong in the early beginnings. But fair play for crew to actually get the correct read into that site. It's just unfortunate how the fight's played out.
Yeah, I mean, in the majority of the rounds, I would say that mid-rounding from crew has been pretty decent, by the way. They've had good reads on the situations, but again, individuals from Glorious have been bailing them out time and time again. This time, the Opera able to get away with the kill, fall back, of course, great defense in towards that A-bomb side as well. Hoax and Hab, both of them have been having great games. Back to B we go, though, and again, this time, though, is going to be a lot quicker. A lot of HEs, not so much damage, but Lenzi finds the opening. Down goes Hoax, and this should be the round. You need to call it off.
Yeah, look, a deep CT smoke as well, so they're going to get all that control.
Oh, it feels like it's 2021 CSGO days once again, baby. Remember the day when actually there was some teams that had that round. It was an anti-eco towards the B bomb side to take it like that, where you just smoke on you smoke on the stairs of the bomb side. You go for the deep smoke and you take the side from ruins.
Yeah, we used to call it race car because it was so quick and you just couldn't stop it.
Just to get in some context, as in Jack means Viperio.
Viperio at the time, I think we were Coalesce at the time. Way back when,
Yeah, you were, yeah. And for those of you that are from South America, UK Counter-Strike, don't be bothered. Well, Irish Counter-Strike, technically.
Hey, look, they made it to an Ormore. All right, so
yeah. No, not they. You.
No.
Okay,
that was all them. That was all them.
That was the post-Jack benching success story.
Exactly. They just needed to get rid of the problem. They needed to.
When in doubt, kick him out.
Yeah, literally. You just remember, teams, you're always just one kick away from greatness. Crew, just a few rounds away from greatness.
I bet this was what Furio was thinking.
Yeah. Nah, too soon, man.
Right, sorry.
Way too soon. Now, you're not expecting to see a tee up that aggressive that soon, are you? Reversive. So in the faces of the CTs, but Ninja is actually going to punish both of them, himself and Laser. Laser wasn't even the one he was focusing on. But still, the man that falls first, and crew, after all that success in the last round, this one has started so horribly for them. Kinda just got aggressive up towards Banana there, Ted, and it just kind of stopped, got too afraid of the util. There was no real support for Reversive with the flashes, and got caught in between a few mines, I think.
That might have been one of the situations in which you've been forcing them away from Banana so successfully so far that you just assumed you were going to be able to take it for free here, or almost for free. Didn't work out. Glorious, though, still have just 2 players in towards the back of the B-bomb site. Technically, there might be a chance to bounce back into the round, but the Opera's already rotated in. This is nearly impossible.
This high-low is going to be crazy.
Through a smoke as well.
Oh, he kills both! Oh, what Atraxia. Okay. That is ridiculous. How has he got both of them? And Detroit. Okay, there's no way that this is how you lose the round. Atraxia just going to be caught walking towards CT. Has to take a risk now to jump towards Banana as he gets aggressive, tries to get ahead of the play. And you could hear my reaction. I am going to need to see that if we have a replay, because Oh my lord. The fact he's killed both there, I would have given them the round win just off those 2 kills. Let's see it once again. Oh my dear God. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful, Ted. They deserve more out of that from that play alone. The fact that they get a bomb plant out of that situation and nobody falls to that high-low, Glories are definitely going to be pulling their hair out if they lose that. But they're very thankful that Detroit has just cut down 2 of them pretty much for free.
I'm still speechless, by the way. I'm speechless that you hit a spray transfer like that and you still lose the round. I mean, I know that's the only thing that makes it possible for you to get a bomb plan and the only thing that guarantees money, but come on. We're gonna get a reset, by the way, ladies and gents, in case you're wondering what's going on. But come on, how is he not able to win the round on the back of this? I almost feel bad, man. That was so sick. That was incredible. That might have been the single double kill of the game so far. Without a doubt, actually.
Oh, without,
I say
man,
might.
probably the best double kill of the tournament, mate.
Yeah, that was so sick.
Like,
and you know what? It's unlucky that he doesn't even get into a 1v2. He doesn't even get into a position where he can make it look reasonably doable. If his teammates get 1 kill,
yeah,
and he's in a 1v2, I'm favoring him every day of the week. You're in the zone after getting a double like that.
that was ridiculous. Like the way he's done that, like that is so difficult to do.
Oh yeah,
by
the way, this is source. It's not 1.6. Yeah. It's my bad. I might have said it was 1.6. It is source. In my defense, I've never played source, by the way. Have you played source?
Source was my first Counter-Strike game.
Oh,
but I
really?
didn't really play
They
it all
had source
that
in
much.
1965.
I didn't really play it all that much though, unfortunately. Didn't actually play a lot of CS2. I actually bought CS2, and then never, like, I played it like once or twice, and then was like, yeah, nah, this game's like too difficult. And then all of a sudden,
Sounds like a skill issue.
started playing in like 2013, 2014, and then just, fell in love with it.
I mean, you say I bought CSGO, I didn't really play, and then I started in 2013. I mean, the game came out in 2012.
Yeah, but I bought it like...
You bought it when it came, as soon as it came out.
I think it was summer 2012, or maybe it was sometime in 2012, but I only started really playing towards like the end of like 2013, maybe August 2013.
Right. It's still a lot earlier than when I started. I mean, I started at, I don't know, 2016, 17.
I remember
I'm a late bloomer.
I remember I got it on sale for €5 at the time.
Sure.
Best €5
I got it for 14. I paid everything. The whole package.
Way back when Steam used to have those mad sales for like summer and Christmas, like when everything was like super,
I think that's why I have
cheap.
1.6, by the way, because I bought it for like €1.
Yeah.
Which is cheaper than 2 bus tickets in Bulgaria.
A no-brainer.
Well, back to the swing of things we go. A couple close calls for crew, but in the end of the day, they at least have enough cash. Now, a lot of util damage early on, once again inflicted onto the T's. The Lowers have done a great job. What are people... What? They're chasing each other around with knives out. Jack saved me.
Oh, we're deep into LATAM territory right now, Ted. That's all I'm gonna say. We are definitely here. And I'm loving
Amazon forest. Here we are.
Detroit stops at least that first play. Ninjas is in a whole world of trouble. This is a big risk being taken by crew. Ninjas is not expecting this that quickly if they just want to continue to contact in. But this time they throw a flash laser. Manages to drop him without taking a single bullet of damage. He was 12 HP. 1 bullet would have done. HE doesn't do anything. Nade's open the smoke, but they still spot nothing from it. CT's getting into position to try and retake. This is a big kill. If Atraxia can find it, he spots him out, but goes a little bit too early. Lenzy's going back now to help him as Koala.
They can call it off.
Yeah, he's just trying to cause a little bit of a distraction. But Kalori say, no, we want no part in this.
Yeah, you know what? This was actually... I mean, you're looking at the CT Thumbo or the T Thumbo, the first couple bullets, you're thinking this is dangerous. The CT there was just trying to get a first early kill, and as long as he doesn't, they call it off, but the exit damage is perfect. Koala's gonna mold him down. They get all the kills. True. Crew get the round, but they don't have anything to show for it. Just the round on the board. No one's surviving. Look at that T-side economy. This was perfect by Galoris. It's a round that they lose, but really in the big concept of things, it's a round that they win. Look at the money on the T side. It's gone.
Yeah, but still, if they win this round, it doesn't really matter all that much because Glories will be in a sticky situation with their economy as well. Laser going to take top banana control very quickly, and Glories are going to maybe try and contest it just a little bit later on. Retake util, nades now being chucked, and Laser taking a little bit of damage, but still, they just hold on to it. There is a little bit of an investigation going on. Oh, what a nade that is. Flash in. Ninja's going to try and get ahead of it. He's not going to be completely blinded by it. And that's 2 kills to the good. Make that 3. Glory's back with a bang in this round. And Lency and Ataraxia, I don't see a route or a possibility of them clutching this one up. And they might already be calling it a day.
Yeah, now's the time to press tab and look at the money situation. You gotta save. Get comfortable, ladies and gents. We're in for 50 seconds of nothingness as Galores are going to make their way up to 12 rounds. Crew have to hold on to those 2 rifles. This is going to be about everything that you're going to have in the next round of action in terms of premium rifles, that is. Lost bonus stacking up for maybe a cheeky Galil and laser as well. Best case scenario. Nothing more than that, though. And now you're starting to feel like you've just missed out on your opportunity to close this one out, right? You're looking at 9-12. You remember all those close rounds that Glorious was able to steal away from Crew. The Argentinians could be feeling a little bit hard done. I mean, I don't want to write them off still because they've been able to make a lot of those rounds a lot closer than what they should have been. And it hasn't been a bad inferno from the Argentinians by any means, but Glorious now just need 1. And on the back of winning a clean round as well, your confidence is going to be on an all-time high for sure. And going back to what I said there with the cheeky Galil, what was I talking about? I mean, Laser doesn't even have the money for that. He's going to barely have enough for a Tech 9, armor, and some utility. They need a miracle.
Yeah, they do. They need these AKs to really pack a punch. Laser has no other option but to respect that util here. What's the play going to be? Looking to try. Oh, waiting and Atraxia. Right. What a shot that is. Reversive is going to try and get closer and get his hands on that up. It's a big risk if he goes through that smoke. Smokes off towards long. HE should take away a little bit of his health. But now he's going to walk on through safely. Look at banana push. It's coming in. But the CTs, or the T's, excuse me, they're already past the smoke. And well, Atraxia is going to go down as he goes back through it. Crew realise the situation that they're in. If they're going to go to A, they need to go quickly. But the Raptor B could be on as well.
Yeah, did they see 1 or 2 players? This is the question. I think they've seen only 1, but this is a great read. It's perfect. Host is going to be left all alone. Ninjas is still going into our second middle. They don't realize that Host is going to be all alone. He needs to hold out against 4 people.
There's absolutely no way. He might be good for 1 in this position, but they're so far away from him right now. He's hearing the steps and realizing the trouble that he's in. As Flash comes in, they take a lot of time now to actually just make sure that banana presence is not going to be a problem. Jumping onto the site, Laser goes down, but Rigi and Lency are going to hold on with those kills. 35 seconds, and Galoris shouldn't have a way back into this round. Koala, he gets Rigi off the bomb. And now, this is round on here for the CTs. Hap moves into position. Koala has the kit.
That's the kill.
Hap falls. Reversive looking to hold on. Koala in a 1 versus 2. Reversive will hit both of them though. And the Opper, well, not even the Opper, but the makeshift Opper gets it done.
Yeah, I mean, it's Atraxia to get the opening. He is the opener on the AK to get the first kill, and then Reversive picks it up and finds a double. That was a great reaction from Crew once again. I'm a little bit surprised that they wanted to plant the bomb like that, by the way. I guess you get that early kill through the smoke, and then you're just assuming that you had the timing. There was another smoke to deploy in towards CT if you wanted to be a little bit safer to plant towards the back of the fountain. A little bit risky there, but they still make it work. Look at that from Hap. Glorious, they're gonna go aggressive. Hap is not all alone. He's got the support, but they've been spotted out. Flash is perfect though, doesn't make a difference.
Well, it's the first time they've called around like this, and it looks to be working out. Rigi tries to go back and get a little bit of control in middle by peeking up through Mexi, but
Look at
they've
Hoax.
already lost a lot. Hoax, is he going to be seen?
Did they see him? They didn't spot him. They have no idea.
They're pushing though all around the map.
Oh my goodness. They're hearing this for sure. Atraxia is gonna get that kill. If no reverse, if actually goes for the peak, but they still don't know about the player in Mexico. Might not make a difference. They're already in towards the A-bomb side.
Oh, Rigi. Back turn. Ninja shuts him down. Atraxia. How's your clutching ability? Clearing the site. Doesn't expect to see nothing. But he has done it. He's getting that bomb down. And Glories are going to move into position. They just need to trade him out. It's a singular op on the site, trapped in the corner, and everybody retaken from short and apartments. Hoax just making sure that he's not going to get up, and Crew are not going to get up on this map at all. It's a good attempt. Glories are going to be able to put the finishing touches on it though, and a 13-10 means that we will head onto a nuke to decide this. An elimination game going the distance, Ted. We absolutely love it.
Yeah, you can't write a better script, right? I mean, Crew were still able to make it much closer than what we anticipated. And I think that was what we were talking about when we mentioned the benefit of the doubt, right? Those guys have been playing some solid CS so far for a team that has barely any officials on HLTV. I feel like you could be feeling a little bit hard done by the fact that you weren't able to steal it away in the end. You're looking at some of the 1vx situations. You're looking at that Atraxia round where he gets that insane double spray down, and the fact that they're not able to convert it over the line. There was a couple of those in the mix, but still, Glorious able to take us to distance. Third and final map coming out right after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are sending this one into a bit of a pause, and we're going to be right back to find out which one of those two teams will keep on fighting and which one will get eliminated as the first team to get eliminated from the final LATAM RES Regional Series.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
Welcome back, folks. Elimination on the line as we get into our third and final map of the first series of the day, Jack, here at the RES Regional Series for Latin America. Now, we've been through a lot so far in this tournament. We've been through a lot so far in this entire circuit, but this game of Glorious and Crew has delivered on multiple occasions so far. Crew starting us off with a really surprising good performance on Ancient, a clean victory over the big favorites of Glorious, and then on Inferno that we might have anticipated to be a little bit cleaner from the perspective of the Brazilians. They still end up converting, but Crew did give them a fight for their money. Going into Nuke, though, what are our expectations, and can we really expect anything from that Nuke, considering that, again, it is a map that we haven't seen too much of Crew on?
Yeah, we can. I mean, if we're just looking at Inferno, we didn't really see a lot from them on that map, and they still make it really competitive. We have seen Crew actually play Nuke. 13-8 versus Pain is still, it's a pretty. Yeah, it's not close, but you do make it at least competitive. You don't just get rolled over. You don't get stomped. The only problem was really Crew started on the CT side and only picked up 4 rounds, which really kind of put them on the back foot. Their T side, though, was promising as they, managed to win 4. Unfortunately, just left themselves with a little bit too much to do on that T side. But Glories aren't Pain. So that's one thing that they have going for them. And I've been really impressed with what I've seen from Crew today. Glories have really struggled, to be honest, with just keeping up with them, keeping them off. I think they underestimated them massively on Ancient, and I think that's what went against them. And then they felt all the pressure, they felt all the pain, all the hurt on Inferno, had to fight tooth and nail to really get that one over the line. And I'm expecting more of the same. I'm expecting something really close, really competitive, and I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm an Argentinian fan for the day. I think Crew Esports might be able to get it done.
All right, that's a bold statement. I feel like if we want to be as honest as possible, as unbiased as possible, I think you can make a fair point that Glorious so far has shown that they have the better players individually, but then on the other side you have a Crew team that has looked a bit more structured, that has looked a bit more reactive. I feel like they have been playing the cleaner Counter-Strike, but again, Glorious, with the sheer amount of firepower that you have, you're never going to be overlooked as a team that can make this really competitive. Now, you pointed out we've seen that one nuke from Crew, and that was a 13-8 loss to Pain, which I guess you can make of it what you will. Pain is a pretty difficult team to play against. They were actually able to get a pretty close T side. In all fairness to them, first half on the CT side was a bit problematic. They were able to get only 4 rounds off of it. But then if you wanna look at the camp of Glorious, Nuke statistically has been a great map so far this year, but not in recent times. Not in the last 2 times that they've played it. Now, in their defense, one of them was against Case and the other against MIBR, but picking up 9 rounds combined in those 2 maps is surely not going to do a whole lot for your confidence. Again, another perspective that you can look at, this is actually their most played map so far in the RES. They've played it 7 times in those tournaments. This is their 8th, and they've just dropped it 3 times. So getting 4 wins, losing it 3 times. Their 3 losses, though, pretty one-sided. You're looking at the 2-13 from the Sharks and 7-13 twice from MIBR in different, of course, iterations of the tournament, different seasons. What I'm trying to say here, usually you get a coin flip with Glorious and Nuke. It's either going really well or it's going really bad. There's no middle ground there. They're either going to dictate the pace and just run over you and make you feel uncomfortable and make you feel like it's impossible to get a read and get a hold of what they're doing on that T side, or they will just be running at you and you're just going to be having a field day. So yeah, if you're Crew, you're probably hoping for the second one, hoping for option 2. You know what, by the way, because you gave me your prediction before I even asked you to, smartass. But I'm gonna I'm gonna put you in the spotlight. Give me a precise score. I want a score prediction.
Precise score.
Yeah.
13-9.
Exact score line. All right.
I gotta write it down as well, just to make sure.
All right. We got a 13-7 for crew production prediction, by the way.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Fast pistol to start things off. Glory's going to try and get down secret. Lency is going to be trying and waiting, lining up a headshot through the smoke, but easier said than done as Glory's get past unscathed. No fast rotation down the vent. The fast rotation has come down just above the site. Laser needs to get into a position that he can at least find a few kills, and he's got one. Looking for the player towards Stubble, still staying alive as the T's are yet to make their way out on this bomb site, but Laser needs some help as bomb should be planted now here with ease, but here comes the flank from Secret that wasn't accounted for. A messy pistol to start things off, but Atraxia pivots with the Julies to shut down two. There's the bomb dropped in the middle of sight, and Koala now in a situation where he has to go absolutely nuclear.
Yeah, he would have loved to have a bomb plant to work with right now. Quite unfortunate, though. He needs to pick it up and look for the fights. That's a good thing to start things off with. Riggy, low on HP, but look at the setup right now. Ataraxia is playing on top of the bomb site itself, on top of the generator with the dual Berettas. This is an extremely difficult angle to deal with, especially when you have Lency just jiggling from the headshot of the box and Riggy ready to swing with a backstab. Koala, this looks unwinnable right now. It's just a game of timings, and I don't think you get them right here. There goes the peak. Swing should come in, and there it goes. Lency will close it out. Nearly a team ace here for crew as they pick up the city side pissed around. And you know what? Even though the rotation was and might have been a little bit slower, Laser did a whole lot of a good job there to get one kill and stay alive.
I was expecting him to be flushed out of that position way earlier on, but Glories, they were kind of caught in between two mines. You see that beautiful from the Julies to turn towards glass to find that second kill, but they were kind of caught within two mines if they wanted to fully commit out onto that bomb site or what they wanted to really do. And once Laser was in that position, you need to just swing him and try and get him out of there, but they were so afraid of the ramp presence that took an initial engagement and then just gave it up completely. So a little bit of a problem for Glories now. They have no money, so it's just the Glocks once again. And crew are just going to be hoping that they can get this round, avoid any slip-ups. And Rigi just aggressively facing. And he is in a nice position to find something. Run boost across. Hoax sliding with the Zeus. Oh. Alright, that would have been insane. That would have been absolutely crazy.
Team play of the year, by the way, if that works out. That would have been so cool. I think that might have been the first time I've seen that work. I've seen it being attempted like once or twice on pugs, but never on an official game. Yeah, unfortunately MP9 didn't get lured close enough there. And unfortunately most of the time you're not gonna see a CT get lured to play the close angle. Is quite an unorthodox way to approach that fight, but still. Ready to try. It was just a full-on eco. First buy round coming in for Glorious here. AKs of plenty. Yuta as well. You gotta get your foot on the gas pedal early on though, especially when we're playing that type of a bonus round with the 3 SMGs in the mix.
They're already getting across towards Secret here. Detroit with a great kill. Hoax taken down off the top of main, and Laser has to rotate down. Reversive already up close in the vent. Glories want to exploit outside, try and get down Secret. Ninjas making a little bit of noise. Timing it's everything. Here comes the swing. Oh, big problem. Everybody looking the one way, and you're just going to get punished for that. Detroit, luckily that nade doesn't land on him, but the bullets land flush. Koala, quick on a flank. It's been read into though. Laser, oh, knife out at the wrong time, but gives an early warning sign for Lency, who is in the vent. Rigi gets down closer, and crew are looking to hold on to the bomb and the round.
Oh, this is such a head scratcher right now if you're on the T side. All three of you looking towards the exact same angle, and Koala once again put in such a difficult position. Swing from the M4 is going to come in the time that the MP9 makes contact. They can even double peek him. This is going to work out perfectly. Koala still gets the first kill. It was a good attempt, but You were never gonna get away with too much out of this position. Lenzi shuts him down. The bonus round works out wonders. And you gotta feel like it all comes down to that one miss move, that one miss decision for everybody to look in towards the left-hand side. I know he gets just one kill, but the amount of damage was unbearable.
He could have got all 3 there from that situation.
I mean, he technically did, right? You get 1 kill and then you tag down 2 more players to below 30 HP.
They're going to try and get down the vent here with the bomb, and it will get down safely. Now, rotation is already going down from Laser, and the CTs are already realizing it. Bomb, oh, nearly taken down on the cross. Laser being held for. You do at least get a plant out of this situation, and it is proving difficult to deal with both of these pistols, even at the long range. Detroit is coming now behind you that you need to be a little bit worried about, especially if Rigi goes down. Rigi's been heard stepping surely. Laser trying to buy the time and sit in the corner. Detroit found out. Hoax, the last player standing on the site, and should be just swatted away. I say that. He is making a good go. There's 2 players very low, but again, Tech 9. Not the most ideal of weapons from in that scenario from long range, and even if it was, Reversive was coming out single, so I don't think there was any way that that round was going to go any differently. 4-0, Crew off to an incredible start, and it could get a whole lot better if this gun round goes their way as well.
Yeah, that's the definition of a flying start on the CT side. Even though the T's have been getting to pretty dangerous positions. I mean, this time around, you're probably not supposed to get away with a bomb plant out of this. You're probably not supposed to get 2 kills out of it. Still, Crew get it with 3 surviving. Money's not looking too terrible, but now because of the decision to put Ataraxia on an AVP, Laser is going to be down on cash. Going to be interesting to see how this one goes, though. You're spot on. This is the round that you need to make competitive if you're a Galoris, and you've already lost Detroit to the AVP of Ataraxia. I think we can officially start calling him Atraxia, by the way. It just rolls off the tongue much nicer.
Is always a problem with some of these names.
You want to prove that we're professionals. You know what? We are professionals. We are going to call him Ataraxia.
That's his name, Dad. We have to call him his name.
It is, yeah. I mean, you know what SDY's name is, but you don't call him the full name every single time, do you?
Sometimes. Depends what mood I'm in.
If you're in a cynical mood, then you you say all of it.
Well, one died early on in this round.
Nice.
Oh, Ataraxia caught it. Yeah, he caught a glimpse. Now, did he actually, though? Because nobody seems to be making a move and rotating down. They're still expecting this to be A here. So, Galoris might be able to get a bomb plant. Not really a lot of util to flush out these positions. It's down to Laser once again. And if he gets into buttons, if he gets into above the site, he's going to be a very difficult customer to deal with. Steps being heard. Laser getting into position. Top side needs to be cleared, but maybe not expecting him. He sprays down 2, and Koala needs to collect this bomb and try and put it down. Molly's behind him. Very nicely done, but they're just going to run through it. They're not going to respect you, and no bomb plant means this round is over. You need to make sure that you don't go down after time. Hap is going to get out of there above the vent. Koala's going to hope that nobody nades him down and nobody wall bangs him. He is safe, but definitely not sound. Crew on fire. We're only 5 rounds in.
Wow, there's the replay of the opening kill. I'm actually surprised that they weren't looking for Laser, by the way, because you catch Riggy off guard, you know that the Ram player is still alive. And they just completely overlook the possibility, right? They get the first kill. I guess not a quick enough flow of communication there, even if one person says it. The first 2 were just unaware of the possibility. Sets up Laser for a great double kill, and you know what? He's been extremely solid on those B defenses. There has been a fair amount of B rounds so far for Galoris, and most of them have been through Secret. And so far, so good for Laser. This time around, though, he might get tested from Ram's side. But it's not him. It's Atraxia with Diop. And he's not an easy customer to deal with.
Well, that flash is going to panic you a little bit as well. But, oh, what a shot. That is an insane flick there. Flash does nothing. He sees nobody walking on them. Reversive even drops Koala. Hoax gets down Secret, but this is pretty much worth nothing. Unless you can group up with your teammates or they can get down to you. What really can you do in this situation? And Lency is sat in the vent. So he's going to cut off that rotate down. He's going to actually even rotate up. And where do you go if you're Glorious here? You need Hoax to either cause a distraction or hope that his teammates find the entries. Both are looking extremely unlikely.
Yeah, you're just hoping for a misplay on the CT side right now, or for someone to go absolutely nuclear with kills that he's not supposed to get. I mean, it's so difficult for Host to get involved right now. Best case scenario, you just get that kill onto Laser, you make a whole lot of noise, and you bait out some rotations that shouldn't be happening. They will attempt the vent drop, never gonna happen though. Lency gets that kill. Oh, gonna get baited in. Well, never mind. You're actually getting baited in with the open. All of those fights. That is ludicrous, by the way. The amount of times that he's getting away with those kills. Atraxa is just playing with so much confidence right now. I can tell you one thing for free. We don't have player cameras, but this man is laughing his ass out right now in front of the PC. And I'm sorry to drop the A word. He is enjoying himself.
Definitely.
Quite a lot.
Look at this. Bang.
He was already off his screen.
Yeah, that was
He
ridiculous.
was not there.
These were so quick as well, though. Like, that single scoped wall bangs him through the door. That's incredible. Glory's going to call a tactical timeout. They are in trouble. Big trouble. 6-0 down. Not a T round picked up on a deciding game. And you're staring elimination in the face. We were going through it and saying, you know, they made it to the semi-finals last time. If they're able to win it, there is still a chance that they qualify for the LAN. Not if you go out instantly. And that's looking like a big possibility. Crew on their debut. Trying to stay alive. Already picked up a map, and I would say that this is probably going to be the biggest win that they probably had. I know they had one against Oplano in the open qualifier, but this will mean a whole lot more. You'll stay alive in the event and have a possibility to maybe even make it into the playoffs.
I really don't want to say that early, but from how good they have been at staying alive so far, I think BGs would have been proud.
Nice. I
Thank
think
you.
so as well.
I was waiting to say it for quite a while. I mean, it was either that or I would have tried my best at singing it, but I decided to spare you. At least this time around. Gotta be careful still, though. It is a half by never mind. The Oprah's just got everything covered for his teammates. Steps being heard. Koala does get one onto Lency, but reverse's position should be good enough to at least get one in. Atraxa at this point is just not missing a single bullet with that. Oh, Hap, though, gets himself into a pretty decent position every single time. It feels like he is getting himself into a good position, though. The CTs are just one step ahead. You try and get into their heads, you're gonna get kicked out with punches. And again, you're trying to catch Slip the net. The laser's already in here on top of the bomb site. Everywhere you go, you just get completely stumped. This is terrifying.
Man, the best part about Laser is he's not even a ramp player. He's literally just a B player on the in this game.
Yeah.
He's just playing
he's
B.
supposed to be a round player, but every single round, he starts the round there, sits there for 15 seconds, gets the information that there could be people down secret, and he's on the bomb side.
Yeah, literally. Just a dedicated B player.
That's it, boys. You just start calling, I'm playing B on nuke when you're plugging. See how your teammates react.
Tempo change here, maybe. Lots of nades being thrown, trying to force players into a fight. Reversive through all the fire. 3 Molotovs litter that bomb site, but nobody forced into an engagement that Glories were maybe looking for. Not even that much damage done. Heavy lobby. They're going over towards ramp. There's a double setup here. This is a big problem. Laser in a spot to take first contact, and I don't know if you're expecting Rigi to swing after.
Oh, great jiggle. Suppose the first one, nade coming in on top, Rigi. Instant headshot. There goes the rephase, but it's Hap with the double kill. That might have been a 6-spray transfer. Opens up the way into the B bomb side, and for the first time in a while, we've seen a missed shot from the Ope.
Versus down, they know he's here, he needs to find this big kill, gets at least one. Lency made a step in the vent there, so Koala's going to be expecting him to try. Oh, not close enough, and just about gets that refrag.
No way.
Atraxa is hearing the step, so that was it. He hits that shot, it's game on. Now, very difficult to do. but he's already looking to swing out single. Door opens towards him, which will go against him. 1 HP, just about still standing. Risky game.
Wow.
How is he still alive? Waiting for the spam, and eventually it will connect. Atraxia, he had a few chances at it there, and that could have been Crew still staying perfect, but finally they bleed.
Yeah, finally showing us that they're mortal. I mean, especially Atraxia. I was looking at him on 1 HP behind the smoke and decon. I was thinking, oh my goodness, that was crisp.
My, that was
That
beautiful.
was insane. Yeah, you know what? Forget about Atraxia. That was Hoax's round. That was nasty. That was more than nasty. He was on 1 kill before the start of this round, by the way. Gets a triple. Glorious now get there first. You need a little bit more, but this is a good start. You can still make a pretty respectful score. How is Lency not burning? Another event drop. Rotation's gotta be quick.
Yeah, they do. Laser this time won't have the comfort of being above the site. Luckily for Glorious, they won't have to really deal with him. 2 players in towards radio right now as the lobby push is going to be coming in. Back turn, Lency goes down for free. And Crew will still want to try and get closer, but they need to find a kill to keep them invested in this round. Laser's now going to be spotted. He has to back up. And reverse of falling means that this round is as good as done. But still, Crew are staying close. They're staying invested. They've no way back. They've no way out here. Hoax has got the retreat. Hoax has been dropped. And oh, are you going to go for it? This is a little bit late here. If they find this kill onto half, this is it. This is the round right here. He needs to just go and stick it. Smoke on the bomb, but there isn't enough time. And luckily for Koala, because he was a million miles away, Atraxia looking for him, and he's even going to kill him. 3 kills. Crew nearly had a chance.
I'm speechless.
Glories can count themselves lucky there. They really can.
You are, right? And now you can make a game out of this. You look at the CT side economy, it's running really, really low. It's becoming a little bit more dire, but that was the 2 versus 4 so late on the clock, and they nearly made it work. I say nearly. It all came down to that 1 kill from the M4. If Hap goes down here, if he doesn't win that fight to Laser, this round is over. The final player of the T side was such a long way away. There was no way for him to get involved. He was far away there. Hoax gonna try and pick up the pace though, and now they're starting to play this one with a little bit more confidence. It is just a half fight for the CTs, but this is probably the most convincing round we've seen so far from Glorious.
Yeah, very fast tempo, and Crew can just do nothing about it. This is number 3 for Glories, and they are gonna at least make this competitive. What a shot from Rigi. Oh, hello. Letting you know. And another one. And another one. Go on, Rigi. Doesn't have a kit. If he did, there's definitely a chance. He's got 2 kills.
Just want to hit them with the sit down. He's in the zone. You can tell he's feeling it. He's going to be able to get out of there. You know what? Getting an AK out of this situation. 1v5, you get a double with a D. Yeah, he is still letting him know.
Terrorists win.
I love this guy, man. He's won a fan over in me right there. The fact that he's got that kill and he's not even worried about the trade and he's just emptying his whole deagle clip. Yeah, I love that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Little reload. Bang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're not getting up. They're not getting up. And our wonderful observer and production team just letting us relive a beautiful moment.
Welcome to South America.
7-3 though, in all seriousness, BM isn't going to win your games. It might tilt your teammates or your opponents.
Yeah.
Let's hope it doesn't tilt your teammates. That'd be bad news.
No, I think they'd be doing the same at this point. I mean, it's just the game of BM. I love to see it sometimes, though. You can definitely tell that both those teams know how much this game means, and both of them are putting their all into it. Hoax gonna make his way down into our secret. Burning gonna give away his position, and Ricky's on the other side of this, holding with the AK. He's still in the zone. There's another headshot for the man. This time, though, he's not gonna be giving him the extra bullet treatment, playing it a little bit safer. Pixel angle, never mind. Woo! That was quick.
Laser, I love this right here from him. Just in front of the window. Oh, tries to jump on through and was worried about the single door swinging open, I feel.
Look at reversive.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think he just went up the ladder. Yeah, they're calling this one off.
They are. Crew are just going to exit together. This is going to be 4 for Glories. For sure. And it comes down to be honest, Laser, if he gets that kill, different round. If he gets away into glass, Glories are in a little bit of trouble, and Crew have a man on the other side. Instead, this save isn't all that bad though. I mean, you keep 2 rifles up, an AWP in the hands of Atraxia. We know what he can do. He's 12 and 4, so he's going to have his trusty weapon with him. And Hap is going to be the closest player to maybe taking anybody down, but I don't know how close exactly he is going to get.
Might be going down himself. Not that it makes that big of a difference. I mean, the T's do have enough money to put him on a rifle, so YP gonna come in. Oh, misses, but that's going to be about the extent of it. Glorious salvaging that T side big time. Right now, there's the replay. Great refrag by Detroit, and as you pointed out, if Laser gets that kill, he can push into control. He can get so much space, and he can hold on to that space as well, right? There was one more T that was on the other side of the bomb side, I believe, and towards the econ. It would have required a lot of resources to get rid of Laser in that position. Thankfully, doesn't go down to it, and this time around, he's gonna get aggressive. For the first time so far this half, he's gonna be playing on the other side of the smoke, but look at Atraxia in towards the outside position. Decides to give it away. Didn't get offered that early fight that he was after, but ramp might be the hot point of the round. Still though, the T's trying to take a lot of map control on different points of the map, different parts of the map. Koala doesn't realize it, but he's just 1 jiggle away from going down.
Looks like it is going to be an ace play here, and Atraxia, well, ready to receive the first. Laser gets that refrag, not going to give up ramp, and oh, it's a great counter molly there. Ninjas, he wanted to accelerate forward in towards the ramp. They still want to go towards the ramp, but they're going to have to really take their time here. Laser, if he dodges the flashes, he could be set up here to at least find one more util being put out. There's a flank coming in from Lency as well. This is a horrible situation right now for Glories to be in. There's the bomb down. Hoax's position is worth nothing, and don't worry, he's already taken out of the round. Atraxia gets to himself as Crew have an 8-4 lead on this CT side. Now, Glories are really under pressure, Ted. They were perfect for the first 3 pistols. Have lost every single one since. This one, you feel, is a must.
Yeah, it is a must. I mean, you've been able to salvage this first half, and let's not... There's no 2 ways about it. I mean, that was a great recovery from Glories. Let's not forget that was a 7-0 lead for Crew on that CT side, and it felt like they could have gone up to double digits. So Glories even getting 4 out of that first half, in my book, is a victory. It's a big win. But you need to get an early foot right here on the CT side. Otherwise, this could still be running away from you. And this is tournament life on the line. This is your chances to qualify for the big LAN event in Belgrade later on this year. Let's not forget, for Crew, this is all about the experience, all about the reps, all about the pride. For Glories, they are a team that already has some points, and they need it. But the bomb gets planted, and a 5 versus 5 retake is in place. Glories didn't realize what was going on, but now they need to retake.
Yeah, they've got util, though. Smoke towards the door. Detroit is going to be holding. Spots out that secret player. They need to go try and deal with him. There's the kit drop, though. That might be the round. Oh, Crew are just going to hold on. Look at the amount of T kills lighting up the feed, and only 1 CT in return. Crew silently walk. Glories, we're not playing for that A bomb site, and that's what cost them in the end.
I don't know if it's happening right now, but if either Messi or Aguero is watching that game, they should be proud of that lot. And they should be proud of that one person on your screen right now. Atraxia has been carrying his team through this new game. And you know what? I don't want to put it just like that, because I feel like everyone's been playing really well and everyone's been playing their part, but he's been phenomenal. He really has been special on this map. It's that type of a performance that makes the difference between a well-playing team and a team that just dominates. Your team is functioning perfectly, communication seems to be going fine, you're making all the right decisions, and then you have that one player that's making sure that if something goes wrong, it's gonna go back right.
Fast pop out on A, and all the pistols are here. They have positions now to hold on to this one. Running through a molly, though, is going to be ill-advised, especially with so many pistols up close and they're just being cut apart on the entry, Ted. It's a big problem. Laser has to try and back up away to safety, but gets a molly out. Burns the two of them down. They've swapped places. Atraxia can get a bomb plant here, but he might want to try and get down the vent. Ninja's going to be trying to hold for it, but actually lets him pass. He's going to creep down behind him, though. He's going to be so quick, and half towards the ramp is going to make it difficult. They'll split, and well, Atraxia is going to spot one out, but not expecting Ninjas to be that close. And that's silent. Glories, with those USPs, do it all.
Right. You remember that speech about Crew just being absolutely perfect and not putting a foot wrong so far on this map? Well, that's, you can scratch that. What a round to lose, and what a round to win if you're a Glorious. I mean, you just straight up stack it. First of all, Koala uses Lancy on the way out. Reversive does get the refrags, but there was just so many pistols, and Laser just gets nervous, deploying the Molotov, doing a whole lot of damage, but Atraxia, as we pointed out, that would have been a little bit too much. You can't really be mad at him for not being able to salvage this one. And look at the state of the money now for Crew. You're looking at 2 rifles, 1 AK, no, 2 AKs actually, 2 Tech 9s and 1 Deagle. And that was supposed to be a free one on the board. It was supposed to be a 10-4 for nothing. But it ends up being a 9-5 for everything. And now his roles reversed. Glorious suddenly have been provided a way back.
Oaks, great. Counter molly. Keeps him at bay. For now, smoke down. HE is going to chip away at a little bit of health as well. It's not going to land extremely flush, but it is just keeping Crew penned in and penned back. They can't go down right now. They have to wait it out. And by the time they wait it out, there could be rotations there. So the longer they wait, the more problems will arise. But Glories are expecting this to go back towards.
Lenzi couldn't cross down. He was the one with the bomb and they had no util, so they kind of had to go back and get him.
What's going on?
Now the B player will come through.
Yeah, what's going to go for them, though, is Glories have pushed in towards the lobby. So if they go quickly, it's only going to be one player here, but they don't realize that at all.
Yeah, problematic. Rotations are going to start coming in. Koala already in towards control. Issue is, this could be an outside in towards A play through main and through heaven. So the CTs are not really committing down to the B bomb side. And Crew might still have a shot at this. Crossfire, really, really good, really difficult to break.
Smoke out. Crossfire on top of the site, man. Oh, this is gonna go horribly. Surely, unless they get out. And well, Hoax only gets one. Koala falls. There's the bomb planted. Ninjas toying with the idea of going for it. But yeah, you can't. You have to back away. Crew have won so many of these rounds, Ted, where it's just been Tech 9s, where they've had, you know, little to nothing to work with. We've seen one on Ancient, we've seen one on Inferno, and now we've seen one on Nuke. That'll get them onto 10. That'll put Glories in a horrible position where if they lose the next round, they're possibly reset on a round that could give away 11-5. This could be Crew cementing themselves and cementing their first victory maybe at the RES Latin America series.
Yeah, there's a pretty thin line between not having the bravery, being hesitant, and being really diligent and good at baiting out the shots when you're playing such a round with the Deagles against the rifle or the Tech 9s, right? You know that if you jiggle enough times, but not one too many, you're going to make the rifle on the other side feel extremely uncomfortable. This is what happened to Koala there, right? He just gets jiggled so many times, they force him to reposition, and then suddenly there's 3 people on his screen and he's out of bullets in the AK. And that's on the back of maybe taking 40 HP away from 2 or 3 players combined. That was so well played by the Tech-9s. Some of those little details, some of the movements that they're using to clear out those angles when they have the Hawkeyes on there, really well played by Crew. It is looking like proper Counter-Strike from them every now and then, by the way. And that's a pretty nice surprise. It has been a pleasant day in the office for the Crew boys. Oh.
Oh, toying with it. Oh. That's perfect. Even though Reversive goes down there, he knew exactly what he was doing. Laser taking a little bit of a risk, jumping through the smoke. You're going to see Koala, and he's going to be forced back and forced away. Atraxia has just claimed a double. They've got aggressive. They tried to push through the lobby and get behind him. Hoax, though, passed him in the smoke. Lency's down with the bomb, but Atraxia is doing all the damage here. It's the Opera on a rifle, just causing chaos. And Nuke is his domain right now. 19-6, and he's looking for the 20th. He'll have to wait another round for it, as now Koala is waiting around, and if he waits around, time will be against him, because Rigi on that flank could be in a spot to deny. They know he's on the site. Rigi's gonna peer over now from the heavens, and Koala is never gonna see it coming. 11-5, and Rigi making sure that he will not get up. And Glories, I don't know, Ted, if they're gonna get up from this one.
Yeah, it feels like that was the knockout. You're looking at 11-5. You have no money left in the amount of times Atraxia has been the difference maker. Look at that double kill. Look at how clean he makes it look. And even the third for good measure. If that wasn't enough, the flank was there. Even though it comes down to a 1 versus 1, Rigi knew that he had it all along. A couple extra bullets for good measure. 11-5, and you got a full eco going into this one. I mean, Galoris were the big favorites to win this matchup going into it, but they've proven everybody wrong. And they are still proving everybody wrong with getting kills like that. This is just applying insult to injury right now. It's too much. You know what you're doing right now? You're just looking at the injury, and you're putting in salt and lemon juice in there.
Yeah,
that's what you're doing. And you're looking at it and you're laughing, and you just have Rigi come in with whatever gun and just spam. In the meantime, that has been so painful. And I mean, we say so painful for Galoris. It's been a statement and a half for Crew. And this has been a long-waited result as well. I feel like for the entire Argentinian scene. Sorry, my voice was leaving me there for a second. But the fact that Bestia for such a long time has been the only team for the last couple months to be even remotely competitive to some of the good Brazilian teams in the tier 2 space. This one is not gonna go south, is it?
Yeah, I just hold on to your praise there for a minute, especially if Man Hoax is just toying with him, toying with the idea.
I mean, you don't really have a choice in that situation. You gotta attempt something crazy. A non-ladder USP double headshot is probably not gonna happen to you, but you know what? If it happens, we're losing our minds. It would be sick.
But yeah, coming back to the point that you were making, you know, the Argentinian scene, especially when we're looking at the LATAM events, we were looking at, you know, Bestia obviously is number one, that we've always kind of looked at and said,
which was like, obviously Isurus back in the day, right? But it's we're still looking at the same core of players, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. And then there was some promising signs with a team like La Ruganeta.
Sure.
You know, I think they impressed a lot of people. They got pretty deep in a lot of events, and actually, you know, beat some pretty solid Brazilian teams. I couldn't name them off the top of my head, but I remember it happening. And now we're seeing this team that have kind of come out of the woodwork. That, you know, they played an open qualifier 12 weeks ago, under a Mix's name, beat Oplano 13-7, which is a massive result in itself. You know, Oplano had some of the best players that we've probably seen come out of the Brazilian scene. Unfortunately, lose against 9Z, then come up against a Pain team who, let's be real, I mean, nobody's expecting them to beat a team like Pain, not in this situation. But
yeah, it is a pain in the lower back to deal with them.
Yeah,
so to
exactly,
speak.
exactly.
Yeah.
But then they come into this game and they take a lot of people by surprise. They really have shocked not only us, but Glories as well.
Yeah,
Glories
you're
have
looking at
not
the
been up to
number
scratch.
28 team in South America. 28. Just for instance, by the way, ranking wise, I know they're a new team and they're yet to play a lot of the officials that will give them their proper ranking, because I don't think you're looking at number 28 in South America right now. They should be much higher. But just to name some of the teams that are ahead of them in the rankings, you're looking at both Fury Academy and, well, not Fury, yeah, Fury Academy and Fury Female. You're looking at Flexo Demons. You're looking at Atrix. You're looking at Flamingo. You're looking at MIBR, the female team of MIBR as well. You're looking at Intense. You're looking at Corinthians. You're looking at Vikings. You're looking at MIBR Academy. You're looking at 2Game. You're looking at so many teams that do have a lot of potential, but they're way ahead, Crew, right now in the rankings, right? So you see those guys come out of nowhere and put on that type of a performance. It is really impressive.
This as well. I mean, this is their first event that they're going to be playing in under the banner. You know, when they were playing in that qualifier, I believe it was Dallas, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they were playing under like a mixer's name. Then the Crew finally decided to enter Counter-Strike, picked up this team, and this could be monstrous for them, right? You know, even just picking up one victory, they'll have a tough game regardless, because I believe they're either going to play against Pain or WSETIEMI. So,
by the way, the name that they had as a mix before getting signed, it was PUBG Aim.
Yeah, PUBG Aim, yeah. So,
excellent name.
This is probably one of the biggest wins that we've seen. And only their second game under the Oregon HLTV, and Crew are looking to take down Glories. A massive scalp to take in the grand scheme of things. But it's not done just yet, and this round is always the hardest. Crew are going to try and make light work of it though. Outside smokes being thrown. Diagonals to try and get down safely. As Hoax hopes that he's going to be fortunate with the spam. Nade opened the smoke. He could catch maybe somebody out. Oh, Riggy's been spotted at least.
Yeah, we got to be careful though. Oh, that was so snappy. Detroit still able to beat him to the punch. But are you ready for the second one? A lot of 1v1s being given away right now around the map. But I'm looking at Reversive right now. He could be the trap card. Laser does find Detroit, but Reversive, I don't think they're aware of his whereabouts. And he's got a great position to deal with. Now, the only issue is that Hap is going to be spotting in, and if he misses out on Reversive here, this could be a lot of issues, but Hap is aware of the possibility. Timing is going to be everything. Reversive! Oh, beats him to the punch, and that's a massive kill.
You've nowhere to go if you're Hoax as well. Ninja's going to try and get up the vent. Hoax is looking towards the heavens. He's just caught in no man's land in Glories. It's been not Pain they're up against, but they're definitely in pain right now, and it's just going to continue to hurt because Glories are semi-finalists last time around at the Series 3, are out already, don't make it past the groups, and only pick up a singular map.
Yeah, that was a great showing from Crew, though. I mean, it's a little bit disappointing from Glories, the fact that they did get grouped in the first two editions of the RES, then making semifinals in the previous one, I guess, raised the expectations a lot. And I still know that they have the skill, right? We still know that they have the pure firepower and the potential to make it work. They probably just need a little bit more time. But you know what, Crew, they've come into this tournament and they've surprised so many people. Not only with their performance, I guess out of the first one, you couldn't really make too much out of them losing 0-2 to Pain, right? And not a single one of those maps was too close for comfort. I mean, they didn't get completely dominated. They didn't get 13-1, 13-1, but still not close enough. In this matchup, though, when elimination was on the line, the Argentinians, they did show a whole lot of character. And moving forward, because I'm looking at that Pain Gaming in W7M, I am expecting a Pain win out of this. I don't think W7M Crew could be a clean cut if it comes down to it.
No, it's definitely a winnable game for Crew for sure, if they can, you know, just play exactly the same way that we've seen them play today. I mean, very impressive all in all. Unfortunately, that is where we have to say goodbye to Glories, but it's not where we have to say goodbye today. We still have a pretty packed schedule First elimination game over and done with. Second elimination game coming up next. It's over in Group B this time around. It's Insanity taking on Case Esports, Ted, but I believe there is a little bit of a break that we are going to have to send it to. It's going to be in around 10 minutes time, I believe, that we're going live with the pregame, and we will be back with more elimination Group B action here at the RES LATAM Series 4.
The world is changing quickly.
Exit to clear. Copy. Safe to clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much.
One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A short little break in between elimination games, but we have to get back into the action. We've got so much Counter-Strike on offer here today, man. And I'm just excited to get into it. If this second game can, even live up to half the entertainment that we had in that first one, Ted, I think we're in for an absolute treat.
I mean, it's always going to be difficult when you don't have an Argentinian versus Brazil derby, right? Because the first game was exactly that, and we were pleasantly surprised by Crew. I feel like going into the second matchup, we know what to expect a little bit more. If this one ends up being a 3-mapper between Insanity and Case Esports, I don't think that's going to come into such a surprise as maybe the first result did.
Yeah, I don't think so, to be honest. I think this should be a closer matchup on paper, but it's kind of a difficult one to kind of quantify in terms of, what is going to happen, because both teams have had a difficult situation happen to them, I'd say. Well, a Case, on the other hand, have had a difficult situation happen to them because they've lost their best player, and Insanity are trying to, implement, a brand new core, a brand new roster, picking up 3 players and a coach as well. And you can see there, of course, IDK and Pesadello are the 2 that remain from the last iteration of the lineup. And then the new additions, Cassin picked up from Payne. Of course, he was on the bench from Payne for quite a while. Fasten, Shuz have come in from Adalia Migos, and then they also had Chaos from Adalia Migos come in that coach position as well. So a complete new Insanity, a complete revamp, and they're looking to try and get the better of Case, who have got Nizen in there, of course, in replacement of Snow. And we know how good, Snow and how impactful he is for that Case lineup, or was been. Of course, him now going to Payne is going to be a massive loss and leave a massive hole in there for Case Esports, and it's just about how they can adapt to that.
Yeah, absolutely. As you pointed out, I feel like one thing that we can focus on, obviously you see Nizen coming in. We know that he is a skilled player, but he hasn't really been getting too many reps with Payne. And this is the thing that makes you wonder whether he's going to be able to jump into the boots of Snow. And I feel like this is a big mistake that a lot of people might be making. Nizen and Snow are not the same player, right? And we were having that discussion before the start of the first game, even when we were talking about that Case Esports roster. Well, I don't want to call it roster shuffle, but the exchange of players between Case and Payne. The fact that Snow is more aggressive than both Nissim, who he initially is replacing, I guess, on Payne, and Nizen, who came in his place on Case, right? He's a lot more aggressive than both of those players. So you're looking at the team of Case, you're probably going to be trying to find out another figure that you could, I guess, push in towards taking a little bit more space in initiative, especially when it comes down to those T sides. And I feel like it should be Urbano. He's been the number 2 to Snow. He's been, I want to say, the bread to the butter of Snow in the last couple of months. And I really want to see a little bit more from him, because I feel like he's got the individual potential. I think he's got the firepower to back it up. Now it's all about how they want to use Nizen, how they want to implement that freedom that Urbano's probably going to get, or responsibility, depends on which way you want to look at it from, on the T sides. And in the meantime, as you pointed out, Insanity is an extremely interesting team to watch, man. You get all the experience in the world in Shuz. You get Fasten, who was playing some incredibly aggressive and quick Counter-Strike. I guess this is why he's named Fasten, right? In the first couple of months of the year. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that Adalia Amigos team kind of glues in with the already existing core of 2 people that Insanity already had before their arrival.
Yeah, I mean, the core of 2 people is kind of a weird way to put it, but I agree with you.
We can say the core of those 2 people and the management in the organization, because they're still in. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, you're basically just amalgamating 2 teams together, and it's just about how long it kind of takes them to gel. If it works, if personalities don't clash and stuff like that, we could talk forever in a day about all that stuff, Ted, but we have to get into the veto, mate, because we want to get into the action as quickly as possible. And it depends really what maps we are going to see. Of course, the veto phase might change a little bit from Insanity because they're changing out so many players. They might not be comfortable on some maps that they used to play. But what I do know is we're going to see an Ancient, we're going to see a Nuke, and then, an Inferno Decider. That is an absolute classic. What are you thinking, having just an initial look at this?
I think it makes a whole lot of sense. Obviously, I thought we were going to see Nuke one way or another. We saw it in both those teams' first matchups. I think it makes a lot more sense to see it from Case's perspective, especially when you're playing against a team that, as we pointed out, is more of an amalgamation of lineups. So you're probably expecting them not to have the deepest map pool and the deepest strat book when it comes down to more complex maps such as Nuke. Then you look at the Ancient pick. I feel like it makes some sense. Obviously, we've just seen one best of 3 out of Insanity in that 5-man lineup, so it's going to be really hard to actually make anything out of it. But then in the same time, you're looking at some of the maps that those guys used to play on their previous teams. We sure as hell know that both Shuz and Fasten are going to be comfortable with that Ancient, which used to be one of the really good maps for Adalia Amigos, and it is one of the maps that the 2-man core, as we were joking about it, used to play back in the day on Insanity. So yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. There should be a clear punishment pick in that Nuke when it comes down to Case in map 2. So I'm looking at this matchup with the straight up logic that Insanity either get that Ancient and take us to a third and final map, or this one could be a 2-0 for Case.
That's it's intriguing that you say that, because Insanity picked into Nuke last time around against Imperial. So when I'm kind of looking at that, I'm kind of thinking maybe it's not as straightforward for Case in that regard. But
sure,
the only time will tell for that kind of second map. For the first map, for sure, I think there's a punishment pick in terms of Case got absolutely destroyed on a deciding map of Ancient up against Odic in the opening round. So Insanity are saying, yeah, look, let's just go for that. I mean, they looked pretty bad on it, so let's hope we can go and take advantage. But we know that Counter-Strike match doesn't usually add up, and that never usually works.
I mean, it adds up, but not like this.
Yeah, not like that. Just because you see one team get absolutely stomped on, it doesn't mean that you're going to just absolutely stomp them. Sometimes it can go against you, but it is just kind of one of those things that if Insanity can get everybody playing well together very quickly, then I think they can beat Case. But I want to put some respect on Case right now. I think, obviously, it's a huge blow when you lose a talent like Snow for any team, regardless of what level that you are playing at. But there's still some absolute killers in this team, and we need to put some respect on their names for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We already mentioned Urbano. We're looking at people like RCF, like Riccioli. We know that the fire potential is there, right? And we know that Case is not going to be a less dangerous team after Snow than they were before. Maybe a little bit, maybe up until they adapt to their new style, but the entirety of the team is still there. And even though you're losing your big star, now is the time to prove that Case and their good results before losing Snow was not all about Snow, right? Now is the time to prove that you're actually a team that can be competitive in the long run, and it wasn't just up to one player digging you out with his individual performance. And then on the other side, as you pointed out, this is a great chance for Insanity to, I feel like, capitalize on a better team just having a little bit of a shake-off, right? Because you're a new lineup, you're going into this game. I don't think Insanity is going to be disappointed, nor the players or the organization, if they end up losing in this game and get eliminated from the group stage. This is their first proper tournament as a 5-man lineup, right? So you know that you need to give it a little bit more time, and then in the same time, you're up against a team that has been relying on their star so much in the first 3 months, they've just lost it. You are looking at it like an open window towards potentially getting a win that on paper, maybe 1 month ago, you shouldn't have been getting, but now you're suddenly in a pretty competitive position.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, I'd rather lose one player than have to, reshuffle and bring in 3 players, because it's so difficult to get somebody like caught up on a system, and especially when you've 3 players, sometimes you have to implement a whole new style of playing. You might have a few players that don't usually play all the maps that you play, especially in what way you want to call, and that can take a little bit of time, man. Sometimes there is that kind of honeymoon phase of everything clicks, everything goes to plan. You kind of look at I suppose a really good example would have been Ents, when they first started playing the opening few games, and everybody was like, oh, this Ents team is actually performing now. But I don't know. It could go against you. I mean, we looked at that game versus Imperial. Yes, Imperial are a clear favourite in that game, but a 13-5, 13-4 scoreline, it's nothing really to boast about at all. You're not even making it competitive at that stage. Whereas if you look at Case, they take a map off Odic. Yes, they get absolutely dominated on the third map, but Inferno was a 13-8. Yeah, okay, might have just had an off day on your pick. You win a nuke, so you know, there is more promising signs on the other side of it. That's all I'm going to say. But it just makes for interesting viewing. And finally, Ted, you can stop listening to us. Well, I say stop listening to us for a moment, because we are back into the game. And we are looking forward to this. A B pistol to start us off, it would seem, from Insanity. And I wonder, is it going to be up the ramp or through the cave they go? RCF is going to try and get in front of the play, though. He's going to begin to walk down. It's a good flash, and it's Urbano to get a quick double. But still, it's not going to stop this push, which looks to continue to happen, as Pesadello is the one you really need to be concerned about.
Yeah, but you might not end up using him, right? Look at how quick Nizen is going to be on that flank, and this is so uncomfortable right now for the T's. They need to wait, and surely Riccioli's going to start thinking about the flank being a possibility, and there it goes. Spotting him out, Yebs gets one. You spotted the second player, now you're just waiting for Nizen to join in.
Here he is, lurking up, finding that kill, dropping the bomb, and IDK is going to need to know exactly where these players are. And he's spotted out one. Knows Riccioli's going to be picking him sometime soon. It's an awkward engagement that you're going to find yourself in. He backpedals into a position maybe to isolate that 1v1. But Riccioli's going to continue to walk on him. Great shot for the first and the second. IDK. And I don't know how he won it.
I was wondering how much time I need to give you before you use that one.
Twice in the same round.
Yeah. Not even one entire round before you said it, but that was massive from IDK. I mean, what more can you say about it? That was supposed to be a straight up round for Case, and what a way that is for IDK to kick things off. A 1 versus 3 clutch. I guess the moment that you get into that 3 versus 1 and you know where he is, you don't really want to give him too much freedom and you want to initiate it, but it felt like they were a little bit discombobulated, giving him a lot of individual fights. But yeah, that's a pistol round that Insanity will surely take with open arms, as Nizen is going to try and do as much damage as possible, but it's just one kill out of the USP. So a quick 2-0 here to start us off. IDK, of course, being one of the more experienced in the lot, right? A name that we've seen quite a lot around the Brazilian scene in the last couple of years. You might recognize him from teams like Team 1, Paquetá is another one. You're looking at Imperial in 2019, 2020. If you want to go back, you're looking at Team 1 again in 2016, 2019, INTZ in 2016, or ENTS.
It's a little faster, that Molly. He's going to be stopped by RCF. The MAC-10s are going to get up onto the site, but they're just going to be cut down. No long smoke is a big problem, and you don't take any of that long control until now that you're fighting for a fast and got 2, and he didn't even realize it. But it's nice and able to make sure that he can stop the bleeding there. That was getting away from them very quickly, and I'm understanding why this org is called Insanity now, because 3 rounds in and it hasn't stopped.
No, I mean, that probably was the quickest sequence of 3 consecutive rounds that we've seen so far today. That was pretty high tempo, fast pace from Insanity. I mean, I don't mind the B rush when it comes down to a first buy round. It's a good way to try and disturb the CTs and kind of test how their reactions are going to be. Now you've seen that the reactions are not going to be too bad, but Fazin with a massive multi-kill there, making it extremely competitive. Thankfully, they did have a Nizen in the 1 versus 2 to make sure that the round does go in favor of Case, but keeping the economy honest. And look at Fazin, he's already got it ahead of the play quite a lot. Riccioli's got no idea, thankfully. Urbano's there to clear him out. That could have gone south pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah, and instead now you're in a 3v5, a very winnable position. Nizen has found a kill over towards middle, and Insanity are going to be forced into making a play here, but it's kind of going to come down to individual fights here. It shows if he finds that headshot onto RCF, that could have been a real difference maker. He's going to spot out 3 players over towards A and deal with at least 1, and IDK is going to get into maybe a position that he can go for a flank, but Nizen's just going to be spotting for him, smokes him off, and that is really going to take the sting out of this round. Still a 2v4, so we're always going to say that Insanity are in the non-winnable position, or the more unlikely of outcomes. But you still want to give them a chance. However, if you're KC Sports, that is exactly what you do not want to do. But there it is. Nice and found. RCF aggressive in towards A main. They're going to go and try and clear him out. Oh, awkward timing to pull out a nade. Caston's going to fall. And IDK, well, with 15 seconds, he really has nowhere to go.
Yeah, time's running low. He might try and commit to the bomb plan here, or at least tap it and bait out a couple of fights. Now they know double P comes in. It's still a good reaction. I mean, IDK in those clutches has looked really sharp when it comes down, especially to a 1v3. But this time around, not that easy to pull off. And as you pointed out, they were just getting really stressed, really anxious towards the back of the side. There's the replay. Urbano with a really important opening kill. The refrags were good enough, but RCF in a great position to deny the bomb from going down, and IDK this time around not quite in a winnable position. So Case do end up getting 2 in a row, and no bomb plans for the T's means that we are going to see a full-on Glock round and potentially the train in towards that B bomb side. Such a shame there's not a single nade to go on top of them.
Yeah, it would do
One
a
of the
lot
most
of
satisfying
damage.
things in Counter-Strike.
Exactly. Oh, that's pretty satisfying though. However, IDK has just swapped positions with Riccioli. However, I feel he's not long for this world.
Right.
Well, not anymore. Another round goes the way of Case. That one very clean. And 3 in a row means that their money is going to be boosted up a decent amount. Still we're playing with 2 SMGs though. So maybe something a little bit aggressive from those 2 players. Might take an aggressive stance over towards mid or cave or something of the likes. Insanity are going to be looking to level this one up here if they can. Got the guns to do it. Oh, is this going to be an A play early on?
Feels like it. CT's not really prepared for it though. I mean, taking middle early on. If this play is quick enough, they might catch them off guard. But look at RCF. He's got the open. He's posted in towards A. They're expecting this one now. Meeting no resistance in towards either middle or the B bomb side. The CTs surely are going to have a read into it.
Still not really. I mean, they're looking. That smoke is just keeping them occupied towards the laneway. IDK is making just his way back silently. RCF though has at least stopped Fasten from making his way out. Flash is going to be good. RCF tries to line it up, but completely blind was always going to be difficult. Bomb's going to be planted here. Yeps in towards Donut. Once he loses that fight, they lose a lot of control, and the T's can go and take that now. They can just burrow themselves in and exchange of util as somebody's going to be attested with to throwing all that retake util, which could make the difference here. Late lurk from Nizen as well to try and get into position, but he could be caught off by IDK as well. Never seen that one coming, and once you lose that pinch, this is very risky that you continue to go for it. Mollied off. Riccioli's going to be trapped on the site. Urbano knows that there's no chance of this round. There's so many T's going to try and be staring him down to try and take him out of the round. They need to get away and save, and they might even lose the op here. RCF, this is a big kill, and he finds it.
Still looking at Chuz though. Not gonna get away with anything, so at least you hold on to the open, the AK. Felt like Yeps did give that fight a little bit too early though. In a 5 versus 4, your Oper has done his part. Your job there is to stay alive and hold on to donut control. There was no quick rotations. There's the replay. RCF gets that kill. This is the fight that Yeps doesn't really want to give shells there. I mean, if you get the kill, the round is pretty much over in a 5 versus 3 like that, but if you go down, you instantly see all the over complications that follow. A good response from the T's. Back to middle they go though. This time around they're really contesting that A bomb site. And again, it is a triple man setup. Flashes go high. Nizen does get the first one, but the refrag's looking really solid from the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to do a little bit of damage in retaliation and find a few kills. The real problem there was the smoke actually bouncing off the original player, the first man out. And he was heard being tagged up by it. Just gets sprayed on down. Case hold on to that part of the map. Now they have to give it up because they're in a 3v2 situation. The presence has been shown over towards A. Still have deep control of B. Urbano is eventually going to give it up because you are just going to run out of utility eventually. Now, once that isn't smoked, it just becomes a big risk to stick around. However, you're going to hope that Riccioli sticks around over towards B if you're a KC Sports fan, because Insanity are going to be making their way up.
I don't mind that, actually. Riccioli's going to clear out middle. Urbano's just playing a really good defensive angle right now. Riccioli can either push down middle and be really quick on that flank, or fall back. It will be the first option of the two, and Urbano just wants to make sure he spots the information, gets 1 kill and stays alive for a little bit. 1 kill is a necessity.
There it is. There's the first. Won't get the second. Doesn't really stay alive for that long. And IDK, good in the clutch. Clears cave, sees nothing, and he's going to go for the big flank. Wrap all the way around. Riccioli might read into this though. But the longer they take, the bigger the problem arises. And actually, he's just going to sit himself in cave and hope that he can spam them down. Molly, smoke, left on the CTs. They're still taking their time.
So much shoot, so.
Yeah, they just need to use it. There's the Molly in. He's going to burn up and be forced into the fight. Takes him off the bomb. Now he doesn't need to peek. IDK has won this. RCF has to give it up. Insanity are going to win the round. IDK, I think, should fall here, but it won't matter. Because he's got what he came for and even survives as well. Fantastic clutch. Once again.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, he makes it look so easy, right? It felt like with the Molotov and the smoke, they were supposed to get it over the line, but I guess it's clear to see what the idea was. I'm gonna molly in towards Cave and I'm gonna stick it. You just hold with the AVP in towards Banana. This is what they didn't take into account, though. And it's the fact that the Molotov goes deep enough. If he was playing towards the back of the box, he still wins the round, right? He doesn't even need to run through the Molotov. There were so many ways this one goes horribly wrong. You could have been playing the angle that was towards the right-hand side from the CT's perspective as well. In case now, gonna take a big hit when it comes down to the money. RCF, the only one left with a gun. It is the AVP, all things considered, though, so the perfect gun for the occasion, especially if you're able to get away with an early opening. But USP in towards the A-bomb side, gonna get tested. And passes the first one. This is dangerous. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, it's gonna just trigger this B play from Hafen and Urbano. P250 in hand. Great jump across just to spot out the pistol. Make sure he doesn't have a chance to take you down. And even if the op was there, it doesn't connect. Now you know that it's only the pistol up close. As RCF finds that kill, Urbano needs to get at least one, or else this is a save. And it is going to be a save. Insanity with 5.
Yeah, that's a pretty simple round. I mean, I say pretty simple. A lot of it comes down to Pesadello getting a triple kill in towards that A-bomb site. If he does go down there, even after the first 2 kills, it's a completely different round. Probably the Oper would have been sticking around in towards B for a little bit longer. Thankfully, though, they're able to make RCF rotate away and get it over the line in a pretty simple fashion. So, Insanity getting 5 on that D side already. It is looking good. You have put Case in that type of a position where even though they might be feeling comfortable, especially by round wise with going for those mid fights and taking the control, they're not able to really convert too many rounds cleanly. So every single time that you lose a round, you gotta run one with the pistols. And even though you've been able to make those ones relatively expensive, it's still not a round on the board, and you are on the CT side. That's what matters in the end of the day. 3-5 though, we get another buy coming up from Case. RCF once again on the op, everybody else on rifles, and the money on the D side isn't too high either. So as of right now, if you're Case, there is a loophole back. There could be a way back into that first half and making it a little bit more competitive, but this is where it needs to start.
Fasten just hoping that he's not going to be a recipient of that spam. Urbano, the recipient of an op bullet. Not ideal for your B hold, losing a player early on. Shuz has tried to catch a little bit of a timing over towards A, but that's been instantly swatted away by Nysen, who's already hit the 10 kill mark. Riccioli forced out of a peak that he was trying to go for to get ahead of the play maybe, and instead the push is going to go towards the bomb. This is a big problem. This is the op here. If Casson goes down, this round really changes. Fast swing. Casson hits that shot with ease. Spots out Yeps as well. And the T's are going to go looking for him.
Oh, that's a big nade. Yeps. Gonna stay around for a little bit longer though, when this is dangerous. He could get away with one. IDK goes for the swing. This is a big kill. Nizen is all alone now. RCF on the other side of the map. Nizen either goes nuclear or this round is for the T's to take. Nate gonna open the smoke. There's two players with their backs exposed, but a lot of damage done. Doesn't net him a kill. A little bit unfortunate in some of those fights this round around KC Sports. In the end of the day though, it is another one on the board for the T's. They are starting to run away with it. Speaking of running, that's what RCF should be doing now. Try and stay alive, but it might not be a possibility.
Yeah, he's going to be spotted now, surely. Fast in, caught a glimpse of him, but RCF is going to hit that shot and tries to slowly back away here. But he's going to walk right into them once again. He's going to be spotted. He didn't even realize it. Scoped in. Oh, he actually wasn't. Now he is. Just caught in between so many AKs, and he loses that up. Cannot take it with him, unfortunately. That's 4 in a row now for Insanity. Looking to get the flames out early on their T side of Ancient. I say early. We're over halfway through.
Yeah.
So early on in this series, they are looking very good.
I mean, we're nearly halfway through that first map. But yeah, it has been a good start for Insanity so far. And as you pointed out, is the fact that on a good day, you could expect Case to even win that game in a 2-0 fashion, but they have been a little bit wobbly when it comes down to some of those maps that we're going to be watching today. So, as we said, not a clean cut of a game, as a lot might have expected going into it. And IDK, man, he's been playing some proper Counter-Strike so far as well. I feel like this is the pleasant surprise. You're looking at people like Shells and Fasten, you're expecting them to be really good when it comes down to firepower and just pure mechanics. IDK and the clutch, though, has been something else. Still, you want to make sure you keep those anti-ecos as clean as possible. And this is not as clean as possible.
That's fine, though. You trade it out. You get rid of... That was the real danger.
Really low.
I know, yeah. This is where it gets a little bit scary, but you just need your... Show some casting now to do the damage.
Right.
You get tagged up a lot. No, just need to hope that you don't get randomly deagled through a smoke. There's only one bullet left, and Nysen just went into that fight that he had to hit it, and he didn't realize one bullet to the chest would have done it. Wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, Shus is crazy for giving him that fight, by the way. I just want to put it out there. The fact that you're just running in towards long like that when you know you're low, you know one of your teammates is low too. And the only one that's full on HP has got a nope. For you to go into that fight so bravely is nearly lunacy. There's just Yeps left. The 1v2, he's going to try and find a couple exits on the way. There's one. Oh, quick enough. Insanity on fire now, winning 5 in a row on that T side. Looking pretty solid.
Looking sharp. Very, very sharp. Possibility of... 9-3 half here, if Insanity play their cards right. Case need to hope for a little bit more though, Ted. I don't think 4 rounds is going to be enough. I think they need 5. I think they need both of these, and it's going to rely on this B hold. Once again, is this going to be a fast play? No, it's going to be a pop later on.
Slowing things down a little bit. Contact up the ramp though, and Urban needs to make sure that he's ready for this. Yuto coming in. He's the first one, but IDK beats him to the punch. This is massive. Riccioli needs a multi-kill, but he gets overwhelmed as well. This round is over.
Oh, you think that, but Case are going to give a look in anyway. Comes down to if they can find a kill. Need to make sure that nobody ticks in that molly. Nobody does. Nysen is still up close. They know that the opera is towards CT. He's going to be locked out of this round. But still, Case are sticking around. They're not backing away just yet. Yeps eventually is. Nysen's going to try and play this one as sneakily as possible, but he's already been spotted. 1 kill. Any more? Anybody else want to try and peek him and try and take him down? Pesadillo's looking to try and lock off his exit. If he can take the weapon away, that'd be huge. He's going to just continue to fight to his death here. As IDK gets into position, it's just going to overwhelm him. So 2 rifles saved for Case. Insanity will have 8 on the board, and they're looking to get 9 as well. Case, they are in trouble, Ted, because I know you were saying about, you know, Nuke being a little bit of a punishment pick for Case. It's looking like that needs to be, and excuse the pun, the case, or else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, going into this game, I was expecting Case to be able to put up a pretty decent fight here on Ancient, and I feel like momentum-wise, if you get completely blown out of the water and going into Nuke, that Insanity will be starting off on the CT side. Could be quite dangerous. And look at the calling from Insanity. I mean, as you pointed out, it has been complete Insanity. They just switch up the pace completely with the A-Rush.
Yeah, they're already out. Nobody's here. You're going to be mollied off, smoked off, and the smoke even landing deep towards Donut. You're not even going to play for that control. You're just going to sit here and hope that people go your way. A little bit of blockage going on. And unfortunately, Cassin is going to fall. So you lose 1 player early. No point saving this time around. Last one of the half. So Case are going to throw everybody, every available man at this round. Molly extinguished by the smoke. That could have been a difference maker. Retake Util going to come on and just decides that he wants that AK as they move forward with this round. Yeps just gets 1. You need to move and you need to go quickly. Riccioli trying to do it all. They're going to try and get on the bomb. Just needs to swing wide to try and get them off. Is the defuse pulled off? Yes, it is. The flames extinguished just about.
Yeah, just in time on that defuse. They take so long with it. I mean, imagine if that one Molotov that just had actually does go in towards the back of the side or in towards CT. This round is so over. They had the man advantage. They had a great position to go for that retake, but they just take a little bit too long to make it perfect. A triple retake coming out of CT is extremely difficult to deal with. And credit to the player coming out of Temple, man, by the way. If that Temple player doesn't get that 1 kill and doesn't keep Shuz occupied in that fight for a little bit longer, this round is up in the air. So Case at least staying competitive towards the end of that first half, but now you need the pistol round and the conversions if you want to make us believe that there could be something more to that engine than just winning a couple of pistol rounds and picking up a couple every now and then.
Fast play in towards the cave. Cassin trying to dodge all those flashes. Can't dodge all the players jumping on top of him though, but still the CTs are finding all the kills here. This is a big problem. Nysen gets it down into a 1 versus 1. Are we about to see another pistol clutch from IDK? Or is it going to be another Nysen 1 in the books? And IDK will not miss. Hits that shot. He's 15 and 5 right now. 2 kills this time around. But that pistol will mean Case will have a lot of problems in terms of their money. They didn't even get a bomb plant out of that one.
Yeah, he just doesn't care with a K, right? I mean, it's as clean as that. He's just extremely clutch. I mean, look at the way that he killed him. He was just holding A. Just trying to hide, and he just fires a couple of shots and one of them connects to the head. It's so much easier when you have one player just clutching up every single 1vx situation. It feels like even the few rounds that Case could win and make a game out of this are just not going their way. Even the few of them. That's what makes the difference. And you know what? All things considered, I feel like Case could be feeling a little bit hard done by the fact that this game is not a little bit closer because of all the clutches, but IDK has been playing a great game so far. We should be looking at a 10-4 here, as we said. Walking into the meat grinder. Even a knife attempt there in the midst of things, but yeah, it's not really gonna work out. It's indeed the MP9s, the SMGs to farm the majority of the kills, so money looking good in the bank accounts for the CTs most certainly. As Case will be going for their first and probably most important buy round of that second half. Is the one that needs to put a start to a potentially successful T-side campaign here, if they want to give Insanity a good run for their money.
I mean, if they have any T-side campaign at all, I mean, that they need this round. If they don't, Insanity should just close out the map. And this is that kind of punishment pick that we were talking about coming into effect here. Of course, they got 13-1 the case by Odic in the opening round in a deciding map. This one, they've at least got 4 rounds, but I don't want to be the one to break the news to them. 4 rounds is nowhere near the 13 you need to take the map.
Well, that's bad news.
That is.
It is bad news.
A-play is going to happen in just a moment.
That's bad news too, because you have one player just jiggling with a Molotov, and usually when you see Casson, you could just assume that he's going to be alone, and Fazin playing on top of the boost as well. 2 MP9s up close. You got to make that work out, but look at the amount of util. There goes the smoke. Rotation away, and this fake is working out actually. In the meantime, though, that's the RCF just run through alone with the bomb on his back. Yeah, this round is done.
Cooked. Absolutely cooked this round.
What happened there?
He tried to walk through, maybe didn't realize he had the bomb, maybe tried to catch a timing. I don't know.
Surely he didn't realize he had the bomb. Even if you're trying to catch a timing, they're saving. This round is over.
Yeah, that's a weird round for sure. Because I'm trying to justify it. I'm trying to find a logical answer tag, but I just can't come up with one because in no way. That's the only thing that makes sense. That if he didn't realize he had the bomb, but but that makes zero sense as well. If you understand that they were sat in A main for so long together, right?
I mean, even if he doesn't understand he's got the bomb, even if he thinks by looking at the minimap that the bomb is in his teammate, still just walking alone through the smoke like that is not really going to help you too much for the round. Unless you're trying to make it look like a double fake, then it makes a little bit of sense, I guess. You go out through A main, then the B play comes in, and then the bomb's going to play in A, but again, the bomb is all alone unless you just win those individual fights. That round was extremely discombobulated. Let's just not talk about it. We move.
And Case need to try and move forward in this game, on this map, in this series. Insanity have already taken some deep control. Now they're going to go back and have players set up in position just in case an A play is about to happen. But Case, they don't look like they're ready to make up their mind yet. They were walking towards A. Now they'll back up. They're being called back over towards B to maybe go for a little bit of a pop on through. But Shuz in a position that he's playing anti. Fasten, holding the line, has another smoke he can get down, and you've got Pasadello at arm's length away as well. They should be in a prime position to be in control of this one. And the walk is about to happen. Fasten's going to find the first. The refrag comes in. Shuz is surely going to have to take point. The flash is going to rain on over. Are they going to catch him? Yes, completely blind. But now they've got everybody here on hand, on deck to deal with it. Pasadello, is he going to go unchecked and uncleared? No, but doesn't matter. RCF gets it into a 1v1. But it's a horrible realization when you know IDK is on the other side. Yeah, never. Oh, but yes, you are. RCF. A little bit of life finally in case they survive a massive scare.
Oh my goodness, how are they able to get away with this one? RCF just going absolutely nuclear in the most important round of Ancient so far. The setup was perfect for Insanity. They had so many bodies in towards that B area, and you could see it. Case were just not ready for it. You deal with one, there's a second. You deal with a second, there's a third. You deal with him, there's one more. And even after you deal with 4, there was one more in towards the cave, but RCF was ready. Still incredibly expensive. Still no bomb plan, just around on the board, so money's not going to be great for the T's. But at least you've given yourselves a lifeline. At least somewhat of a chance. Especially if this time the A-walk works out.
Urbano finds an opening kill, make that 2.
Right. Yeah, this is the perfect fake. You just send one player and he clears out the bomb side by himself. And the bomb gets planted on the opposing side. Do they realize it? I think
imagine they go away to save.
They know. They know. No, they know. They know exactly what's going on. Surprise.
Yeah, horrible surprise there.
Now they save. It's so scary that you see how they realize what's going on though, right? If IDK peaks a little bit earlier or doesn't hug the wall before going for the peak, he could there is a world where he lines them up. and he gets both. And then it's panic station.
Yeah, nobody's coming past Pasadella's way, unfortunately. He was looking to maybe try and find an exit.
Yeah. Trigger that X-ray, oh buddy.
Let's have a look at this. Urbano, we didn't even get to see it from his point of view. Yeah, that's using that lurk smoke as well to perfection. You know, I see a lot of you see a lot of teams throwing it now. It is really good to like take just a lot of space and deny any real information for B players unless it's naded open like that, because you just can't see around it. There could be so many more, and that was kind of selling the fake, really. For case.
Yeah. The worst thing that can happen to you when you're just walking up with the lurk smoke and you're feeling safe on the T side is just seeing two nades fly towards your direction from long side. That is the way that this one could go horribly wrong. So the way that a lot of teams are countering, but try and counter that. The T side starting to look really nicely now on the back of that previous round.
Caston's no armor. He has picked up that M4. He's jumped over the kit, unfortunately. The bomb's coming back.
He surely hears that.
Yeah, they're hearing the steps rotating into A, surely. Riccioli stuck on something. There. Doesn't realize it. They've passed each other in the smoke. IDK needs to turn around.
Turn around, buddy.
He doesn't know. And Riccioli finds the kill. Awkward engagements.
Ooh. All right. This is starting to look like a proper Brazilian derby now. With some of those moments. Of course, this was just a half-buy for Insanity. So, yeah. Caston and Shus can hold on to it. There was some potential in there, as in a lot of those rounds so far, but Riccioli with a nice double. RCF as well, taking the initiative to get that opening kill. Oh, didn't realize, by the way, that was a sick flick. Fazin was on top of the boost. Yeah, there's the replay of that tango that they danced together. That was lovely.
Tactical timeout from Insanity, realizing maybe you're losing the grip of this game. We're in the driver's seat for so long. You've lost 3 rounds in a row now. Looking to not make it 4, especially with the guns that you are going to have available to you. Decision time of how you need to counteract Case Esports, who are finding a lot of success.
Yeah, I mean, they are finding a lot of access into the bomb sides.
Into B early on was the point I was going to make.
Saved you.
Thank you. That's why we're a team, Ted.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how you win somebody's trust. And you know what they say. No one can betray you the way that a friend can betray you.
Oh. I'll be waiting for the blade between the shoulder blades. But no stab in the back just yet. No strike in the back line from Cases. They haven't found that opening that usually they've been so good at collecting. Caston's been left solo here over towards A for the minute. IDK is going to begin to move back, and this is going to be a little bit of a quicker scenario of Case walking out of A main. They're hearing one player rotate out.
They have no clue what they're giving away right now.
No. Not in the slightest, but they're so scared.
It's a 4-man stacking towards the B-bomb side, but again, it's the fact that if the CTs find the kills onto those 2 Ts and the Oper just stays alive and holds the line in towards Donut, this is still winnable enough. It depends on how quick they want to be.
Casson knows he needs to hold his mid here now.
Oh no.
Oh, the timing. Oh, that was a chance. You know the opera's here. Riccioli in this corner. Fasten's already spotted him out. Chus and himself have to take a little bit of time out of their day to flush him out of that position, which they're able to do. Smokes go down. Bomb not yet planted, and it's getting a little bit awkward now for the CTs because the smoke dissipates in towards that CT side, and RCF has clear line of vision, just rattling off shots. And this looks like it is going to be the save from Insanity. Caston's going to go down there for free. Urbano on the late flank from middle, was just waiting to see if they walked away for him to drop them. HE chips away a little bit more health in case. They will have 8. Insanity, they've got big problems now. Just the one. And Urbano with all that impact late on in that round.
I don't want to say it, but this is starting to get out of hand really quickly right now. I feel like we've come to the point where Insanity are just trying to have a read really badly into what's gonna happen, and even if it's the right call, it just doesn't end up working out. In that situation, I wanted to commend Case, by the way. The pause that they did, as soon as the smoke started fading, they were just ready for that aggression from the CT side. They give it a couple seconds, wait to see what they will find around the map. Ends up working out really nicely, especially on the players that were trying to swing through CT and prevent the bomb from going down. As we go into another half buy, and this time it's going to be a lot more calm. Well, ooh. Something's been going on with HEs today.
Yeah, they just keep bouncing back. Boomerangs.
Is that a Wolf update? Is there an issue with the angles now? With the corridors? Wait.
Alright, there's a quick double.
That's not happening, is it? Okay.
No, IDK in that position, unfortunately for him. If he gets that kill, yeah, maybe there's a chance of it. There are some rifles to be recovered here, though. So that will ease the pain a little bit for Insanity, but if they end up dropping this map, if they end up losing their map pick, I mean, I don't think there's anything that's going to cure them of that pain, because this
I was waiting for the moment to make that joke with Case, by the way. Ease the pain.
Yeah. There's another little bit of a util mishap.
That flash failed perfectly.
Yeah. So that's 2, and it was Urbano throwing both of them, a flash and a HE, and he missed both of them.
Man, he's an entry. Why should he be throwing flashes in the first place? I mean, you don't want this guy to be thinking about you two. You just want him to buy AK, full armor. If he's got no money, someone drop over an AK, send him in, flash for him. He just turns around, boom, headshot, bam, a second one, that's it. You don't want him to be thinking about nades. Look, he's got 15 kills. And his team is on fire on the T side. So in his defense, I'll say he's not the problem. The game is the problem. He shouldn't be required to. He shouldn't be looked at as a player that needs to know how to throw flashes.
Game's getting close now. A little bit too close for comfort if you're Insanity. Shows, oh, he needs to be very careful. RCF thinking about staying up there. Can't really risk that. Double cave setup. Case are going to begin to move a little bit closer. They're taking mid control, or at least contesting it.
Is there a molly? Oh.
And the flash as well.
Yeah.
Fast and dropped. It's just a wonderful opener. You just flush them out.
It's such a great setup, but it's so easy to undo it. You just need one Molotov, right? One Molotov to force that player towards the right-hand side. The moment that he deploys that smoke, you know that he's probably trying to cause somewhat of a distraction, and then you just pre-fire the left-hand side. Oper is posted on the angle. Great execution by Case.
They're freezing. 40 seconds, though. You can't really freeze for that long. They are faking a little bit of A presence, but it looks like they're going to hit it. So Insanity might have the right read here. Util's going to go over. They've got a crossfire set up here. Pesadillo in a really good position. Bombs
are they going
walking back?
On
they
25?
need to make up, yeah, no, they can't. They need to make up their mind. They need to go into A here.
They're trying to make it look like a fake. Urbano's going to make contact. He gets the kill. They're running back. 15 seconds. They're sending the bomb back, but there's no one to stop them. They have plenty of time. This round is over. They just gave him enough time to cook.
That kill doesn't go their way, though. They're forced into an A play. That kill just makes all the difference. Urbano...
Yeah, he's just won them the round.
One kill. Wins them the round.
Flashes don't matter. He's just won them the round with one duo.
he's having so much impact, like solo up towards B as well. That's
Yeah.
not the first time he's done it. He's single-handedly just opened up that bomb site, whether there be 1 or 2 people there. In case of 10, this is terrifying for Insanity right now, and it could get a whole lot worse. I mean, Yeps is close. This position is great, though. At least for the first. Second and third, I don't know. Absolutely not. IDK just trying to avoid them at all costs, and he's doing a really good job of just staying alive, and he will at least keep that gun up. 6 in a row, Ted. That's an incredible T-side performance right now for Case. And Insanity just can't deal with them. They just cannot keep them out of the bomb sites. And they're playing them like a fiddle as well. Like they can play the fast rounds, they can play the slow rounds. The mid rounds have been great. And when it gets down to the final few instances, the final few moments of a round, you'd have to back Case in every single one of them.
That's been terrifying second half here for Insanity. When you think about the fact that they were able to get the pistol and the conversions as well, and this is their map pick, they were in such a good position. An 11-4 lead on the CT side of your own map pick. And it's starting to fly away. It's taking off right now. You gotta stop it. This could pretty quickly spiral out of control. Support Yuto is good. Nice, it is still able to get the hold mouse 1 prey and refrag in towards middle. At least you get 1 kill, but this is a much better start for the CTs.
Finally, they get a bit of control somewhere on the map. They deny an opening kill and they find a double entry. Now, they lose IDK in the process, but that's fine. You just need a man advantage, but you need to convert it. And last time they were in this position, they had 3 players here and they couldn't stop this kind of play, but it's a whole lot weaker this time. It's only 3 players. Be that as it may, they are on rifles. Fasten's going to try and inch a little bit closer. Good smoke to delay even further, but Case aren't going to respect this. They're going to walk their way through. And Shuz is going to stop both of them. RCF, he's the man throwing the util nades open the smoke, but runs right into that AK, and Shuz is finally going to shine. 12-10. Insanity stopped for a very long time. But finally have a result on the gun rounds, and now they just need 1 more.
Yeah, this is the one that matters the most, and it's so poetic that it's just to come in alive of all people. The one with the most experience on the side of INS comes in huge with a triple kill. Of course, he had a teammate behind him, by the way. If there wasn't that second guy, Shuz was probably going down straight away, and this round was up in the air. But teamwork makes the dream work, huh? That's what they say. 12-10. 2 chances to close it out now. It has been a long day, but at least you've guaranteed yourselves OT. Doesn't mean you want to get to it, though. You'd ideally want to close it out. Unfortunately, this round has started off perfectly for the T's.
Zerbano once again up towards that B bomb site, man, and finds that kill with ease. He's still just sticking around here. T's are going to commit into B.
He doesn't know.
Yeah,
He doesn't know the ops through.
That's what goes against him, but Insanity keep losing players. Oh, that kill
They've
needed to
seen
go
both.
your way. Yeah, you know now. And Nysen, how quick can he be? Crosses safely. And even though Casson is holding for this and expecting this, I'm not quite sure you're going to be ready for him in Temple, but it might not matter. He's going to go in towards Donut. He's going to go right behind him. Great shot onto Riccioli. Down into a 2 versus 2, but Fasten's going to fall instantly. And Casson mollies off the bomb plant and goes to save. Wants to keep that up.
I think he's rapping. He's playing for this. He's just going in through main. And this is a big risk that he's taking right now. You understand why he's going for this? He's got a quick reposition, but both of them, they can just push into our CT. He can miss both. And he will miss both of them.
Oh, will he though?
Oh no. That was it. Missed the chance. Yeps shuts him down. Had to take that shot straight away, but hesitated. Missed his opportunity, and now look at the CT side economy. This could be going into overtime. They still have enough money to put him on a nope. They still have enough money for a couple M4s. But it's going to be a little bit dry on Yuto on some of them, and there might be a couple SMGs in the mix. This is not over yet. That's an interestingly colored by the way. I think it's my first time seeing that.
Oh, it's a
cyberpunk
very nice Insanity. What around this would be to win. Just very lucky that Urbano was blinded by that flashbang as well. He's wasted a lot of bullets though, and Urbano can get a little bit closer. Looking for an entry up towards B once again. This time denied. But the spam from Riccioli does so much to Fasten, whether he realizes it or not. Probably not, but still cannot be comfortable. Sat up that close. A minute left on the clock. And Case look to go in towards this B bomb site. This is everything here. They'll fake it over towards middle, but still the advantage had right now by the CTs. And Fasten's upgraded onto an AK as well. Smoke's going to fade in just a moment. That molly doesn't take anyone. So no noise. Not yet.
Oh, Shiz has no idea. If he tries to cross towards the left-hand side and rotate away, this could be big issues right now. Sculpt hurt. Now you know. Yuto coming in. Shiz has got a flash. There it goes. Flash comes in. That's a big pickup.
Now it's down to Fasten. He's low HP. Stops at least the first. RCF's taken down by Pesadillo, but the rotations need to be quick. You have 15 seconds. You need to deny the plant. Are you going to go for the spam, or are you just going to wait it out? And he waits it out. Yeps. Trying to get a little bit closer. That's a big kill. Pesadillo's going to fall. And now it's a 2 versus 2. IDK with only a UMP and Casson on the op. Nice and trapped in towards the corner. The UMP goes close, but at least finds the kill. And no idea now where Nysen is. He's been spotted. HE could seal it all. Lands flush. 1 HP. Nysen still standing, but he needs to find a headshot. And Casson swapped over. Insanity. It took them a very long time, and they stumble finally over the finish line with an insane clutch and an insane final round. Ted, finally, they have it. They don't.
Oh my goodness.
I thought it was over. I thought it was over for so long, man. But,
wow,
man, what a performance there from Case to even consider us. You know, we were watching that and the comeback, man. I honestly thought it was going to happen. And I feel a little bit sorry for them that we didn't at least get to see overtime in that one. But those last rounds, they're always the hardest.
You sound a little bit starstruck at how close those last couple of rounds were. And I mean, I can't really fault you. That was an absolute carnage of a game, especially towards the last couple of rounds. Every single one was going down to the wire, down to an individual clutch it up. The moment that you see that HE fall on top of the player and leave him to 1 HP, you're thinking it's just designed to go into overtime from that point on. But yeah, Casson with a big 1 versus 2 there. It was a good way for him, good moment for him to step it up after having a bit of a worse for wear map number 1. With that being said though, Jack, Insanity are able to close out their own map pick evasion. It wasn't easy, but they still managed to make it over the finishing line. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be throwing this one into a bit of a break, after which we will be right back with the map pick of Case to see if they will be able to bounce back on Nuke.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back, folks. We are ready to kick things off with our second map of the second series of the day here, the RES Regional Series for LATAM America. Now, first map wasn't as clean as we expected it to be. Insanity were still able to close it out, even though it was a bit of a jump scare towards the latter stages of whether Case would be able to force it into overtime. Still, though, a 13-11 win on their own map pick and moving into Nuke, we are expecting to see a much better performance from Case. But, Jack, you did tell me that you have certain expectations of that Insanity CT side, and you see a world where we actually end up seeing a 2-0 here.
Yeah, look, I think Insanity, to be honest, I wouldn't read into that Imperial game all that much.
Sure.
I think Insanity can definitely cause Case problems. They're going to get to start on the CT side. The problem really was with Insanity versus Imperial, they started on the T side. So I'm expected to see a lot from this CT position that they're in. Let's not forget though, Case, they won their map 13-11, I believe, against Odic. So you know it is a close game. It's not entirely clean, and that's what I'm expecting right now from this one. To be honest, I can see a world where Case take it as well, but Insanity, they just took their foot off the gas a little bit towards the end of that Ancient. I thought they were the better team overall, and if we see that kind of performance once again here on map number 2, yeah, there is a world that 100% I can see this done in 2.
A point that I think is worth mentioning is the fact that Kasim didn't really have the best of performances. We did see what happened when he kind of tuned in towards the last couple rounds and had obviously that 1v2 clutch that was able to close out the map with. But I feel like his performance going into that second map will surely make a lot of a difference, right? Especially when it comes down to the CT side on which they will be starting in the first 12 rounds.
I mean, any opera on Nuke, do you know what I mean? You need your opera to be very quick on the rotations. If they're having a good game, if they're, you know, hitting all the shots, yeah, Nuke gets a whole lot easier. But it's just really how they want to use him and how comfortable he's feeling. As you said, towards the end of the half, or the end of the game, should I say, on Ancient, he came to life, he hit a few shots, and let's not forget, he won a massive clutch to close out the game. Imagine what that's going to do for his confidence now going into this second map. If he gets that big green in his hands early on, I'm expecting big things. I'm expecting a very big half from him. That's if, of course, Case allowed him to get into that position.
And that is a big if. You know what's not a big if, though? That you're going to get great treatment over 1xBet. That's never an if.
Yeah, of course, 130% deposit bonus when signing up if you use code 1XRES LATAM. Make sure.
Right, I was gonna ask you, by the way, if we do have a LATAM code. Apparently
yeah, we do.
Right.
Make sure to go ahead and check those guys out. There's a banner below the stream, and of course, it's
we're not gonna do the spelling bee onto LATAM, by the way.
Yeah.
Let's not butcher it too much. You all know how to spell LATAM, I hope. We're from the region, guys. Come on. IDK, pistol rounds. Whoa. They were a little bit more successful on Ancient. Still though, the push comes in and into another stack they go. Meat Grinder, hello there. A quick 1-for-1 though. The bomb will get planted and suddenly you don't really feel like you need to give all those fights to the CTs anymore, especially if Yeps is finding those skills still. Fazden should be able to find Yeps here if the timing allows him to. This is looking extremely difficult for the CTs though, and yeah, it will be a fairly clean pistol for Case. So a good way to kick things off. Mention they are after a good start. Pistol rounds did go 1-1. Oh no, they actually did go both in favor of Insanity on map number 1. So yeah, Case finally picking up their first of the series.
Two Zeus's brought out from Insanity, trying to put them to good use. Be intriguing to see what way Case want to approach this round. Let Urbano go exploring towards outside, maybe, and the rest go towards ramp. IDK is going to walk in, going to get a nasty surprise when RCF is sat there waiting, and still Case are going to freeze. So maybe even going to go back A here, maybe going to walk into the pistols if the lurk through A main is going to happen, but slowly but surely those pistols are being cut apart. It really comes down to the Zeus's if they can find some impact, and it's only the two Zeus's that are left. And
Give it to him. Oh,
yep.
Right. By the way, I was thinking about something. Okay, hear me out. So obviously we made the joke about IDK being I don't know, right? And this is probably why he named himself like that. He just didn't know what nickname to go for. What else could it be an abbreviature for? So I'm looking at I don't kick. You have any other shouts?
Oh.
I don't kill.
Well, that's not true. Well, so far this map, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. You're gonna have to come back to me with that one.
I am the Drift King. Or even better, I Donkey Kong.
Ah.
Those are the ones that I came up with. The Drift King one I like.
Yeah, for the Ferrari pigs he goes for, maybe.
Yeah. Smooth operator, indeed.
Good molly, landing on the ramp there, just gonna flush IDK back and breaks open the glass. Ramp control taken, not gonna use it. They're gonna double back and head towards this A bomb site where it's completely just Shuz on his own. He is so isolated right now. Everybody's below ground pretty much with the CTs. That's just not gonna cut it. Not in this situation. You need to get back up on the site. Just needs to go absolutely huge. He has dropped the bomb at least. The longer he stays alive, the better. In case haven't decided to accelerate into him, which is great news for him. But his teammates are absolutely nowhere near still, and the T's are just cutting them apart. Case have started this gun round perfectly, but still chances. With 25 seconds, the bomb yet to be planted. Steps being made in towards the lobby. IDK is absolutely making no secrets about this one. Great flashbang. Set up for success. Casson will find one more, and Urbano left on default, trying to lock this one in towards the heavens, and he spotted him out. Casson gets shut down. Case survived with just a single player, but it's another round on the board.
That gets so hairy there for a second. That was a 2 versus 4 that they make doable. That was perfectly executed, and you can see the communication flow as well throughout the entire time, right? They get the first kill onto the player that was sent in towards hell to cut off rotations. Instant push in towards the lobby. Instant rotation up the ladder. Flash comes in. You clear out Tetris. You get it into a 2v2. Then the Heaven player strikes next, and it's all coming down to Urbano just pulling off that masterclass of a clutch. Great shot onto the first one. Turns around. Clinical finish on the second as well. But they still make it much closer than what it... You felt like it had to be. They weren't too quiet with this one. They just run up lobby and in towards heaven. And Yep's heard all of it. Not sure he knows what to make of it. And now they're in towards outside.
I mean, this still could go good for Insanity here in a round like this. You see that molly down towards B though, and that is going to pull all those rotations, but bomb is towards back red, so there is still a chance that they just commit down in towards secret. The glass is already broken, so Pesadello's going to get closer. Yeah, they're going to walk into this. God. Oh, but Pesadello, he's found a great kill here, and he can just bait.
If they want to go back in towards A, by the way, this is incredibly risky, and there's no reason for those two players to move. Smoke comes in, Fasten already down the vent. That's gonna slow them down even further. This could get so hairy.
Forced into a fight. Fasten needs to use the element of surprise here. One. Oh, so close to a second. IDK getting above the site. That double door blown open. Player coming over towards single. They're gonna try and crunch here. This secret play needs to come quickly. Legs are going to be seen. And IDK gets nothing. Shuz goes down. RCF is going to be spotted. Casson still needs to make his move. 10 seconds. Bomb needs to be planted here. And it will be. This is so awkward here. Shuz just walked away from this one. I think Casson's going to have to do exactly the same. In a 2 versus 3 though, I mean, you're getting money in the next round. Surely you just try and go and deny the plant there.
I think if Shuz is low on HP, and that's the only reason. If he gets that first kill instantly, he's gonna run for the money, and Casson then left probably in a 1 versus 2 or a 1v1 has a shout to go for it. But Shuz is low on HP, he's been spotted out, he doesn't feel comfortable, even if they get one more kill. I feel like at this point, you're just looking after the AWP, because saving that AK and dropping it over to IDK is what will allow Casson to go for that AWP investment. And then if you're Shuz, you're looking at the armor that you're holding on to going into the next round. So yeah, it's not too big of a game changer, but it's gonna make you feel a bit more comfortable, I guess, going into the next round. And I'm not sure if you caught that, but that was a wild dance move from Shuz on the spawn there.
Yeah, that position's really good. Just above the site, but not when you're being split upon from single and double. If they're coming out through single, perfect. If you have a rifle, even better, but pistol in that scenario, unfortunately, didn't net IDK anything. That could have been a difference maker as well, but now it's Case just setting up in towards the lobby. Ramp smoked. IDK is going to just back up. Doesn't want to stand in front of it for too long. He goes down. Casson has to be very quick on the rotation. He is going to be anyway, just to provide that support as diagonals thrown from the tees towards outside. So faking out that presence, or maybe just going to try and get down secret to meet the bomb a little bit later on.
Yeah, and this is great though. It's drag the rotation of Casson away, and that angle is really good to be playing in towards the ramp from IDK, but it's really problematic when you're all alone. The good news is nothing's happening towards outside, so Casson is gonna make his way back there, and IDK doesn't see anything, but he can just jiggle this one. Case not really committing. I guess they were baiting. They were waiting for a reaction from the CT side, but it never come in, and it is looking like rerouting towards A right now, but Fazden hasn't really moved a muscle from there.
30 seconds. It's going to be an A play. Or they'll try and get down the vent. Looking like a vent dive, maybe. And will they get down safely? Yes, they will. Nothing they can do about it. IDK is going to fall. He was the only player down towards B. Casson cannot deny the bomb. It gets across safely, shoves down the vent, and I don't believe they've heard it because they haven't instantly turned around for him. Faston and Pensavillo, they've both been dropped by two players. Now they know where the remaining CTs are. Schultz is already calling this one a day. In Case, this is dominant right now on this T side.
Living in the heads of the T's rent-free right now. Or the heads of the CTs, sorry. Looking so comfortable. And it's the fact that it never comes down to even winning fights right now for Insanity. You just feel like you're not given the chance, you're not given the position to even feel competitive, even feel like you can get away with a couple kills. You're just getting completely outmaneuvered. And this is what a well put together T-side looks like. Case now winning 5 in a row, and time is starting to tick away here. Insanity, there might have been a couple closer rounds in the mix there, but eventually you're gonna have to start picking them up at that tactical timeout. That's why it comes in. You realize it hasn't been the most one-sided of affairs in every single one of those rounds, but most of the time you haven't really been able to put up too decent of a fight. It was just that one round, that 1 versus 2 clutch from Urbano, and that's about it. The remaining of it has been as clean as it gets here for Case.
Yeah, you're kind of getting to the point of no return now, and this is where I was a little bit concerned, maybe, for Insanity. But their CT side, man, they've done absolutely nothing to warrant me thinking that they're going to get back into this game. Oh, a little bit of a late lobby crunch, maybe. Flash is being set up, I believe. Or Fasten is just going to play close, actually. Maybe not. Thought maybe he was going to try and risk it. Sometimes the desperate plays do come out at this stage of the game. But maybe we're not at that point just yet.
That must have been a world record for the most maybes in around 30 seconds, by the way.
Maybe.
Probably. Could be. There is a chance. And as you said, desperate times call for desperate measures. I guess this is what you can classify this force by as. Still though, not too bad of an investment when you look at the weaponry situation. Urbano could get surprised here. Pasadello was thinking about going for the swing through the smoke. Decides against it, and Urbano's gonna try and catch the timing. This could work out so well for him, but it doesn't.
Oh, now the play is just gonna revolve around coming out the door. That's if you want to, though. And they can't. They can't afford to do it. The hightail it over towards the ramp. Fasten's gonna be fast behind them. Oh, but they're gonna go hell. This is so smart. However, there's 2 players already down towards B, and Fasten, once he hears nothing, and he might actually catch a glimpse of where that molly was. Yeah. Surely they know right now. Pesadillo's going to be holding for it. He's dropped the first. The bomb gets involved in a fight. If he goes down, would have been a completely different story.
Look at Shuz.
Shuz. Oh, okay.
Oh, what?
He turned away. Passing up towards the heavens though will shut down Yeps, and it's just nice and left on the site. But what a reaction that is. 1v2. Left. Casting with that AWP. IDK gonna look for the information. He spotted him out, and as soon as he crosses back, the off will just drop him. That's finally around on the board for Insanity.
Wow, and that was all over the place as well. It felt like a clean cut. The call was perfect from the CT side. They deal with the outside presence, then they were completely focused. Tunnel vision on the A-bomb side. They get the first kill there as well, forcing the D's into a ramp play, and it felt like they were so aware. Fasten times the push in towards the HUD to perfection to get that first kill. After the fact, deploys the smoke, pushes through as he hears the steps. He was so quick on the flank, but still there was a way back for the T's into the round. Pasadello, the moment that he finds that kill, the round was supposed to be over, but just not getting away with a single one did make us consider it for a second. Great reaction from Nizen there, but the AVP being patient enough to net that kill pretty much freely. 1 on the board. It has to be a start to something more though.
It does. They're out on A. They have lost a player though. Case. And RCF. Oh, that is ridiculous. He sprayed 2 of them down in towards main. With ease. IDK drops Riccioli in the meantime. There's still chances right here for Insanity, but it's going to come down to if they can find the kills. If IDK can find a little bit more impact back towards the lobby. Caston is waiting to flash us out of heaven. And he has already collected a kill. Smoke's going to fade in just a moment. They still need to go. Need to go quite quickly. Default's going to be cleared out. Nice and finds that headshot. They'll run on through. Casson is taken down, and it's Urbano with that double. Case back on the board once again. Deny a second round in a row for Insanity. This is just mental Counter-Strike that we are seeing right now.
Yeah, it is mental Counter-Strike, but it feels like it's just Case in a nutshell. The comfort that those players feel when they're in a 1 versus 1 situation. I mean, a lot of those fights going in favor of Insanity, but you look it down to Urbano, you look it down to Nizen, they have been so crisp when it comes down to those 1v1s. Oh, run boost? Oh. Never mind. Would have been cool. Wait. Right.
Messy from Case.
I know he was probably watching the previous game with his organization, but yeah, this is all over the place.
It is indeed. That HE is going to do a little bit of damage. Pasadillo trying to buy a little bit of time. They don't realize the Casson has got across to red box.
This is so scary right now. You just want to get the hell out of here, and Yeps doesn't believe that he's still getting tagged down. Oh.
And now you commit towards ramp here. I don't mind this at all. Oh, Fasten's just going to drop in. Urbano's still just lurking back door. You get yourself in a position that you can find some success. Urbano's going to go back and clear lobby. Timing is everything here. Oh, he caught a glimpse of one. They're all low.
Did they overthink it?
Oh, they might overcook it a little bit here.
This is so terrifying. Surely you just send 1 player in, and that's going to be the scouting mission. RCF goes down straight away. No. No. Oh my goodness, the trigger discipline. He's gonna wait. The bomb is coming in. There's 15 seconds. He's gonna find both of those kills. He's won the round. This is genius, Shuz. You're an absolute mastermind. And Urbano is nowhere to be seen. 5 seconds. He needs to find the kill. There is no way he does. He's so low. Shuz has just cooked them to perfection.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen. That is magic from Shuz. That is an insanely high IQ play.
You know what that is? This is excellent. This is excellence at its finest. Counter-Strike excellence.
Just to have the know-how, to have the awareness that he's only hearing one player's steps, and once he doesn't clear him out, that's right. I'm not going to show myself. He's scouting. I know that there's no other steps behind him. He's going to call his teammates down. That's such a clever play. And it has done a lot of damage to Case's money. We might not see it in this round. There's probably AKs dropped, maybe. But actually, no. Only 2 P250s on Riccioli and Yeps. They've invested in a lot of utility here. And they're trying to go fast out towards the door. At least one person is, and that's already been stopped by Fasten. You took on a rain on over. Might try and maybe get down the vent once again, but it's such a risk with Fasten spamming like that. In case they're going to have to reroute, but they're going to have to go forward in the rest of this round with just a singular HE and a molly. They've no smokes to cross outside.
Surely this isn't how it all starts for Insanity, right? I mean, best case scenario, they get 6 rounds, which is still really solid for Case, but they could make a game out of this. Still at least give Case a run for their money. Could be out of reach to have a really successful CT side, but you can at least keep it competitive, at least keep it close. Into the up do you go, and as you said, not a single flash, so you need to be using a human flashbang right now, and Riccioli actually baits out the shot. Casson doesn't get a kill. He's thinking about going for a re-peek. Intelligently enough, he doesn't, but Case have been able to cover some ground.
$20. As soon as that bomb's tapped, that door is going to swing wide open. Urbano's dropped. Fast in. So quick to claim 2. And this is a 3rd round for Insanity.
Yeah, safe, called in. Nizen will hold on to the M4. RCF holds on to the AK, but 4 alive. You get 3 on the board. It's much better now for the CTs. This is the most convincing round we've seen from them. And it all starts off because of a 1 versus 3 from Shuz.
Yeah, now, okay, the rifles are good. You'll save them. You've nothing behind this right now if your case. They're investing?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, this is... If you lose this round, it's 6-6.
Alrighty. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, this is a crazy call from Case.
Yeah, you wanted to... I mean, I understand it because they had 2 players survive, and you don't really want to have 2 of them being behind when it comes down to the investment after the fact, but you are still going to be running with 3 pistols, one of them even a Pit 250, and you just have 2 smokes, 1 flash, and 1 HE left after that initial wave of smokes. That's about it. Now you just have the smoke, or the flash and the nade. Flash used 1 HE on minute 10. And you haven't been able to find an opening kill. You need something wild. And they're just going down secret. Yeah. And IDK is already down there.
Into IDK. Oh, he's actually going to run back a little bit here. He's going to play for the information. He knows that they're probably on a little bit of a weaker buy. So I like this from him. Yeah. Spots out 1. Straight away up on top of the site. The route over towards single. Riccioli is spotted towards outside. He was the lurk that could maybe catch somebody off guard, but What's happening on the site is a little bit more interesting right now. Flank coming in towards single. Shuz will at least get one. He'll actually get the double and drop the bomb as well. Op is under pressure. Casson needs to try and help out Shuz, who's going to be taken out of the round. And Pisaldo, is the only one left. And Riccioli, man, how did he not go down? I'm so confused about that. He was spotted with a Tech 9. He's killed 2 people with a Tech 9 from that range.
And he was instantly tagged down, by the way. He received the dink in the first peak. Yeah, he was below 30 HP. And found a double kill in towards outside. I have no idea.
Okay, well.
Well, that's how he killed the second one.
Yeah, but it was the first fight that I was more interested to see, because he was spotted instantly.
Well, to hell with the 6-6, as says Riccioli. SK's pick up their 7 here on the T side, and they make that insane investment work out. This one just fell apart here for Insanity. Around that was in their hands, and a missed shot from Dio. Casson not really able to connect on a lot of those. Pasadello does find the opening elsewhere though, so a 5v4, but Chaz needs to be perfect. At least one, but he doesn't get a single one.
Oh, once again, they're going to throw this fake molly, and they're going to let Nyson go and try and lurk around. Yeps is going to be spotted out by Cass, and RCF will take down the Opera on the other side. Pasadello up close, though, already has 2 kills, needs a whole lot more. There's a third. RCF still sitting on the site. They think it's A. Now they'll be called back.
Yeah, there goes the Yuto. Surely now you realize Fadson making all the steps back. Now you've heard the bomb being planted, but that's allowed RCF to get into a really comfortable position, especially if Nyson stays alive. Nate not going to do a whole lot of damage, but the Opera on top of the side, this is something that you might not be ready for.
No, not in this position. Pasadello has a molly. At least can isolate maybe one of the fights, and Fasten really needs to connect on Nyson here. Pasadello will find the first. There's the shot. RCF gets into a 1 versus 1, and he's gonna win it. Beautiful. 3 kills from the Opera. That's 8 for Case, and they are on Insanity's case right now. They want to get this one over and done with, send us onto an Inferno, and they could finish out this first half with 9, Ted. This is not what I was expecting for sure, and I will hold my hands up with that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is the rifle work that we're seeing from KS Esports, right? They are a really good team at just making you feel disturbed on your CT side, just getting away with a lot of situations that they shouldn't be. But even if they're getting away with some that they shouldn't be, I wouldn't say that this is just a half that's been built up on top of rounds like that. A lot of good reactions, a lot of good decisions. And even here, you see the instant reaction to that lobby crunch, even though Fasten will be able to get away with one. And I thought for a second Yeps was thinking about walking through that smoke. I was going to lose my candy.
Man advantage. Oh, Pasadello is going to go through this. He's a dead man. There's no way you get out of that alive. You've lost the only rifle that you have in the round left. This is a case round for sure. And they're just everywhere. Like 1 T roof, 1 T spawn, 2 down secret. And there's a minute left on the clock. And they're still not moving. They're waiting for the adjustment. They're waiting for the reaction. They're just playing for the information because they've seen nothing. There's
one. Yeah, that's the kill. And now even if Shells finds that one, you spotted him out. Doesn't get a kill instantly. There goes the reface from Riccioli. It is 9 rounds on the T side of Nuke for a case. Well, even if there was a case to be made after that engine, that there could have been something more from Insanity. Case proving that this was always going to be their map for the taken. And call me crazy, but after seeing 9 on the T side, I feel like this one might be as good as over. Ironically, it should be as good as over.
Yeah, I mean, the odds favouring KS Esports, according to 1xBet. If you want to take advantage, click the banner down below the stream and sign up using our code 1xRES LATAM. Of course, you get a 130% deposit bonus on your initial deposit. Pistol underway. Urbano already with the opening as Case look to hold on. This CT pistol might just seal the game, but a little bit of life from Insanity here as they find 2 quick kills. They'll find a bomb plant and Case will have to go on the retake. Kit available on Riccioli. Heaven player spotted out. Well, Riccioli is going to wrap all the way around. They're going to go together through main, or think about it anyway. Oh, a late retake towards Heaven. Maybe.
Yeah, they're faking the steps. They want to make sure that there's going to be at least 2 T's walking or looking towards a different position, and they are going to go for this extremely late. They could catch Fastin off guard. Yeah, he's completely sure this is a save. They're trying to walk away. This is a complete madness, but they have to find the first kill. They're going to get on the bomb. Surely not like this. Surely not like this, and it does not happen. They give it a good go. They give it a good bash. They find the kills. But the D's were close enough. They were never going to let this one slip. I rate the try, though.
I rate it as well, man, to be honest. I mean, if you can get it over the line there, that would really add insult to injury, to be honest, after absolutely smashing them 9-3 on their CT side. But now, everybody's gone down. Nobody's saved armor. You don't save that kit, you've nothing to work with in this round. So you are actually risking it a little bit. In terms of the next few rounds, we probably won't see too much played from the CTs. Well, this round for sure. The next one, maybe. Oh, and it's going to be a stack. Have they been smoked off there? Nope, just a hell smoke. I was about to say that would be great diligence if they landed that smoke up there just to counter that little Astralis stack.
Imagine, by the way, imagine you're calling an Astralis stack like that and there's a smoke landing right on top of you.
We actually used that call this season on a gun round, and it worked.
Oh, the Astralis stack on
yeah,
a gun round.
On a gun round, yeah. Like we all had rifles.
Nice. Explains quite a lot.
It was more for the tilt factor we were going, and trust me, it worked.
Right. Yeah, I can imagine. Ooh.
Good smoke down, but it's not going to stop Insanity. They're not going to respect this. Faston's already found the opener. Riccioli trapped in the corner, and he's good for just a 1. Completely overwhelmed. First gun round. Not going to plan for Case at all. The CTs will rotate down the vent. Faston still stuck towards back lobby, and Neisen is being very patient with this one.
Surely he's not looking for that, though. He's looking for a round play. Okay, never mind. He gets the kill, but Caston in the meantime will drop EFs. This round should be over. I mean, RCF is still giving this one a go, but you really want to risk it. Yeah, they do want to risk it. Steps down the vent. Caston playing an awful off angle, but low on HP. RCF gets the first one. Refract comes in, and it's just down to Neisen. The newest addition. He's been playing well, but is it well enough? 15 and 8. Needs to make it 17 and 8, but the time is running out. He's got a smoke. He's got a molly. He's got a kid. But no one's giving him a fight. No one's giving him an inch back into the round. On the prowl. Looking for those players. Spots one towards the back of the side, but there's not enough time anymore. He's going to hold on to the AK. Insanity gets 6 on the board. Is this where you're starting to get a little bit worried?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If I'm Case, I'm getting a little bit worried right now. That was a really good call from Insanity, but we've only seen 1 gun round, so I don't know if that's just me being a little bit terrified, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's not past the point of no return just yet, but you definitely need to make sure you bring your A game to the next few rounds. In case they're going to call a tactical timeout, just to make sure that they are going to bring their A game for the next few rounds. Cannot afford to let this one get any closer. This is an elimination game. And if you lose this map, Case, you are out.
Yeah, I mean, try and think of a worst way to bomb out of a tournament after being up 9-3 on the CT side of Nuke, and it's your map pick. There isn't too many worst case scenarios.
Yeah, and also, like, if we're gonna talk about, you know, actually qualifying for that LAN in Belgrade later on in the year, you know, Case are a real shoe-in for that, to be honest. They're not too far away. They've got 55 points accumulated from the last 3 events. Sneisen gets instantly shut down. And they are actually only around 60 points off qualifying. Great shot from Urbano as he tries to get his hands on that rifle. Not tall enough, or arms not long enough, whichever you want to go with. So unfortunately,
I'd
he
say
can't grab
arms
it.
not long enough.
Oh, he doesn't need it though.
Right.
Another Deagle headshot. Cast him down. This is getting scary here for Insanity.
Yeah. And you're a little bit disjointed as well. Right now, you're just praying for a free kill to go your way, right? You're praying for a 3 versus 3, and getting a clean one onto Yeps is so important. You can't afford to let that P250 land even a ding. That could be enough here. That's the fight. Yeps, 1 bullet away from greatness. Just needs the headshot, doesn't get it. Fasten. Incredibly quick on the trigger. And Urbano's missed another one crossing down secret. They might be able to find a way back into the round. Riccioli's all alone here, and he's just got his trustworthy 5-7. But there's no one up close to support him. And it's the same discussion that we had. Only that this time he needs a kill, not just the ding.
Yeah, this time he needs to kill, maybe even more than just a singular kill. They're going to spot him out. It's all about the timing. Oh, he might have missed his opportunity. He's stuck in the door. His teammates arrive, but he's been taken out of the equation. Urbano picks up that AK bomb planted quite open. Oh, it's been denied.
No time.
No time. Case have won the round.
That's it.
What went on there? They planted completely open. I'm lost for words. I'm absolutely
Didn't they
lost.
realize that did they think that he was going in towards the vent? Because surely if you know he's gone control, they just didn't know where he was going. You can imagine probably the TeamSpeak was all over the place there. It must have been extremely chaotic. Because they get the kill onto the ramp player, and then they plant towards a position that you can't see from ramp, but you can see from everywhere else.
Nobody holding for it.
Yeah. They were just afraid of so many other factors. They were afraid of the decon swing. They were afraid of double doors. No one holding in towards control. That hurts. You've been playing a good D side so far. It's so painful for this one to be the first one that you drop. Thankfully, Shuz is still finding openings in towards outside. That's his 3rd so far of this half.
Yeah, RCF was a real heavy hitter on the side of Case as well, so to take him out early on, it's definitely a promising sign. Riccioli caught in a horrible timing, thought it was clear, but the coast was not as fast.
You know what? If this is how you bounce back after dropping around against the pistols, you don't really give a damn.
No, and it hurts the money of Case even more if you win a round like this. Oh, and they're going to walk up secret. Casson just needs to be patient.
All 3 of them.
Bomb's outside, though. And that's why Casson is moving, inching closer. Oh, he can't really afford to wait here any longer. He's just being patient. Yeah, now eventually you have to make your move.
Yeah. I'm afraid it's just the gamble for a Case right now. They've just sent all 3 players down the B-bomb site, hoping it was going to be a push in towards secret or coming in from the ramp or even a vent drop towards the B-bomb side extremities. If that was the case, they could have had a go at it. Unfortunately, quite the opposite. So Insanity, not only they get this round, but now they're in a position where they can keep all 5 alive. Money on the T side. Could be going perfectly well after this one. You're looking at the savings account. They will be blooming, and Shuz is actually on the prowl for a couple of exit kills here. And this is big. Every single gun that you get out of the hands of the CTs will just dig deeper and deeper into their own misery. It's just nice and left, and surely he's gonna go down. Shuz does it all alone. Didn't even need support there. Low on HP. He's gonna go down to the bomb. I don't think he realized it. But he finds all of them. And now, this game is on.
Yeah, now this game is on. Oh, and the 1xBet odds tightening up a little bit here. In fact, they are leaning a little bit more in Insanity's favour. I don't blame them, do you?
Not really. No.
It is pretty interesting to see that Insanity are picking up these rounds. You know, they are getting back into this game, considering you've got Casson 4 and 12, your Opper just having little to no impact, and IDK has not performed the way he did on Ancient. You've just got Chuz.
I mean, to be fair to him, it has been feeling like IDK is just the guy that's gonna go huge a couple rounds per game with a lot of impact, right? You're not really gonna be anticipating him to be delivering multi kills round after round.
No, jumping AK.
Did he jump shot him with an AK?
I'm gonna have to ask to see a replay of that.
I have a crazy theory of what happened.
I think he was top sight and he just jumped peeked into heaven and one tapped him.
Yes.
They lose 2 players.
I don't think it was a one tap, but I think he bursted a couple bullets. But is there a way we see a replay?
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Right. That was.
So he was just on top of the ladder.
That was kind of bad. I got my hopes up there.
I mean, it's not his fault.
No, it's not his fault, but like, I don't see it from the point of view of that, and you know, I'm expecting this insane jump shot, headshot, and I just see that. That's disappointing. Oh,
a bit of a blue ball, isn't it?
Yeah, Urbano already up close to blue. Ooh. Quick, an easy kill. He won't get away though. Shuz will make sure of it.
Once again, Shuz, he's been a menace from the top of Silo, by the way. It feels like every single fight that he's going for is just going his way. Even if you post an open on the angle, at this point, RCF might not even want a challenge. You get a quick 1-for-1. This is the buy round that's of utmost importance right now for Case. They've picked up only 1 on the CT side, and let me remind you, that was a half buy with the pistols. Yet to post the buy round on the board in that second half, and each and every second, each and every inch that you lose and concede in a buy round like that is going to make it feel more painful. It's going to make it feel like you're strangled for options. You need someone to make the big difference, but Insanity might be able to avoid the open once again. And talking about Caston, he comes in clutch with a massive kill.
It gives you the advantage. Oh, and you could get a whole lot more.
Going down into the orb though.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Surely they don't boost him on the angle, right?
Oh, I don't know.
They will.
Not for this angle. Oh, the leg is going to be enough though. Oh, and he's missing a few opportunities. Nade doesn't catch him flush. Opens the door. They know he's not out though. Yeps is trying to help him. RCF is holding. They're trying to get this bomb down, but he's been taken off it. And IDK left in a 1 versus 3, stepping on the site now, making a lot of noise, and just walks past the smoke case. They recover massively there. A 3v4 that they're able to convert gives them 11, and Insanity are going to be kicking themselves that after the Opera missed a shot, they weren't able to find a whole lot more.
Yeah, no one was holding the vent drop, right? I mean, you forced the Opera out of position, all right, but you still have 3 more people that can escort the bomb planter onto the bomb site. Shuz is just chasing down the Ob, not really paying any attention to the vent, and that's the real difference maker. If they cut off that rotation, surely the Op is not going to get away with more than 1 kill out of that position. And I think they realized that they might have rushed into it a little bit more than what they had to. You spot the Opera, you were just so glued in on the idea to get that kill that you forgot about the other options. And in that type of a situation, this is a desperation play from the player dropping down the vent. I'm not sure who it was, but you're just dropping down the vent like that, you're 9 out of 10 times just killing yourself. Desperately trying to support your Opera. This is the 10th one though. You drop down, you get a kill, you win your team the round. A tactical timeout for Case. You realize even though you pick up that round, you need consecutive ones on the board. You realize this game has not been salvaged fully. But this is a good starting point.
A time for Chaos to have his input, of course, signed over from Medallia Amigos with Fasten and Shuz with him. So, trying to get his influence in at one of the final moments on this map. Wants to keep the dream of a 2-0 alive. And it is still alive. As of right now. But it could be fading if this round isn't perfect from Insanity. Molly's over onto this bomb site. Are they gonna commit off it? Yeps just doesn't really know where to stand here. Flashes need to be good. They are perfect for now, but Nizen stops the first player. This smoke is gonna make things really difficult. IDK has been hurt every step of the way, and Yeps just trying to play around it to survive. It's such an awkward round. Yeps will claim 3 before he falls, and Casson in the clutch has got 3 himself, but he needs 2 more. It's insane that a 3K isn't just gonna cut it. And he's gonna double back.
Is he rapping heaven? Or outside, sorry? Yeah, he is rapping outside. This is a bit cold though. This might be the thing that they're not ready for. RCF is giving this one a look out. Oh, he's ready. He's so ready. Timing is going to be of utmost importance though. Does RCF hold the line? Oh no, he's gonna walk away. And this is what Casson needed. Did they see each other? Yeah, now they did. Casson realizing the ops on the other side, baits out the first shot. He's gonna cross down into her secret. The only question here is, do you want to commit down the B play, or you want to go up the vent in towards A? And that's what RCF is thinking about. He's going to rotate back in towards the A bomb site, and he's just waiting for it. But Casson committing to the B play. That's the fight. Flash goes in. Player spotted. Riccioli wins the fight 12-8. Case Esports Santo. They get 4 map picks. Or 4 map points.
4 map picks. That's a
4 map
ridiculous
picks would have been
stage.
overpowered. Yeah.
That's unfair.
That would have been the most rigged thing ever.
Yep's insane, all jokes aside, on that bomb site, just anchoring around that smoke, playing it to perfection. Even hearing IDK in the smoke there to spray him down. And yeah, man, he really does it all there. If he doesn't find that triple kill, that's Insanity's round for sure. Look the amount of util that Insanity have left right now. They're going to go down towards B, or try to at least. That nade open the smoke. He sees nothing RCF, but rotations are already going to be down. Nade open. At least one at the double doors, but IDK, never even realised it. His teammates are up close. Riccioli needs that support, and he needs it now. They're going to try and swing out onto the site. A jumping Mac is going to be good for the first RCF. What a ridiculous deagle headshot. And Fasten, he's already up close. Does RCF realise it? Does he spot him out? Yes, he does. Oh, not missing. Op, deagle, you name it. RCF is hitting everything on his screen, and now he just needs to find Shuz, and he might be the man to do it all. A minute left. Shuz doesn't really have the time. There's the Opper. Eventually he is going to miss, but Urbano will pick up his slack, and Case will pick up the map.
Wow. Once again, not as clean as we might have expected. Insanity sure as hell did give him a run for their money, but in the end of the day, Case surviving a massive jump scare. And I say a jump scare. It's still a 13-8, but the fact that you were 9-3 up, and there was a point in which a pistol round bailed you out of a level score, of a tied game in the second half, that was sure as hell really scary for Case Esports. Still though, Jack, in the end of the day, Case are able to level things up, and we will get to see all 3 maps in our second elimination game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are throwing this one into a little bit of a break, and we're going to be right back in just a couple minutes. It is Inferno coming up to see which one of those 2 teams will keep on fighting in the last and final RES for LATAM America.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet. respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
Welcome back, folks. Pretend it's 2018 and it's good old CSGO because we have an Inferno Decider on the menu, Jack. It's elimination on the line. We have two Brazilian teams that have both shown us some good stuff and some not so good stuff so far in today's matchups, to put it plainly. But going into that third and final map, Sanity versus Case, who are you backing?
I think I have to lean a little bit towards Case. I gave Insanity a chance on that map, and yeah, well, Case made me eat my words, to be honest. Still, it wasn't too far away. You know, I mean, it was a close enough game. Just the real problem was they were very, very slow on their CT side, didn't really get going. I was impressed with some of the things that they were bringing to the table on their T side, but I think Case just were the better team overall. Looking towards Inferno, I mean, nothing can happen. I think these are very, very closely matched teams. But I think Case are going to have the confidence to go into this third and final map and just take it.
I mean, on paper, we were expecting to see a Case victory out of this, right? And even though there was a lot of scary moments, I feel like, if that makes any sense, the convincing moments of Case were a lot more convincing than the convincing moments of Insanity, if that makes any sense, right? Whenever Case were winning rounds, it actually felt like they were the better team by quite some margin. And whenever Insanity were winning rounds, it was maybe a bit closer. It was a little bit scrappy. It required a bit more individual heroics and stuff like that. So I feel like Case going into this map are probably going to feel like now they're a little bit more relieved as they were able to close out that nuke, which at times did feel like it was not going to be as clean cut as what we expected. But speaking of clean cuts, going into the knife round, who's going to be the best cutter of the server in this knife round, Jack? Give me a name. Who's gonna get a double at least?
That's a tough one. I'm gonna say Yeps.
Okay, I'm gonna say RCF. He looks like a sharp fella. Both of us did go for Case players, by the way.
Yeah. Who gets more impatient, though? Somebody's just going to dive in a moment.
Casson wants it. That's why he's standing to the back. They're not letting him go, because they know. Alright, boys. We have a schedule to follow, so you can start doing something. Alright, knife round does go in favor of Case. Unfortunately, we didn't guess right. Nizen was the one to get a triple kill, so neither of us getting it right, but still, Case getting the
surely I should get something.
Choice of sides.
So surely I should get something. RCF got nothing, and Yap's got one.
The question was which player is gonna get two or more. Did you get it right? That's what I thought. They're trying to throw me under the bus.
Aggressive mid to start it off. And it's pretty early to find one. Nizen was spotted there, yeah. I was wondering where they're going to go and just deal with him. Quick and easy headshot with the Glock. Now the CTs have to go sprinting over towards A. But what they're going to find is Insanity are not even on the bomb site. They haven't even moved past second middle. They were waiting for an adjustment from the CTs to come in. And a late walk out of the apartments, maybe.
Yeah, probably. I don't think they believe that this type of a silly push in towards middle a second minute would have been the entire play, so maybe expecting a little bit more, but the CTs might be thinking it's a B play. Well, RCF needs to call them back. There's one, doesn't get a second, but at least the one will do to keep them evened up. Bomb will get planted, but look at that retake. It's going to be so quick. Urbano with a great reaction, and Casson needs to clutch it up in the 1v2. Tapping away. Yeps is out of ammo, and Casson finally able to finish it off. It's another 1 versus 2 for him. A triple kill for the man in the pistol. And Insanity start things off a little bit better on Inferno.
Yeah, they do. And it's just such an awkward round, to be honest, from start to finish. And the T's are going to end up closing there. It got a little bit too close for comfort towards the end. Insanity, the favourites going into this, according to 1xBet. Of course, if you want to take advantage of those odds, you can sign up using our code 1XRES LATAM. And get up to 130% deposit bonus on your initial deposit. A B-pop.
Just the other way around.
On the other side. And, well, IDK sprays down 3. Pasadello going to try and get the last player. RCF is very low.
Oh, he really is being that guy, by the way. Sure.
And he will eventually fall. I mean, you farm a lot of cash there. Oh, and the BM coming out in this game as well. We had a lot of BM in the last one.
I mean, when you see an Argentina versus Brazil, you kind of understand a little bit more, right? You have that country rivalry. I guess when it's Brazil versus Brazil, you can have some friendly banter. Or they just don't like each other. I mean, that's on the plate completely. Could be a realistic thing. Hopefully not. We want everyone to be friends with each other. Fair play. That's the name of the game. Might be boring at times, but it's the right way to go. Pasadello, quite quick out of mid though. RCF spotted with you up towards the back of the site. Not the most ideal position that you want to find yourself in. And speaking of ideal, this is far from ideal for a case. What a quick first buy round from Insanity. They just locked him out of the round completely.
Yeah, we should be seeing a save already, and it's just fast-paced, especially when you've got the MAC-10 still in play. Just try and get them up close and personal, and yeah, just completely overwhelms Case without a shadow of the doubt. Insanity made the correct call. However, this 3-man save isn't the worst of possibilities. You will keep at least yourself competitive in the next going round. However, this one, not so much.
Bomb goes off. That's 3-0 Insanity. Of course, if you want to dig into some of the numbers and be a little bit nerdy of what to expect, Insanity as a 5-man lineup has not really played too much Inferno. Well, they haven't played a single Inferno, so nothing to really look into there. But on the side of Case, it has been a bit of a hit or miss, right? And there is a little bit of history going in. Case actually did play Adalia Amigos on Inferno in the 3rd edition of the RES, and they won that 13-9. Of course, on the Adalia Amigos, we had a Fazin and Shuz. For those of you that are wondering, around them were Pyria, ZQKS, and Dalbony. Not on the server today, but yeah, Case did end up winning that Inferno 13-9. And this was actually the only time that they've played against that duo, Fazin and Shuz, on this map. I say it has been a hit or miss, though. I mean, you look at the last 5 games they've played, it's just that one Adalia Amigos win and a win against Odic, and then you're looking at losses to Pain, MIBR, and Odic, which, again, great teams to be facing off against. But still, you're associating the map with one that you have been playing quite a lot, but oftentimes has been going against you. Again, on paper, regardless of the slow start, we should be expecting Case to be able to sooner or later get a foot in this game and start looking a lot more comfortable, especially on the CT side.
T's are waiting for their chance to pounce. Smoke towards the arches. Rap might be coming in here, Riccioli. He's going to hear all that util, and the T's are still going to commit towards A. They have to. Wrapping around the side, 3 players still remain here for Case. You are leaving it very late right now if you're Insanity. You need to hope that the entries are perfect, you're out of utility, and you're just running the clock super thin. The first gunfights don't go your way. There's no way in here. This is a big problem. Insanity just leave it way too late. They play against themselves, and they hurt themselves. Case have their first.
Yeah, and this is the comfortability that we were talking about. Finally, you're able to capitalize on one, and it makes such a big difference mentally. The fact that you're able to keep 4 alive in the first buy, everything just goes to plan. You played really passively from the back of the bomb side. You wait for the T's to come to you. RCF finds a really nice double kill there. Insanity never felt too comfortable. RCF from underneath the balcony, ready for the double swing. Gets those two, nice in with one, and even though the refrag from the op comes in, it was never going to make the round a lot easier to pick up. So Case get there first on the door. We're in the door. Let's see if they're going to be able to find another one. Ooh. Casson doesn't realize how close he was with this, by the way.
Yeah, he was a whisker away. Just it's going to be the opening casualty. Okay, so looking to continue to pile on the damage and claw their way back into this one. Doing a good job of it. Finding that opening pick and then falling away, giving up banana, giving up brackets, maybe play for some information a little bit later on in the round. But for now, you're quite happy in the position you're in.
Looking like a B or an apps pop. I don't know why I said a B pop. We're not watching Mirage right now. It's Inferno, but yeah, looking like an apps pop right now for the T's, which is usually a good call in a 4v5 when you've pushed them back and they don't have a lot of intel, but the setup is not looking too terrible right now for the CTs. It all depends on Riccioli. If he gets the first guy that's going to try and jump out, then Nizen can turn around. This is the main goal here. Riccioli needs to go huge.
Can't stop the first. Fasten drops Nizen, and Riccioli's in a world of trouble here, especially if he's peaked by a few players at the same time, but he's been given a 1 versus 1. RCF spots out IDK, and this is getting difficult now for the CTs, especially losing their only player remaining. This is where Case have a massive decision if they want to risk going for this or if they want to back away, and they're just going to stick around to see if anybody overcommits into a gunfight.
Oh.
Molly.
Doesn't catch him.
No, not at all. Doesn't burn him, so you're going to think that this is clear. Steps are going to be made. Here comes the retake. They're going to risk it. They are going to go for it. But you're going to blindside the first one and look for a few more. Caston hits that op shot. Now he doesn't need to peek. He knows RCF isn't on it. He has to tap the bomb, but instead he's going to try and get out of there. Opper's going to fall regardless. RCF is even going to collect the kill, but it's Insanity with another round. 4-1. Case have enough money to reinvest on a few people. Damage is good to Insanity's money, but still, it's not really going to make a dent in it. Not for this round.
No, not really, right? And the big difference maker, as we pointed out, is the fact that Fasten is able to get out of dodge, jump out of the apartments, get that first kill. From that point on, Rich, he only needed more than one. Even though it's down to a 3 versus 3 after he goes down, even though he gets his 1 kill and stays alive for a lot longer than supposedly expected, the retake was never going to be an easy one, even with the smoke and the Molotov on the CT's disposal. Insanity just playing for time really efficiently. There goes the investment. There goes the aggressive setup in towards the apartments. Not going to be met early on, but 3 of the CTs in towards that part of the map, and just might be the one to run into it.
Yeah, he's giving away an opening in a few rounds. Not this one, though. He won't overstep the mark. He won't make his way in. And Insanity, if they go back over towards B and they're quite quick about it.
No.
Oh, disconnects.
There hasn't been any damage done.
Yeah,
Did we reset this?
I don't think
Apparently
so.
not. Right. That's terrible.
I think
that is terrifying.
I think the round was on too long. And Urbano shuts down Fasten. They're going to continue to walk in towards B. Urbano doing a great job of just claiming those 2 kills, but looks like we are going to play this one out. This is just unfortunate timing.
That's painful. Do you really want to risk it? I mean, it's 3 versus 3 retake, but Nizen is still on the other side of the map. Now you want to risk it. RCF gets one on the fate of the smoke. Still though, you have one CT that's so far away, and Pasadelo and Shuz, they just need to play for their lives. There's not a single Molotov. They can't flush him out of that crossfire.
Yeah, but the flash is good. I don't know if they caught a glimpse. They might have done. They're still just going to hide. Just going to take first point. He's going to cut down the second. Pesadelo just trying to stay alive. RCF taps the bomb. Not going for the peak. Looking for the shot. Great jiggle. Just to force the opper out into the open. And with nowhere to go, he just gets dropped. Case. Unfortunately, the receiving end of a round that had an asterisk beside it. But still, Insanity are going to make do. In that 5v4, they'll get it done. That's just a little bit unfortunate. I don't know now what the exact ruling is, but I would assume it's because the round has been on for more than 45 seconds, 50 seconds.
It could be. It was below the 1 minute mark, right? So it was around, maybe even around a minute the round was going before we got that DC. And it's such a pain really for Case for that to happen as well in the third and final map. It's such an important moment. It's a buy round on the CT side. We know how fragile the economy is. I mean, credit where credit is due, by the way. Urbano did God's work to still make it look competitive, still get a double kill. It wasn't even like he was in a more defensive position. He was so advanced in towards the top of the sandbags. If he was playing towards the back of CT, maybe he picks up the drop util. Maybe he can slow them down. He can try and push them back with the smokes and the Molotovs. No, he was out there in the open. No chance to fall back. He had to take the fights straight up. Now, Yeps is back in the server as far as we're seeing. So we should be getting back to the swing of things. I'm sorry for speaking out too quickly.
Yeah, what I would say
I
is...
might have ruined it.
Now, I'd say somebody's just probably nipped off to the toilet.
Toilet break?
Yeah.
Yeah, could be. Hopefully it's not one of the long toilet breaks.
Or maybe just a little reset of the round. Not the last round, but just...
Yeah. By the way, I feel like it's a good time to tell a fun story to our audience. So while the break was going, we actually found out that Donk, interestingly enough, the Team Spirit Donk, the one and only, got banned on Twitch because of creating his account when he was 12 years old. So now he's banned, and he's lost 150,000 followers on Twitch.
Not ideal.
Recent news, hot topics.
Yeah, definitely not the best of scenarios. Losing that many.
No. You know, when I think about it, when I was 11, when I was 12, I don't think Twitch existed. Did it exist? Was Twitch a thing? It was, right? 10 years ago. Yeah, it was a thing. It was a thing. It just wasn't that popular where I live.
Oh, I don't know if that peak's going to be very popular or not with Sanity anyway. Jiggle there. Molly's just going to be launched. There's a B play going to happen. They're already in. CT tries to get ahead of it. That's going to be Epps looking for the double. Oh, the dink was huge. Nade opened the smoke. Nobody's going to peek and commit. Urbano, they know he's coming from CT. Still Fasten is looking around left and right towards middle. They know he's here.
Oh no.
What?
Did they think he's saving? Alright. Thank God IDK gets that kill cleanly, by the way, because Fasten had no idea that they've spotted him out in towards B, or they thought he was saving. Maybe that was it. He did decide to give it a go though. Doesn't realize it, but it could have been a round to win here. If you find the first kill onto IDK, the Oper was hiding in towards Dark on low HP. Fasten is in towards second middle. That was a a bit discombobulated there for a second. Talking of discombobulation, I mean, you look at the 1xbet odds, you compare them to the ones before the start of the game. Insanity now the heavy favorites to run away with this victory and eliminate Case from the competition. As we already did share earlier, ladies and gentlemen. Unlike Insanity, Case is well in the fight for a spot in Belgrade. And if they end up getting eliminated early on in the fourth and final edition of the RES LATAM, that dream would be impossible for them. Thankfully, they still have some time to work with. Sadly, this third and final map hasn't really been going their way so far.
Yeah, Insanity are playing quite well. And it continues to get better for the Insanity boys. Urbano, long range, trying to make use of the pistols. Another player spotted towards Banana. And Insanity are just going to commit together into this site. The pistol swatted away. Yeps falls 7-1. This is dominant on this T side right now. Something needs to change very quickly on this gun round for KC Sports. And even when we think about the one round the Case have picked up, it was more so Insanity just leaving it till 15 seconds to run in onto the bomb site. Like, they had the control. If they just committed to that plan a little bit earlier and went together, I honestly think they had a chance of winning it, but...
Yeah.
It's scary to think about, is all I'm saying.
It does look scary. I mean, 7-1 is scary enough.
Yeah.
I'd say. Yeah, you look at the score. I mean, one variable is not really gonna change the cynic reality right now for Case. It has not been pretty, and it won't be pretty for Riccioli. No nades, all alone. Oh my goodness gracious me! He finds a triple. All right, it's not a sad reality. It's his world that we live in Kasten. 1 versus 4 on the cars, 5-7 tap it away. It's not going to happen. How is Riccioli getting away with a triple out of this? I'm speechless.
Oh, ridiculous. Ridiculous position. And you need something like that. You need a kill like that. Not even a kill, you need a round like that to just make something happen maybe for your team. Beautiful. 1, 2, and 3. Just continuously holding down mouse 1 and wonderful control of the gun to get your second. Oh, money's looking a bit hairy on the side of Insanity now. If they lose this round, Case could be back in this game. And 3 players are going to start over towards this B bomb site. Yeps. With a flash in hand. Insanity, though, quite quickly approaching this A bomb site. If they decide to keep up this tempo, Case could be in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, it could be. Another quick round in towards the A-bomb side, and it's just Riccioli and Nysen that need to hold on.
Smokes down, Nysen in towards the pit. The flashes are great, mollies are going to land in. Riccioli's been taken down, Nysen's been spotted out, but still a difficult man to get rid of. But eventually Kasten is going to strike.
Gotta save.
Yeah, this is a save. You cannot afford to go for this. You've invested once again. And Insanity, just a great realization that, you know, a call to go quickly over towards A, but seeing how much utility that is being dumped on them very early on, reading into that and just saying, right, we need to just step it up here, go a little bit quick. Nobody's really facing. We don't really have a lot of control over towards Banana. Let's just go for something.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the few rounds that they've tried to go for somewhat of an A-Rap, the reason that those were failing was when Case were given enough time to actually set up into comfortable setups, right? Set up in crossfires. This time around, you don't give them any time whatsoever. Even though they have the side pit set up, you look at the barrage of smokes, the flashes coming in their way. It was never going to be easy to get comfortable towards the back of the side there. In the end of the day, it felt like both of your players were just separated, like they were lonely people on the bomb side, completely disconnected from each other. You needed a double or at least one from both of them. Doesn't work out. Even if you get one from both of them, I mean, you could have still called it off. Still could have been a save. 8-2 down, double digits. Looming over Case right now, and this is a scary prospect. It's just like you're looking at the 10 rounds next to Insanity in the end of the first half. It's like looking at a demon right now. It's a big shadow, the big red horns, and a demonic smile. That helps a little bit.
Yeah. You stop at least the approach. You just find that entry which has really been eluding you, to be honest. You just keep them at bay for now. The rotation is looking maybe to come in here from case they've actually got two players in a position that they can fast rotate on over. IDK making sure that nobody is close to the half wall, but even that smoke, even that nade will have them maybe a little bit worried for a moment. However, it's looking like an apps pop when it really gets down to it.
Ooh. IDK. Jump shot not really gonna work out, so A players need to be on high alert, and I feel like if you're on the T side right now, you're just calling this one off, and this is the right decision. Money's really low right now. IDK is gonna be good for an investment. Everybody else, though, gonna be pretty worse for wear. Maybe if IDK gets one kill in towards the B-bomb side, you're gonna go for it, but the moment that he falls down, he doesn't see another player as well. As far as you know, there could have been only one in towards the B-bomb side and four in towards A. You didn't really want to rush your way into a play. There's three on the CT side. At this point, though, I think you're looking at 4 or nothing. A 9-3 doesn't sound enough either.
It just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough, right? But then again, I mean, this game has been very streaky. I don't want to rule it out either. But if I tell you one thing, if Insanity get this 9th, Case are going to be sweating. They might already be. Oh, what an entry that is. Traded right back though. Really good refrag from RCF. Big risk if you want to go through that smoke, and RCF is connected on a good counter molly as well from Richie Oli. Make sure his opera wasn't going to be pushed, but RCF, he wants to take these fights, and well, maybe one too many. But he's done his job. He's gotten 3 kills. He's gotten Case into a winnable position. All you need to do is trade out.
Oh, spotted. And this is a little bit problematic now. The CTs don't really know that the Ts haven't picked up the bomb. Now they will realize it, but Fazin pushing that B player towards the back extremities of Banana and Urbano. He's going to be all alone. Needs to win that 1v1, and he does. A pretty important one. And now he's heard the steps. Fazin, though, knows exactly what's going on. He's got a full belt of Yuto. Smoke, molly, 2 flashes, and plenty of time to commit to the bomb plant.
Yeah, but he taps it and begins to walk. Wants the fight now. And Urbano will put that first half to bed. Only with 4 rounds, though. So, it's not an ideal circumstance for Case to be in. A massive, monstrous T-side needed. If they are to flip this game really on its head. Or else, elimination looming large.
It was a good recovery, at least, towards the end of that first half. They made it look like it is possible. Case still go for a tactical timeout, and this is something that I like, especially when it's such an important piece of the puzzle right now. If the puzzle itself was to come back into the game for Case, you need that pistol round to be perfect. You want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. This could set the tone up perfectly for a nice T side, and winning 3 out of the last 4 rounds, it doesn't make it look too much better. But it's a world of difference between being, I don't know, 10-2'd, for example. Those 4 rounds is what could keep you in the game right now. You just gotta make it worth your while. You just gotta capitalize on the pistol. You gotta chase after a fluent start to that T side. And if it's good enough, we could be looking at a different game of Counter-Strike in just a couple moments.
Stack is over towards A. It's looking like a B play here from Case, and that's the correct call. But eventually these CTs are going to get a little bit antsy here. They need to go look for that information. Try and find it. And that time is now. Ooh, nice.
This is a big play. If they get the kill, it's Unizen.
Yep. And now they know. Now they're just going to sprint and try and catch them from already being in. IDK needs to be very careful and opening up the distance here. RCF getting very aggressive as they rush through the smoke with the bomb. That's a bit of a problem.
What?
Bomb dropped, and now the CTs are going to try and swing on through the smoke themselves. It's absolute chaos in CT. Knives are happening. Casson is going to put a blade into RCF and Case. Oh my goodness. Didn't feel comfortable. You can understand it. Didn't feel comfortable over towards Banana, but that's such a risk. Surely.
Did they want to kill the CT players and run into RCF?
Yeah.
Surely that's what they wanted to do, right?
I think so. And then Casson out of bullets. Yeah, I'm gonna go knife you.
Dear Lord. That was quite something. And can you really fault him for going for an op straight away? I mean, it's an eco on the other side, but yeah, you get a triple with a toppled with a knife, and you're the oper. He's played his best map so far in the series, and what a moment to do so. 11-4 for Casson. Top of the board for his team. Not top in the server, by the way. RCF's on 14-8, which is absolutely outrageous considering that his team is down 4-9. He needs some support. Desperately. In case need a miracle.
Just great. Util being dropped. Pistols will have no way in. This is just a good time to boost up the money. You're gonna make sure that they don't get a bomb plant. Nizen can maybe find a kill, do some damage to the CTs, but I mean, this round is looking over. Fasten got stuck on him and realized that just puts him down. 10-4. In case you need to understand, this buy round is everything. You lose this, Insanity are so close to eliminating you. So close. Another piece of failed util. But we'll glance over that one. Because their T-side was so good, so we'll let them have it. And because Casson just got a knife in the last round, so.
Sure.
I think that's
He still has
respectable enough.
his OP. Still has the OP. Still has the big green. Yet to be spotted, actually. They probably will in this round. Early Molotov into our second middle, but no real aggression from the Oper. A quick boost, I believe, in towards Porch. Unless Chelsea is just playing anti. That boost has been seen, though. An HE in exchange, and does a decent amount of damage to Urban. It's going to be tagged down to 65. A lot slower, though, from Case. And you can tell that they understand how important this round is. No one wants to be the first one to go down in a round like this. Perfectly timed nade. Look at Nizen. Two of Case's players have already been tagged down below 70 HP, and they haven't really seen anything.
Oh, IDK tries to get in front of the smoke there. Pesadella's been spotted. Urban's going to walk on him. Oh, but that's such an important kill. Smoke deploy. Pesadella needs some assistance, and he needs it now. Flash goes high. RCF not going to be caught by it. Not going to be blinded at all. Doesn't go deep enough. It's Sanity needs to save here, I think. This one is too far gone, unfortunately. They'd open the smoke unless they find a kill instantly. This one is as good as gone. Case have 5.
All right. Now we could be cooking. Showing some signs of life here, Case. It's a good conversion, especially after Urbano walks through the smoke. As soon as he goes down to Pasadello, by the way. I was getting ready for a Pasadello masterclass towards the back of the bomb site. The first kill onto Urbano was supposed to be the one where he falls down. Then he gets that one. He deploys the smoke. The flashes come in. You just see a world where he gets a double and stays alive. God knows, maybe even a triple. Refrag is good enough. Case get 4 alive and 1 more on the board. There's the replay. Riccioli threw the smoke to open things up, and then instantly just realizing that they have the space to work with in towards the B bomb side, scaling up through the smoke, not really respecting that piece of you. So it's a good decision, good call to make on the fly. Still though, Insanity able to hold on to the majority of their weaponry. So the AWP is still in the mix, the rifles are still in the mix. It's not like you're getting a bonus round playing up against the broken buy. Are they doing an apps pop?
They might be.
I think they are.
It seems like it. Solar boost into the apartments, maybe a fast play towards short with one of them.
It is a great call. Although, there is a rotation coming up and you need to deal with the MP9. If the MP9 gets the first kill, this one could go horribly wrong.
Yeah, you're gonna flash off the opera first of all. Smoke off the long player. Just needs to get over towards the site. Caston's gonna be forced back here. And well, yeah. SMG down, op down, round done. As simple as that. 2 kills, case run over Insanity there.
Yeah, that's what you needed. As simple as that, as you pointed out. If Aston goes down there instantly, then Caston is in a whole lot of trouble. He gets away with 1 kill maximum. Best case scenario. And that doesn't really change the round. In that situation, it all falls down to Faston. And you know what? It's not fair to put it all on him, but it's just a good call from Case. Switching it up straight away. Flashes were perfect. Faston couldn't see a thing. And even though you had that support Molotov, actually, that came in from the long player to make sure that the Oper can turn around and be a little bit more relaxed with the fight in towards the apartments, there was just so many bodies flying out. Case getting 6. I mean, the CTs have been doing a good job at holding on to the weaponry, but man, is it just me or Case are making a go at it?
Terrorists win.
They are. They're still alive. Insanity are going to call their first tactical timeout of this game. They don't want to let it get into an ancient situation, really, do they? Where they were 11-4 up and didn't close it out until, well, didn't pick up a round until it was 11-10. And they finally got the 12th and managed to close it out in regulation. But can't really afford to do that on the deciding map, on an elimination game. That's where the nerves will really begin to kick in. And they might not get lucky twice in a row, Ted, because it doesn't usually work like that. But we're back. We're underway. 4 rifles and an SMG on the CT side. As Case are going to contest Banana early, whereas the CTs, not really. Flashes over, a little molly, faking out a lot of presence maybe over towards B, but it is just IDK completely alone.
Yeah, doing a good job of defending them off with the util though. This is what you want from him. This is what you need from him as of right now. Just do as much damage as possible. Make sure you slow them down. Give them a reason to consider falling back in towards that A bomb side, but it feels like they have made their decision. And it has been locked in. Soon enough, the nades will start fading away, and IDK will need his teammates in towards A to get a little bit more active here.
He should be communicating this to his teammates to make a move. Smoke's fading. You need to go for a peek. And they've seen nothing. Yeah, you need to go quickly now. They realise the trouble that he's in. Is he going to be mollied over towards Dark? I think he's fine for now. I don't think he will be flushed out of this position. They're holding for it. They're swinging. They're going to clear it, but he still finds one. Trying to dodge the flashes. Here it comes. Riccioli completely blind. Still finds the kill. And RCF deals with that banana presence with ease. Insanity can't hold on to this bomb site, and they can't retake it either. This is a save. Case of 7.
And this is starting to feel a little bit dire now on the CT side. It feels like you're just playing a safe simulator, right? Every single time you're having an idea, you have some type of a call, but it just gets completely shut down. The fact that IDK gets 1 kill, stays alive for long enough for the flashes to come in, but again, the flash doesn't fully blind both players. Doesn't get away with more, and it's really RCF finding that double in towards Banana to seal the deal. Even a 1-for-1 refrag could have given them a somewhat of a reason to try and go for this. And look at Case right now on the minimap. They can feel, they can smell, they can taste the blood in the water, and they want to get those guns out of the hands of the CT. Shaz passes the first test, and that might be enough to keep them alive. Riccioli is still looking for Pasadello, and he's low on HP. Shaz, thankfully, in a good position to hold on to both his and his teammates' gun. Unfortunately, though, you are dropping rounds. You've already dropped 3 in a row, and it might be the right time to start getting a little bit nervous.
Yeah, it might be. M4's in the hands of 2 players, one of them getting extremely aggressive in towards the apartments, and just so they're gonna look for that opening kill. An interesting fight about to happen because it's actually Fasten to remain standing. The rifle didn't do all that much. IDK alone with a 5-7. Oh, steps being heard, guns being dropped over. Yevs knows there's 2 players here, but he's still calling them back because he knows he might have a timing. Still a big risk though, especially if the kills go the way of the CTs. They've missed them. Fasten sprayed down 2. And Casson in a great position, just needs to dodge the flash, finds the first, staying alive. It's just the upper left. Casson's just looking to shut him down, and one more bullet will do. Just needs to connect on him. RCF can't quite believe it, and once he misses, Casson is going to find him. They knew there were 2 players there, and they called him back into the stack.
Oh,
I don't believe that.
that might have been your tournament live there. It might have been everything. They overcooked it.
It's burnt.
And yeah, I mean, now they can pray to whoever they want. They can go to the church. They can pray as much as they want, but I'm afraid the priest might not really be able to salvage this one anymore. That was not a round to lose if you're a Case, and they know it. Straight up tactical timeout on the back of this. And that's put Insanity in a much better position now. Still, for the distance, it's not impossible for Case, but dropping around like this will do nothing for your morale. Nothing for the mentality. Can Insanity ride the wave, though? This could be the start. The beginning of the end, pretty much. Early spread around. Default coming in for the T's. Trying to push them back, but again, a double setup in towards short side. It's actually... It is a triple setup, I believe, with the Ope. Yeah, they're anticipating another A play.
Yeah, that molly's going to make it difficult, though. That short player burning up wants to get that smoke down. They're anticipating an A play, but it's a B play that's going to be happening. Pesadello. Flash in hand. Needs to help out IDK. Flash goes over. Urbano is going to be stopped. Pesadello finds that kill. A little bit of a gap in the smoke is going to make it difficult. You don't want to overcommit into a fight. You don't need to. But right now, Case will feel that they're going to have to commit in towards B, but they're flushed out. There's just too much util in front of them. They'll have to go back, and they're still going into 2 players here.
It might be the better decision to just call it off right now, but you don't want to let the CTs run away with 12. But look at the boost. That late into the round. You might not be ready. Just falls down. Was that intentional? It might have been, but that has been heard. It has been communicated for sure. And now you know you have the gap to walk in towards long side. Issue is you can't really use it to go B, but you can sure as hell use it to wrap in towards that A bomb side and go through the smoke. And Nizen is looking for the rotation. This is the timing though. There goes the swing, and Pasadella wins the fight. That should be enough to net them the round. There's only 15 seconds. This one is over.
You need to get out of here. 10 seconds. They're sticking around. And if you're the CTs, I mean, you send one to go investigate, and surely. This is 12-7. This is insanity on map and series point in case on the brink of elimination. And look at the bank accounts. Oh my. This is a horrible scenario that you're in. You need to win 5 in a row, and this one is going to be the toughest of the lot. You're going to have Mac 10s, you're going to have a few pistols, and you need to hope that that AK and that op can do it all. And they're going to call their last tactical timeout. They don't even have, you know, 2 to have a proper discussion about this. You've got 30 seconds to come up with a game plan, something in your back pocket that is going to get you onto a bomb site, and make sure you stay there.
You're just praying that Urbano or RCF carries this one through, by the way, as well. I mean, individually, we did mention RCF a couple times. He's cooled off a bit on the T side. I guess you can't really fault him. A lot more supportive as an opener nowadays on the T side is the meta to go with, but you haven't really been able to find too many openings. And I'm looking at the 2 Mac 10s in the mix. I'm looking at the first spawn. Are they going to try to call something quick? Are they going to try and just scale up banana and hope for the best?
That's such a risk, especially with all the util, but...
Might be the case. I mean, RCF is lining up some util. Alright. Slow it down a bit. It is a quick take in towards banana, but this is just to get the AK on top of the smoke.
Oh, it's got you a kill, Urbano. Again. Finding the impact, but Insanity are still gonna sit in this triple setup towards short. This is so risky.
No shots heard. No presence confirmed in towards B. That means that the setup can stay tall and strong. Case have made the right read though. It will be the B play. Question is, how much can Pasadello do? He's all alone. He's got a couple nades in towards CT dropped over. He needs to be perfect with the deployment of that smoke and then to try and stay alive for a little bit longer though. There goes the smoke. Is he going to try and get ahead of this? He's pushing through. Oh. Okay, he was just picking up some util.
Okay. He still has a molly. He doesn't even need to fight for the site here. As soon as that, or he feels any pressure at all, just dump that molly. Gonna wait it up, wait for the timing, and actually not gonna do it just yet. They're still gonna get past, but they're actually split for now. 25 seconds. Insanity aren't moving.
Are they saving?
Surely not.
They're gambling this. Yeah, they're not gonna move. They've made their decision. That was a full-on A gamble.
Oh.
They were just hoping that Pasadello was gonna be able to force them back into an A play. They're not gonna give it a go.
They've gifted them the round though. They've gifted them one of the most difficult rounds. We were saying, oh, how are they going to get into this? They've Mac 10s and 2 AKs and an op. This is your best chance. Now they're going to have plenty of util to come at you for the next few rounds. Oh, I think that's a big risk. I think that's a very,
I actually
very
don't
big
dislike
risk.
it. I don't dislike it in a 7-12 game. You still have 4 more chances to close it out. You're keeping 4 alive. IDK's got plenty of cash. You're pretty much making sure that you have that extra cash insurance. And a 4v5 retake, even though it's there is Mac 10s on the other side, even though you have the util when they don't, it would have been a stretch either way. I believe for the first time today we're seeing a really intelligent decision in that type of a really important matter or a really important round.
Yeah, usually we see the opposite, right? But
yep.
Yeah. Just the way you put it. I thought you were going to finish the sentence there. For the first time today, we're going to see a really intelligent decision.
Sure. No, in that type of a really important round.
Yeah. I agree. We've seen some questionable ones for sure, but yeah, maybe Insanity have made the correct call. Only time will tell. This round.
I mean, I'd say even if Case end up forcing overtime, I'd still say you make 9 out of 10 times you make the same decision. The end result doesn't really prove if that was wrong or right.
Double nade onto Pasadillo. That's an entry.
Ooh.
IDK. Amanda.
Yeah, this round is over.
Amanda needs to have some impact, and he's just completely blind. Another save on the cards. Kate.
Right. You know what? Money is still alright for the CT side, but what you're getting really... Okay, money might not be alright at the end of this round. It's time for the hunt, boys. Get those guns out of their muddy hands. That's exactly what's gonna happen. They're sending everyone on the hunt. And if you're Insanity, you're starting to sweat a little bit. Money's gonna be alright because of your decision to save in the previous one. Especially with the loss bonus racking up, but those 2 rounds have looked too comfortable for Case, and you might end up losing everything without really giving this one too much of a fight, and that's exactly what will happen. All 5 kills. No response. That's scary.
Yeah, this is where it gets a little bit awkward. Smoke on the land. Deep banana. They're going to try and take it. They're going to try and contest banana control here, and I like this. It is going to come a little bit later on. There's the util raining on in from both sides, and a lot of players taking a lot of damage. Flash in. IDK doesn't go off the first. He will off the second. Urbano goes down, but the trade is perfect from Riccioli. Oh, they're going to accelerate into an A play here, it would seem. And this might not be something that Insanity are ready for.
Looked like it for a second. They've put their feet on the brakes, though. Slowing things down a little bit more. You don't want to rush your way into such an important round. Let's not forget, just 1 away from elimination right now for Case. And Insanity have the right read. Caston's been left all alone with the open towards the B-bomb side. He's going to be isolated from the play once again, it seems like. But the majority of his team positioned perfectly for this. And Faston still has a smoke to use. If you deploy that in the right time in towards the apartments, that could help you out to be extremely focused on the short side of things. 35 seconds. They're running this one down. Eventually, they're going to have to make a move on.
Shows it a great kill. HE will do a little bit of damage as well. It'll catch a few players. Riccioli down to just 4 HP. They still have the stack here, remember. Shusto is going to fall away from nothing. Jumped up, oh, off the bomb. Riccioli taking down Pesadello. Now, just needs to find one more and he's got it. Insanity. An absolute insane game. They knock Case Esports out and no chance of them qualifying for the LAN in Belgrade later on this year.
Yeah, and this is big disappointment right now for Case. I mean, you've just lost your big star in Snow. You still go into this tournament expecting to be able to put up a fight, expecting to be able to at least make playoffs and potentially even reach for a spot in Belgrade, but it's not meant to be. Insanity with a great debut in the RES, and from that point on, Jack, I'm just gonna say it. Even if you end up getting eliminated and grouped after winning 1 game like that against Case, you're still gonna be happy with your performance. You're still gonna be happy with yourself. You lose your opening best of 3 to Imperial. Now you've beaten Case, and you know what? In my eyes, I know this is not how Counter-Strike works, but in my eyes, I'm holding Odic in Case to a pretty similar level. So if you end up playing Odic in that deciding matchup and you play the exact same type of Counter-Strike that you did play today, I might be giving Insanity somewhat of a 50-50 or even a 45-55 against Odic is still good chance to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be a very interesting game should that come about, but we will have to wait and see for that one. Now, not long to wait before our next game, W7M taking on Pain Gaming and Imperial taking on Odic. It's going to be Yumi and Tea Time taking over from myself and Ted. So we're going to let the lads get set up. I believe the pregame should be going live in around 5 or 10 minutes, and well, we will get back into the action. The winners games coming up in Group A and Group B. You definitely don't want to miss them, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back very shortly.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just made his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series number 4. I'm Tea Time, joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy. We've had a longer series right before. It's slow turnover time. That means more Counter-Strike all day long. That's exactly what we're here for. But, Michael, what are you here for? How are you feeling about today, Michael?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, of course, we have to say goodbye to some teams. That wasn't our responsibility, thankfully enough. I hate saying goodbyes in the first place. And now we're going to be focusing more on the winners' games from the groups instead, because it's all about making it to this LAN in Belgrade. $250,000 on the line when you get to that LAN, and it's all about these relog circuit points. And it comes down to one of the last installments that we have within the LATAM series to actually find out who goes to that LAN opportunity, where you can fight off against some of the best teams within the European series as well.
That sounds great, Michael. That being said, though, we've got two great series up for you guys as well. Might be a little bit one-sided as far as their names are concerned, but you might be surprised. W7M Esports and Pain Gaming, followed up by Imperial and Odic. This will be always an interesting time. We've already said goodbye to Case and Galoris, but now it's time for two teams to say hello to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, these are definitely two squads that are going to be really hoping to get that type of opportunity. Pain have not been able to participate too intently throughout the LATAM series so far, haven't been showing them the most impressive face thus far, especially when you consider the kind of standing that they hold within the South American region as of late because of the breakout that they had at the Copenhagen Major. For them, it's about landing on their 2 feet with the fact that they had that success, but now also adding a new player, new talent into the roster, while W7M are actually kind of closer to that goal, or closer to the top end of the leaderboard than some of the other teams we have in participation.
Oh, absolutely. And look, for Pain, they need to just win the whole thing if they want to have a chance of being top 2, basically. That's the risk of not playing in a few of the earlier series. Well, and unfortunately, that's something that they have to bear upon them. But let's take a look at the W7M lineup as well. Focus in a bit more on that and see whether they have a chance of upsetting the Pain side and making this one last hurrah towards Belgrade seem a little bit more final.
Yeah, I mean, for the W7M guys, I mean, for them, they've only placed, I think, within one quarterfinals within the LATAM series thus far. So they've got, I think, 15 points. Which, if they manage to win this series in its entirety, they get an extra 100, and then there'll be this weird tiebreak potentially because Fluxo and MIBR are currently not in participation. This would be a great opportunity for them, and I'm really looking forward to being able to see if Sadzin can be that propellant for them. You know, for this squad, they did have a replacement. I think Jay-Z was on the roster last time, and now they've been able to replace him with Tourné, who'd been sitting on the bench for Fluxo for a fair amount of time and had been loaned out to, I think, Loss before now joining W7M. And even with him being a potential star player, another sort of heavy hitter within this roster, all eyes are on Sadzin to kind of deliver on the goods, because he's a young AWPer that can actually kind of take over games.
Oh no, the Xin duo is definitely what you've got to be keeping an eye out for, both him and Storms. And Storms, unfortunately, for the other reason, which is that he's had a pretty poor run of form recently, and it does feel like he can sometimes be the weight on the W7M shoulders, and we're hoping that he can have a slightly better individual performance. A lot of that will be coming down to the preparation you can have, but a little bit harder, not by much, but a little bit harder to prepare against a Pain, who themselves have also gone through some roster moves. Snow coming in has been the talk of the town this LATAM series. Of course, he is coming in place of Nizin. They're stand-in from the academy side, and Nizin has been traded over to KC Sports, who we unfortunately saw eliminated earlier on.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we think about the implementation of Snow, at the moment, it doesn't feel like it's the best fit. He doesn't have the most freedom. We're not seeing the same kind of impact that Snow would have on Case previously, now affecting into this Pain roster. He's not been bad. He's been a solid pair of hands in some critical moments for Pain so far this series. But I think for me, I want to see him unlocked as the tournament progresses. I'm kind of hoping that can maybe happen against W7M as well.
I mean, listen, if you can't farm up some of the teams that are coming up against you over here, who on paper should be significantly worse, and again, I say on paper, I know W7M can come in with a lot of upset potential as well. That's where Snow's hype is going to start going down a hill very soon for me, right? You're coming into a very pressured system when it comes to Pain. All eyes are on you because obviously of the success that you mentioned as well. And beyond that, it's a system, right? And I don't think a lot of Brazilian teams can actually say that outside of Pain and Imperial, for my money, is that most of these teams come down to individual play and some really good individual play, and that's what Snow's been thriving in so far. Pain isn't exactly like that, even if there are still some elements of it. So got to be keeping an eye on him throughout the series, but let's take an eye on the Vito as well and see exactly how that one's progressing through. Unfortunately, I have a sticky sensation that we're not going to see a Dust 2. I've yet to cast that, and I'm very disappointed about it. Unless W7M, no, never mind. They're going in for the straight Mirage pick. They don't want to chance it. They don't want to try and go for an upset on a Dust.
Yeah, and you shouldn't see Pain lean into that either. Neither team has been actually put in a rep on Dust 2 as of yet, and we're moving more into comfortable territories for either squad. So I'm not really surprised that these are the maps we end up on, Pain snapping into a nuke, while W7M have been very comfortable picking into maps like Ancient or Mirage. But for W7M, if they can get to that Decider series, they like to pick into Anubis as well. It's kind of that trifecta of maps where you can be a little bit more free-flowing that they like to angle towards. But I mean, if you look at the track record, unfortunately for W7M, the Anubis has not looked too hot, even though I actually have looked at some of their philosophy and some of the ways in which they approach rounds. It can be quite interesting, but they don't stick the landing very frequently.
I mean, where are we going with interesting, Michael? Because I know that's a caster term, and interesting can sometimes mean, wow, what the hell is this guy doing? Or, oh, actually, that's pretty interesting. So which side are we going towards?
Like triple pushes, and, I think the ideas do come from the right place, but then there are minor bits about the execution that seem to sort of break down. There's some independent footwork that sometimes happens. It's that kind of interesting where there is potential for it to work. It just, even if it does, sometimes even like when it gets to the late round, they kind of fumble the bag, I think.
Well, let's find out about how things are going to be going on Mirage first and foremost, because if depending on that, I'll be honest, I don't think W7M has a snowball chance in hell on nuke. It'll be very difficult to come out on top versus the Pain their side. They're so well practiced, their T side is so well drilled, and because Zera is able to exploit so many rotations so easily, it's always a fun time watching Pain on nuke, right? So Mirage is where they have to get things done, and Pain has had some struggles on Mirage. That being said, firepower wise, they are incredible. They're coming through with NQZ, who's all pink and take over a game completely. And yes, I have seen him being shut down on Mirage sometimes, but on the safety side, in order to remove him from contention, it feels like teams need to put on so much pressure, use so much utility, just always be activated towards his side of the map and making sure that he can't find an easy pickoff in the early 5-6 rounds. Otherwise, he just farms. Genuinely, that seems to be the NQZ condition.
Yeah, I mean, NQZ can definitely be a player that unlocks himself, but I think it's hard to talk Pain without bringing up Biguzera as the guy for this roster, because he serves as effectively a shield for all of these younger elements or these other players that are kind of touted to be star players when it comes to sort of these mid to late rounds, because Biguzera is finding entries, he's creating opportunities, and that's very much the philosophy of Pain. It's very duel heavy, but by and large, which Big Uzera does deliver on those duels. He does deliver the goods, and he has a lot of faith that his team can actually close these rounds.
I'm trying so hard not to talk about Big Azera every single time we're on a pre-show or in the game, but it's really hard not to. You're right, yeah, especially considering the way that he puts himself into the center of a T side, really finding information on his own, making sure that the reactions that are coming through are going to be all so fast. It does feel like an IGL who can frag out aggressively, so add so many more layers to the offense that wouldn't normally be possible, and Big Azera is definitely a great display of that. But I do also want to quickly touch on, while we're still on the topic of pain, on Kawaz and Lux, because it feels like these two guys are going to be the neglected wings of this team, right? You're not really looking at them, you're really looking at the body of the airplane coming through, but Kawaz and Lux have been incredible at just being the fill players, at being, you know, sort of at times anchor players and positional players as well. Kawaz in particular, aim looks incredibly sharp. I was a fan of Lux even when he was on Flux, so didn't feel like he was ever really finding his space over there. But on Pain, again, he's really fulfilling a job well done. And honestly, I think all the more credit out to them, and you consider that there probably was some pressure coming in from the academy team and whatnot as well, when you consider that Nizin could have still been on this team, right? If you thought that one of these riflers wasn't doing a good enough job, but Kawaz and Lux have continually stepped up and improved, and they're just such a solid addition to this team overall.
Yeah, you can definitely see that there's added confidence on the players of Pain since the heights they're able to reach at the major, but it's all about being consistent from that point and onwards. Pain Gaming versus W7M, our winners game within Group A. Let's see whether or not Pain can stick to this pistol and find success here on the CT side.
Kawaz is going to initiate, going up mid. It's always a dangerous turn to go for that extra step, but Fokyu's taken down Kawaz. And NQZ's been half gooshed up. Now, Snow's still able to get involved at the very least, but the Molotov is what brings down Fokyu. It's Big Azera to take the kill, but what's the damage being done by utility? Lux now still behind the smoke, keeping the pressure going, and it's a 3-on-3 with Storms in nowhere nearby. Tornay good for the one because Zera's been traded, but the problem is the bomb. It's locked inside ladder room, and they know it as well. Lux able to find the first, and now has to be worried about a quick self boost up from Storms in, going for the fancy footwork, but maybe they want to try and double peek this one out. So NQZ though takes that time and comes in from behind, and that upsets the scales of this pistol round. The bomb's still down inside the ladder room. Tornay doesn't feel like he's got a chance to bring this one back unless there's a big misstep, and NQZ might be leaning into that very possibility.
Has to worry about so many different angles, as well as the complete reset, the reposition from NQZ. Tornay tries to overpower Lux, but this was his round to have. Held on to short, and with that smoke that was down, able to pressure and keep hands on that package. Made sure as well that Tornay didn't get much of a fighter's chance. Some nice shooting from Lux, all things considered. But really good decision making as well from Pain. They stopped W7M. They realized what their priority was as well, in terms of trying to get fast control on short and just taking those fights. And even though they got the entries, they were unfortunately met at the gates. Not exactly the prettiest pistol round, but Pain showing some of that caliber, that class.
Time to make some money. Snow just can't find the payday. It's a little bit more aggressive, but he's shut down immediately. NQZ shows him how it's done. Trust an opper to know how to farm. Bit of a longer wraparound. Really hoping to be able to catch someone off guard as Storms in, and that won't happen. Okay, easy pickings. Now I start to lean into a little bit more meat and potatoes. Pain coming through with that first buy round. Will have 2 pharmacists and the M4 of Big Azera, still sporting up 2 MP9s, and W7M are hoping to exploit that. Seems to be a faster play towards the B bomb side, funnily enough. Not a mid-sided play, despite 3 smokes being used there early on. They're really trying to focus the Pain aggression and funnel it in to middle while they start angling in for B instead. Zeddy, though, interrupted by a Molotov. will be forced back. Snow and NQZ actually giving a chance for it. Snow comes out with a couple of good few shots, get some damage in on the full Q. Zeddy is as well very low, but there's no reason for them to actually contest. Zeddy takes a risk and it pays off. Could have gone the other way. I'm surprised NQZ is still committing to this one. I'd expect him to pick up the farmers and back off. LA7M, great round from them overall, but is NQZ planning on going for a ninja? That feels like that's the call.
Oh,
he's gotten the first kill. Oh no. What? This is so strange.
He actually could have gone for it as well. No one really turned around on W7M to properly address that. They would have needed to hear that tap on the defuse, but I think NQZ, had he not been spotted, would have felt more confident to go for it, but I am a little surprised as well why he kind of hung around. This was a nice execution here from W7M, even though Lux got the smoke down and was very disruptive. Got a solid nade into that B apartments. Able to sort of pepper up and slow down the progress of W7M. Still, they found progress. They found a foothold on the site and sort of pivotally able to find Kawes and Lux in that last effort to defend B. And they had all the util in the right spots.
Now, flashbang doesn't go right where it's supposed to. Nade's looking good as well. NQZ's found the first, and Kawes has done the same. Now, Lux just needs to hold down the line with the smoke. He's bought so much time. And not just time, he's buying damage as well. This man's got a big old wallet. Can purchase anything he wants. Sadzin, all alone. Big man on the W7M side. Damage would go a long way, even if you can't find the round. The CT economy is very questionable right now. For him to cross over, and that means that NQZ will be allowed to take him down, so this has to be a very specific routing, very specific pathing. No. Crouches from underneath, so NQZ, is he trained somewhere else? He's watching the crossover to bench instead, and Sadzin will not be given an easy target before he has to go for that himself. NQZ watches and waits, but now he's had the shot baited out, and that puts a little bit of step in the snow step, but NQZ is able to adjust before his teammates are needed.
That was perfectly contained from Pain. You know, 3 angles, 3 different positions where Pain are able to keep tabs on any potential reposition there from Sadzin in the 1 versus 3. But you can see the adaptation as well by Pain in this instance. They got met with a pretty strong B-side execute last round, and Lux changes his approach as to how he deploys his smoke, what route he takes, and where he wants to take that first fight. Tried to double up with Kawes and was pretty successful between the two of them in meeting the initial entry pack. Big thing for site players is trying not to be predictable. Lux doing a good job of adding variety into his life. This is a Hero AK investment from Sadzin. Everybody else on pistols. Oh, and that Hero AK is gone. Tornade does retrieve it, and will find the kill. Didn't exactly have a favorable duel, didn't have armor, but ripped the head nonetheless.
Very spread out in this 3-on-5 from the T side. Just really hoping to find anything anywhere. Storm's found the M4, and now they're going to be recovering and moving back. There's an argument to be made to just save these 2 rifles over here. You've got enough money to be able to buy up in the utility as well. It's a decent amount to save forward. I think you're at a $2,400? No, $2,900 loss bonus.
Yeah, they'll have cash.
But at the same time, the prospect of making the CT economy worse is such a juicy one that I was thinking they might want to at least try and take a gamble out towards that B side with $2,900 in the loss bonus. Both these players would be able to afford up a weapon in the next. Anyway, Sadzin will be the only one slightly sadder off.
Yeah, for Stormson, he actually saves more value this way. But that's neither here nor there. It's pretty much a coin flip as to which choice you decide to go for, and they do go the conservative route. Sometimes as well, it's worth considering, even though there are economic ramifications to saving. Sometimes as well, saving has the added benefit of you're just not giving your opponent kills, and you know when you're dying all 5 every round, your opponent is going to feel pretty good about that. Adds a level of uncertainty, another element they have to consider for future rounds, knowing that weapons are saved. Forward play from Big Uzera, this time not really facilitated by much. No teammates to back him up, no flashes to prime him for the fight, and W7M were ready to greet him. 3 players were round that corner.
Oh, Lux has got a timing. If he goes any further, this might be troublesome though. Zeddy spots him out. The headshot's not good enough. Very fast response, and that turns things into a 5-on-3, but Kawa is well positioned. There's no one here on the T side to actually throw flashes, so if Kawas wants to get aggressive, he's got plenty of time to do so. They know that he has gone for this jump. The sound does travel, and Zeddy. Angle is good. Kawas, though, still should get the better of him over here. First kill is found, second not quite. Sadzin can trade. Good setup from the W7M side.
Yeah, all according to plan. Knew Zeddy was low, so happy to sell him down the river so that they can guarantee another trade. But all about where they finish. Bomb's still sitting inside of those B apartments, but they've got a flank fixated by a Fokyu. Snow does have that angle of attack covered off and is jiggling for it. We'll find that kill, and that does lead to an understanding as to what the plan is. NQZ finding them and jumping out of the apartments and gets the kill into Sadzin. That buys extra time. No one's picked up that bomb as of yet, and Snow has extra room to work with. Playing inside of that smoke, he hears the tap on the bomb, and he knows that he's found the player that looked to defend. Torny, the planter, steps made towards the backside. And a Molotov that will funnel and flush him out into the open. Snow should know, but he didn't catch him on the cross, and he pulls a nade. Torny peeks, and he fights him for that spot. A critical clutch from the newer edition here for W7M. Second round on this T side.
It's a battle of the newbies from either team, and Snow, unfortunately, just gets caught with an nade in his hand. That looked like it could have been beautiful as long as he had the gun in his hand. It felt like he had every advantage, but in the very end, Torne brings it back together. But from a 4v2 to lose pretty much all of your members except for one, that is definitely something they won't be particularly happy about. Fokyu getting a little bit exploratory in a situation where it felt like he didn't really need to.
You could see the nerves maybe creeping in for W7M. And maybe for you at home, you don't want to lose your nerve. If you do sign up with our partners over at 1xBet, you can join the esports era. And even if you make a correct score bet, but you lose, you could be entitled for a free bet with our partners. So be sure to check out the link in the description. Give our partners some love.
Oh dear, this is the timing for Kawas, but no, he's not fully boosted up, and as a result, he doesn't realize the player who's already underneath him. Storm still overrun. Kawas good for 2. The third around the corner has been damaged up as well, so Fokyu making noise is going to be in a troublesome position. Meanwhile, Torne's died to nothing but a 5-7. And the tides have turned a little bit quickly. NQZ recovering the M4, and Lux has got a free flank, one that he doesn't capitalize on. Zeddy thanks him for his life, but the bomb's been lost, and Zeddy might have the round going down with it. Meanwhile, does find a frag, so makes this interesting. But Someone and his AWP are trained in on the angle. Bomb's been recovered. Bigazera here to cut him off, and tragedy has struck, all prefaced by a big double from Kawas.
Yeah, I mean, that double kill was so fast. And then for Bigazera to get away with his kill over at the ramp, you know, that was a potential kill that could have swung things back into the favor of W7M, but Bigazera just surprises with how quickly he finds that head. I mean, retrievable weapons aplenty here on short, so they knew that short was the biggest issue. The fact that Zeddy even got as much mileage as he did from his life when Lux should have had a sitter of a kill. That could have gone a long way. It could have been back-to-back clutch rounds, but not to be. Now into pistols, RW7M. Pain Gaming are working off of that chance given over by Cowes and running on full stride. A triple for Cowes versus these pistols.
Okay.
Make it 4.
He's feeling good about himself, Michael. He's woken up. He's had his coffee. He had a nice little breakfast as well. Probably a bagel in there. And he's there to kick some booty.
It's just nice sharp shooting from Cowes. Not the fastest time to kill on all those frags, but knew what he was up against and decided to stay mobile as opposed to simply sitting and positioning his aim all aplenty. That's a great kill for Big Uzero, but it doesn't come without its costs. NQZ does land a tag as well from Khan. But this is a lot of fighting for mid control once again, and in an effort to counteract that, they try and get space on A, but they're met by Snow and NQZ. W7M, wherever they go, they're finding fights.
They're not winning them, unfortunately.
Yeah, the fight's being taken to them.
Yeah. It's like going to Fight Club and having a tooth broken every time.
Hey, wait, we don't talk about Fight Club.
Damn. I broke the #1 rule. But these are being broken, and there's really only so many you can have. W7M already down 2-7, and in the next round, that's likely to be a 2-8 with the way the money is going. This is not exactly how they were hoping to start things off. Pain front running like this do look like it should be an easy mop up on Mirage. They need to find a switch up. They need to find something that works.
All about a save here for Sadzin. But he might be a sad man in a moment. Snow, good spotted. And found out. Couldn't react. It would have only required 1 bullet, but was really not expecting Sadzin to be in such a grimy angle. They really want to hunt for this weapon, huh? They are pressing forward, using a lot of util to try and finish him off. And it would be more important if they found the kill after the time, but that's why Sadzin has his Molotov prepared.
Oh no, he's been forced forward. What a nice little Molotov. I was about to say that was maybe a slight mistake from the player coming up from A main, that he doesn't stick to the upper side and puts himself in a position where he can jump over 2 pallets. But hey, if you got mollies like that, who needs it?
Yeah, it's like, wait, he mollied himself off? I'm gonna molly him, and then he'll have nowhere to run.
Well, that's a bit of a tragic way to end things. I think our next round might have had some action taken away from us by the time we're done with these. Oh. No, fortunately, we've not missed out on any of the juicy bits.
They were just slow walking the whole time. They know what they're doing.
Slow walking, smooth talking, but quick falling as they are falling down. And no, I don't mean like a legendary IGL. I mean like they're dying. Snow comes in as well. NQZ's found himself the 1, and Snow's been circled around on only for a lightning fast shift up from NQZ and a lightning fast round, preparing to shut down the W7M side.
I don't know what just happened. I think Sadzin accidentally threw his gun, in an effort to pick up the Tech 9, and a nade was thrown into ramp simultaneously, so he just ran out with his knife out while his teammates were trying to come out palace. He's supposed to be a threat, but NQZ just sees him knife running. He tries to pick up Foku's gun, and then there he is, knife out.
Well,
wasn't a lot of bite to the bark of W7M's attack there, but now that they're on rifles, catching Cowes pushing under, trying to shift things up. Our Pain Gaming, once again, trying to force fights. This time, W7M not getting caught off guard. Oh, it's a missed window smoke. That is far from optimal. Lux as well, trying to keep the pressure applied, but another player could actually link up with him from window, should they desire. Not freshly re-smoked, but they've used a lot of resources just to take mid. They won't have any smokes for bomb sites.
They won't, but they do have a very good timing where it feels like Lux has given up his position initially. The problem is NQC is there with the AWP and he is not missing a beat. The man is on tempo. Sadzen finally takes him off of it, but Lux is still involved and alive in this site. Not with much HP, sure, but plenty of space to try and move around the site when the smoke is down and an off angle nets him another tourney. Now, last one standing and he's expected, but so is death and it still comes through. Lux has recovered the op, and in the meanwhile, this 1v1 will be relying on him hitting this one-shot. Tourney's already moved fast, and I don't know if Lux has got quite the wherewithal to realize that's a possibility. Nice adjustment, though, and that gives him the third.
Yeah, I mean, Torne would have no idea whether Lux is repositioned in the apartments. He considered it for a moment, but both of them missed that timing. And I guarantee you, when Torne rounded back into market, he was looking more at the arches than anywhere else. Wouldn't have looked up as frequently. But the hold from NQZ and Lux, really solid. Some great work. Just too much of a task for Torne to peel back. Pain now hitting 5 rounds straight. There have been a few rounds that have been bumpy on this journey, but I would be lying if I didn't say Pain were coming into this map, or coming into this series as a whole, as firm favorites. You know, even though these rounds are close, this is also where you are expecting to see that in those 2v2s, these, you know, X versus X scenarios in the mid round, that Pain are going to show a caliber and a class that will be hard to match.
Last chance, though, for them to try and match it. And it's all started off well. A big Azera picks up a beautiful frag, and Snow's about to let it rain. Not quite his own alias, but you know what? He'll borrow from a Norwegian if he has to. Sadzen creeps up, spots out the triple play, but isn't able to get the advantage off him, so he's relying on Palace to find it. Instead, Torne forces him back, and Sadzen can pick it up, but only to lose his teammate in the process. Responses have been looking good, and Snow's trying to peekaboo out of that smoke and see if he can get any information. I have triangulated him down with the bomb drop. There's really no threat.
Yeah, good hold there from Snow. All of his teammates taking attention towards jungle and connector alike. And then he got all the util that he asked for as soon as they were starting to clamor out and Snow started to peak. Good protocols in place for Pain. W7M couldn't get much of a look in on this T side. They were just constantly met with aggression as well. Pain weren't going to sit back and let W7M operate any which way they wanted. They went in with early rounds where they tried to get deep apartments control over it B. You know, we had moments where they were pressuring the bottom and front side of ramp. W7M had a lot to look at pretty consistently throughout that half.
I don't think they want to look at these odds, I will say that.
Yeah, that's
Thorn
fair.
is about to be overrun, very likely, if he sticks around for too long. Please decide not to. And listen, there's a huge little USB train that is chugging along in middle. It's not one of those fancy, high-powered, high-speed railroads. It's one of the old-school ones. It's going very slow, very stable. But if you come underneath it, you are going to be absolutely crushed. That being said, though, Pain trying to be a roadblock, but Sadzin goes over there, makes it look easy. You know, Lux is also still cornered in, and Bigu's not being quiet about his movement, trying to give his teammates some space, and the smoke might buy the time that Lux needs, but he's not quite ready to move out of it yet. Bigu Zero is just providing the necessary cover fire, but still, a 5-on-3 in the CT should not have a way to lose this.
Oh, Kawes is a bit of a factor, though. Stormson doesn't have armor. Has the util and the kit, and he's been found instantly. Kawes may just be the hero that Pain needed at a critical moment, but finally dealt with by Zede. Fokyu here to pick up the slack as well, but it's Lux that finishes off the job. Zede's still alive and kicking. 6 HP. And they know Big Uzera's out on the bomb site proper, but trying to play together, trying to cover each other off. Big Uzera trying his best to force the fights, and he's finally funneled Zede out. Now knows it's a 1v1 versus that new addition on W7M. And Big Uzera will stick the plant. The extra money guaranteed, but he knows he has this clutch. It is certainly close. It's certainly difficult. And the headshot hit by Torne, but he needs to finish off this frag. He needs to finish off business, and this time he stands on it. A clutch comes in for Torne where it had been swiftly denied prior. Actually, that's another B-side finish for Torne. Yeah, that's another 1v1, and one of the few rounds that W7M have actually accrued this game.
Unfortunately enough, both of those rounds start off exactly the same way, with W7M finding a 5-on-3 early on, and then they immediately start losing it. This one seems more excusable. This does seem like Kao just walks in and rips apart the bomb site. Look at the amount of damage he's able to get, and if Zede hadn't found this crucial kill onto I believe it was Lux. Yeah, onto Lux, and yeah, this round was already over.
Yeah, Big Uzera wished he could have multiplied his presence somehow, and he tried his best to.
Well, maybe you can multiply your first deposit into our partners at 1xBet with the 1xRES LATM 1xRES LATAM code. And get up to 130%. So yeah, go check that one out.
Links are below or in chat. But not a whole lot of chatter coming into this investment round here from Payne. Very slow working, middle vacant. So not a lot of sound being exchanged between the two sides. Thing is, Payne are actually face checking it and realizing that there is no one home.
You're making them sound like squatters. Well, maybe we can take this nice little building, sit down and make it our home. Oh, there's a ladder room. Let's check whether there's anyone here. No, we're violent. Taking down Sadsin. That gives them the advantage. That could have been 2, but Fokyu is trying to keep an eye out. And we'll find Lux.
Now, in an ideal world, they could give that rifle over to Snow, but he's sat inside of the B apartment, so going to be rather difficult to do so. Up con they go. 2 players sit in defense, one at Sandwich and one on the site itself. Zede fully known about and fully spammed as well. Torne has to reveal. He has to come up with a multi-kill, and he'll deliver on those goods. Big Uzera, though, answers back with 2 himself, and Snow's Lurk bears fruit as well. Payne, that redirection in through con towards that A bomb site catches W7M out, and they just needed more production out of the site defenders.
Man, this is getting a little bit tragic. You can just see W7M just caving under the weight of expectations as well ahead. You know, they know it's an anti-force buy. They're trying to play it safe. They're trying to play defensive. And ladder room seems like it's a position where, you know, it checks off all those boxes, but it's so easy to isolate when you don't have proper connected presence coming in. We get the first kill. From there, things just start to spiral in, and the ace side connection is just great. Fokyu now with a force buy off his own. They're trying to push up underpass and into apartments at the same time, but they're really only entering the river of death. Besides, a lonely man on the A site, and listen, I don't think he wants company. It's going to be a long day for Sadzin, but a short mirage. And it doesn't feel like W7M didn't have their moments, right? It doesn't feel like they didn't have their chances, and a few things that I liked. I really liked some of the B-side hits that they went for, but it seems a little bit hopeless whenever they're trying to commit to a site where every one of these players has got multi-kill capabilities. Every one of these players got great decision making, great confidence in themselves as well. It doesn't seem like a weak link on the Pain side.
Yeah, definitely some nice protocols and some nice decisions being made from Pain throughout this game. Even when the going has gotten tough, they're not getting going. What else could you do aside from fully invest here if you're W7M? 9 rounds straight will be quite the task, but one that I don't think they're going to be all too up to. Fokyu already known about. Then he does sit under Balk, and it should go uncleared. Yeah, first kill in, and an AK recovered. This could very quickly turn around, but they flush him out. A Molotov down, and this may be the hopes of W7M with it. Tone and Stormson will try and mount a defense with the SMGs, and Sadson has a chance with that scout. Sees the top of the head, but Lux is creeping closer and should just be the finisher on the round. Kawes will steal frags away, but Stormson actually still alive and kicking. But there's a flank set up. He knows Biguzera has to be around there somewhere, but SMG just simply not the weapon for the job. 13-3 in favor of Pain. They dominate on W7M's pick in the series.
And listen, I hate to be the one to call someone out when the going has been as difficult as it has, but Stormson and Fokyu just weren't really relevant in the firepower department at all in that game. Stormson, until those last 2 kills that we just saw over there, was 1-14. Fokyu ended up at 4-14. That's just not enough, right? When you have 2 of your players who are effectively disabled, even when you're getting some of these additional entries, even when you're getting some of these 3-on-3 situations, it feels like if those are either one of your players alive, they're just dead weight. And, Pain, what can I even say about them? They just look comfortable.
Yeah, I think that's the problem for quite a few of these teams that we see in the regional LATAM series is that, effectively when you go up against one of these favorites, you cannot have anybody shy away because Pain are probably one of the more well-rounded teams, probably the most well-rounded team in terms of output across their roster in any given circumstance, whether they're playing European opposition, Asian teams, or South American teams. You're going to have a decent level of output. They seem very consistent in their floor, but the ceiling can also be reached by a few of those members, so you can't shy away, you can't go missing, and unfortunately, yeah, a couple of players did for W7M.
Now, listen, the tide might look a little bit dire, and I know that I said that Nuke seems to be a foregone conclusion, but that being said, there's still a fight that W7M can put up over here and see if they can turn things around. Obviously, a little bit more research that you can do on Nuke, try and figure out some timings and whatnot as well, but that conversation will have to continue after a small break. We'll be back with Nuke very soon.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
A bit of a battering in map number 1 for W7M, but now we return with the RAS LATAM series number 4 on tea time, joined by Michael Yubi Cassidy, and we wait to see what the Pain can finish it into.
Yeah, and it's been looking pretty likely with the way that Pain were playing. I mean, whether it was players like Lux or Kawes, NQZ, Big Uzer, I felt like we had good rounds from kind of everybody. And, you know, I failed to mention Snow, but he had good rounds as well. You know, everyone on Pain was able to have impact in that game, whereas I couldn't say the same for W7M. I felt as though they got into some decent positions at times, but I think at the start of rounds, they were very frequently found out because Pain played aggressive on that Mirage, and I don't think W7M were quite prepared to deal with that. They didn't have a plan to counteract it prepared ahead of time. I'm hoping that they come in more prepared into Pain's pick, because Pain are pretty predictable in the way that they like to go with their first picks. They love nuke, so W7M better have something to offer up, especially when they're going to be starting T-side.
Yeah. I was just about to say that I think there's actually some weaknesses over towards Pain's ramp area, but let's see if that is exactly what W7M want to try and exploit. Right now, Pain won't have any weaknesses. They'll actually have a full dam over here, but they can't dam the flow of the T side. They're already in, and it's a 4-on-2. That's the problem. We're trying to go for a 3-man push into a ramp. If there's 5 players there, well, 5 is more than 3.
Yeah, but if you have duels, you might have more pistols than them. Oh, maybe you only need one. Kawa is a lovely headshot. Brings it back to a 2-on-3. Bomb is down. Neither of these players will have kits, but NQZ has the armor alongside the dualies, and Kawas is just lightning sharp. So fast on these frags, the P2K finding these heads so quickly. NQZ trying his best to hound down the remaining Ts, but they're doing a great job of playing ring around the Rosie. In from Decon, it's a reposition, and Fokyu is trying his best to just simply play time and play position, but he's being loud on his approach. He's trying to pull NQZ off of the bomb, but he's not budged, he's not nudged, and he does have to just fully stick it. Had he got off, Fokyu had won the round regardless, but a bullet to the back of the head will seal it. W7M winning through on that pistol, and it does come off the back of having the right players in the right spot to meet Pain's aggression.
I will say, I started that off by saying that, you know, ramp could be a weakness for them. They're like, oh no, it's a strength because it's 3, and then it ends up being a weakness. I'm very disappointed in myself and my inability to stick to my guns, but hopefully W7M can stick it with their guns. They have struggled sometimes up against the 4 spies, and Pain are a good hand on them. Snow called to task and taken down early on. That looks convincing. Very convincing.
Yeah, another ramp attack. So maybe you were onto something. See how much of a trend that continues to be. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Lux tried to play a patient, hope that he didn't go clear, and the first man didn't, but the second man did.
Yeah, Lux already had the highlight reel going on in his head, but unfortunately his head's popped off, so can't really get that.
Gotta always have players like that on your team. You know, oh, you didn't clear that? Let me do that for you, bud.
And see, this is one of the things about W7M, right? Where we, in the previous round, talked about how, in the previous map, rather, they did have some sore thumbs when it came to firepower. That being said, this is a team with a lot of structure, and it feels like in the South American region, we've seen teams like Solid, which come through with a lot of firepower across almost all of their players, and then a lot less structure beyond some overall macro things. But then W7M seems like they're much more well-drilled and everything, but they're sacrificing some of that firepower in its place. It's so hard to get all of the perfect pieces to get both, but in the same way, when you've got, you know, one of your players having a pop-off game who you're not expecting him to, that's the kind of situation where you already have the structure and you can actually bring in a big upset.
Yeah, it's a balancing act that even tier 1 teams have to go through, you know, let alone regional teams that are still growing. Oh my god, that's a hell of a shot from NQZ. Perfect pre-aim and a perfect angle, but there is a ripper right back. FoQ has been on it since the start of this game already. It could be a major propellant for them. This time it's not ramp they decide to go through, but the B bomb site is once again going to be threatened. Lux is there to try and stop them from getting much more progress. This was not a full investment. He's tried to use that scout that was saved over. And some pistols alongside it. This could still be a little worrisome for W7M if they're not careful.
Well, Zed is spotted out. Samson's going to be going in through as well, but Bigazara isn't able to find any kills with an Eagle. Snow, P250 at the back of the site is still good for the one, and Lux has moved out. This is a crossfire they never expected. Tornay suddenly left in between a rock and a lot of other rocks, and they are being thrown right at him. Brought down to 21 as well. Knows that Bigazara is likely going to be coming in from behind. He doesn't realize Bigazara is actually the one who's dropped down. Sorry, Kawa is the one coming in from behind. And with a shot revealing his presence, it all comes down to Bigu. Will not be needed. Kawa just sideswipes out and gets a quick headshot, and that's something you've got to be so heartbroken about. Pain, we're never expecting to win this one. W7M didn't even think it was a possibility.
Yeah, that's why it gets very, very bothersome. You know, they didn't have someone that was still lingering towards lobby that could have fully cleared out Hut for them while they were getting progress out of main. And so this is what makes Snow's angle so dangerous. You saw Zede having to clear for both the tight Hut angle as well as having to prepare for that backside fight. And just because of that, you know, it gave extra room for Lux to suddenly get a kill, and then it kind of all falls apart very rapidly there for the W7M attack. So from saving on pistols to in with a full buy and an AWP, meanwhile all the reserve cash for W7M just lit on fire.
And QZ now just lies in wait. Flashbang will not matter, but he's missed the shot. And again, the ramp hit comes through with fruition. Even if they don't find kills this time, they get a lot of real estate. In the meanwhile, though, Payne's responded. 2 players populating the lower bomb site. And outside is where FoQ is actually able to punish out the great leader of Payne.
Yeah, this will be one of the fears now for Payne. Getting wrapped in from heaven and the potential for an A-side finish. FoQ trying to bait out shots and now realizes that he's being firmly watched out for. They'll redivert slightly. Trying to take different approaches. Scale up around the rafters, but they're loud about their approach, so FoQ has to be quick, but the bait on the ladder sets FoQ up for success. Kawa is on the site itself, and NQZ there in support. They have the angles to try and cover this off, but NQZ known about coming up from those vents. 15 HP on that player on the back of the site and already using the HE, so NQZ needs to come in with this kill. He needs to try and find it. Sadzin tries to use the Molotov to mask his presence, mask his peak. with his P250. NQZ's trying to finish off the round, and he'll hit the headshot anyway. Tag Sadson up earlier and finally bags him. This certainly comes close, but Payne whisked it away by the AWP.
Here's the thing. W7M are coming into this with really good game plans. They've find a pick on outside. They've got full control over ramp. They bait out Lux so that Lux isn't able to find anything either. And then you just get this ridiculous, like, two-man defense of the A side. Kawa's on the spray down. A vertical spray on the players coming down is a very difficult one anyway. Gets two of them, makes it look easy. NQZ, in the meanwhile, even though he misses a grenade to the back of the site, which would completely disable the plant, picks up the second kill in the chaos, and then the third one in the P250 just makes it look easy. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's a lack of finesse in the moments where you're about to potentially win the round. You know, whether that's the drop out of heaven when players weren't quite ready to scale, whether that's in the 2-on-1, Torne fighting the front side of the bomb site when his teammate is planting the back side. You know, there was a real possibility of them being able to play a proper 2-on-1 post plant, given that NQC had that AWP. They could have organized a double swing, for example, had he just taken over Hut instead. But yeah, there's a little bit of mismanagement, not recognizing the situation before it's far too late.
Oh. Once again, there's that ramp hit coming through.
God, I just know you're just ticking boxes. Like,
I
ramp
know,
5,
man.
another ramp hit, and I was right all along.
Listen, I'm a play-by-play. I'm not expected to be right about these things, so when I get the wins, I take them. And, well, 7M wants to do the same.
I mean, I'm happy for you. Truly, I am, but quit counting.
I'll put the abacus away. I got it just for this. Do you know how hard it is to find an abacus in this day and age, man? Almost as hard as it's been for 7M to find rounds. Actually, they've got quite a few of them.
And also, I'm pretty sure I could find an abacus fairly easily.
Okay, man, you can go flex.
It's antiquated tech, sure, but people still use them. No. I think honestly, it's more about people wanting the skill or wanting to flex that they know how to use an abacus properly. It's like, man, I just used the calculator on my phone. Why do you have this wooden abacus in your study?
For the apocalypse.
Just in case.
Yeah. Payne are gonna have enough money to buy into the next one. It'll be straggled together, like some drop of Farmers over, and then Snow can probably be on an MP9. Added to him by Big Azera. I am guessing there is a technical issue on the Payne side, given that their two players have not bought.
Yeah, the technical issue is that they don't know how to hold ramp.
That is technically an issue.
Yeah.
But
not how the technical flaws would be used at all.
Is that there's a mic problem going on. I just checked because I've got access to that secret match info tab as well now that you were hogging all to yourself.
I wasn't hogging anything. You just didn't look at it.
I am wondering about whether or not Payne are going to be trying to address this ramp side hits that W7M are going for. Also at the same time, you know, this is where, look, you've come in a couple of rounds in a row. W7M have gone for the same thing. Now is where you start to see whether you've got actually, you know, the moxie, as you put it, Michael, to your T side. Can you force the CTs to still maintain a setup that allows you to go for something similar, right? Can you bring in that outside pressure? Can you bring in those other elements where Payne cannot feel like they have the ability to put two or more players in that ramp side where, you know, clearly NQZ alone, if he's dealing with 5 players coming at him, that's not really going to be great with the AWP. Snow as well. Now he's got a Farmers. Multi-kill is not really going to be his forte. Maybe one and drop is the best you can hope for. There's a lot of questions for both sides now.
Yeah, there's definitely a line of thinking that would dictate W7M stick with what's working, and until it stops working, why bother changing it? But you have to also, like you're sort of anticipating, expect that Pain Gaming are going to make an adjustment in some capacity, and so that's where having those additional threats would certainly help, because it would make it much harder to justify. I think what we're likely to see is that Pain don't make any sort of grand sweeping changes, but that there's probably a bigger emphasis on that ramp player simply staying alive and holding on to the lower bomb site. You know, playing a jiggle peek or dumping a lot of utility and just kind of sitting on B instead. You know, playing at the far box at ramp, where you can maybe get away with 1 kill, 2 kills maybe. I think the approach will simply change for that ramp player. There probably will be a discussion as to whether or not they fight so vehemently for that ramp spot.
Outside smokes is going to be the call, but the adjustment is not towards ramp. It's actually from NQZ getting aggressive. Meanwhile, Torne's had his movement speed taken away from him. Lux shuts him down. Early advantage. And Zeddy can't respond.
Yeah, this is the additional threats that W7 are trying to express, but look at what Pain are up to as well. Counteraction, they push lobby, they hear the step made as well, dropping away from T-Roof, and there is some consciousness of the fact that they have made noise. NQZ, though, fighting from T-Roof itself. So what was once their home, now domesticated, now taken over by Pain Gaming, and now they're nading themselves as well.
All right, Brokey. Two and 5. Doesn't feel like there's anywhere to go. NQZ somehow managed to push all the way through and wrap around and get 3 kills as of this moment. Gotta say, Nicaragua's questionable Zebra is looking really damn good.
There's no way that's what that means.
You tell me, man. That's the only thing I could come up with.
That was good. Nicaragua was the first thing you thought of?
I actually thought of quite a few things, but none of them then fit with questionable Zebra, and Pokey didn't fit inside the vents. He's been forced out, and Lux had to chop him to pieces to put him back in.
Yeah, W7M, I mean, immediate wall of smokes outside. They try and field across to some capacity, but all in the meanwhile, Pain just make use of the fact that there is just open territory inside of lobby, and NQZ just starts styling on them, really. Very aggressive with this AWP. I thought Lux was going to kind of steal the show, but he wasn't even the one fully hunting or pushing for those frags.
Now, listen, you could be hunting for a great place to bet with our partners at 1xBet. You can scan the QR code when it pops up the next time. We can have it again, or just go over to the App Store /iOS Store /Play Store. I don't know if App Store and iOS are the same. I'm an Android boy, but the point is, you can go there and download the application for yourself, check it out, and help us out, help them out, help everyone out. Yeah, there you go.
Nicely.
I see people on $60,000.
Yeah, and the rounds have been reset as well. So
okay,
we are diagnosing, it seems.
What's your call for NQZ then? And if it isn't Nicaraguan questionable Zebra or Nicaragua's questionable Zebra, what are you going for?
I mean, I probably would have used question as well, but it would have been no question zombie. But
well, I've got to be asking some questions of back in the chat and figuring this one out. We're going to go be detectives. We're going to be back as casters very soon, though, guys. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
The world is changing quickly.
is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
And we're back in action, starting off immediately. It's like a little Steven Spielberg movie. Explosions and violence, and Big Azera is the man with the gun. Boku taken down, and Lux now looks to try and defend this A site. And will do so swimmingly.
Yeah, Foku started off this game with a pretty electric set of kills, but now shut down at the start of this round. Man advantage held here for Pain. Once again, you know, trying to change their tune. W7M went in with a lot of successful ramp attacks, now diverting their attention towards outside, but it has not worked as swimmingly. Big Azera in a very troublesome position to clear out, especially with them taking outside late.
Checking it. Oh, shadow advantage doesn't matter at all if Sadsen's going to be on point like that. 1-4 found. Kawa's blind, but he's good for the one before he gets taken down. The flash timing not quite perfect, and Lux is here to pick up the pieces. An advantage given to Pain, and Snow's here to finish it up. Very nicely done, but that one flashbang, Michael, I'm telling you, that could have been everything.
Yeah, it absolutely could have. I mean, had it come out a half second earlier as well, you know, that could have been a much more free kill for W7M. It could have converted them into a frag. You know, Big Azera not coming up with any of the goods on that outside position when, like you're saying, that, you know, he had that shadow advantage. W7M had equalized the affair, but Lux just too good up from Mustang. In fact, he got the fast headshot on that AK, made a world of a difference. Now W7M down onto pistols. Pain have been able to get the feet, get the ground underneath them, rather. Took them a while, they were floating, and for W7M, it was more like duck hunting. The ducks don't float, they fly, but if you catch my drift. I don't know who would have caught my drift there, but hoping someone.
Because I'm pretty sure they also float.
On water, sure, but you know, I was talking more in air. When you go duck hunting, you know, you're usually shooting them in the air. Anyway,
I think we're done with it.
Yeah. They're on pistols. They're not doing much. They're just hiding in the red container.
Yeah.
Pain have been looking at them, kind of, but no one's peeked. And now they do, and they run.
That's a very annoying little shadow. Sazun's been teasing NQZ, and he doesn't like it. Does end up taking him down later on, and that leaves Torne alone. Lux is picking up the stragglers as well. And there you have it. 5-3 Pain, despite what was an early great start for W7M, they have started to come back in with a few more troubles.
Yeah, that round wasn't all too threatening. They had the one deagle that they were rationing and hoping that people could serve as gladiator, but no one really got much of a chance with that weapon. And now into proper weapons, proper guns. It's not an ideal buy from W7M, but they've still got some Galils and a series of AKs. Can certainly prove to be a threat. Interesting route taken there by Foku. Took a lot of damage from that Molotov as a result of just, I guess, minor indecision about which way he wanted to go. Big Azera playing close to that red container. There's this wall of smokes that Foku is going to try and use to bridge the journey to Secret, and will go by unscathed, but him and Big Azera have traded places, and where sure he has a forward spot, Big Azera has the potential for a fast flank, but they've taken over the A bomb site. All the meanwhile, they have not fought for this too heavily on the Pain side. Cowards, one kill, but it goes traded. This is a post plant for W7M.
It all comes down to Big Azar and what he can get done. His position isn't the best, and Lux can't rotate through. Remember that. NQZ knows that there's likely a player who's crossed over, and that's what he's worried about. So it really is just a Snow and Bigu's show. NQZ's found 4Q, though. I mean, not the best for him, and Snow's got another frag for himself. They're looking so patient on the Pain side, despite all the advantages they may have given up. And with the crossfire not established in time, Zeddy was more worried about the hut presence because Zera gets both.
Yeah, I am surprised they held for as long as they did, especially NQZ towards those secret steps. There was that wall of smokes that was down, but no one actually, it wasn't as though there was noise made on the journey. There was no real indication or no confirmation, I don't think, that there was a player in that spot, but they were waiting to see what Snow and Big Uzer could get accomplished on the flank, and once they start fighting for it and finding kills, by that point, it's a little too late. Vogue wanted to have a little bit more impact than that. I told you to stop counting, but now I started. And ever since they stopped going ramp, it's been far less successful. W7M here on pistols do get away with 1 kill and do once again get away with a bomb plant, but only whisking away a Galil. So it'll certainly be a difficult plant to hold. They've got Molotovs and smokes aplenty on the Pain side.
Getting ready for the full retake. NQC will be spurring it on by a nice little flashy flash play. 2 of them actually planned out. 1 goes in, and there's a second. With that comes Snow. Big first kill, but Storm's got 2 and make it 3. Never mind, make it impossible. NQZ responds with a Tech 9 in Foku's hands. It's not enough. He'll have just enough time for the defuse. NQZ gets it done.
That is perfect presence of mind as well. Tap that bomb. It was already low on time, but Scott given that fight so instantly that he knew he had enough as he pulled himself away. Found that rapid headshot, but also, I mean, these flashes that were set up were beautifully done, but also well handled and adjusted to by W7M. They try and put themselves as tight on the vertical angle as possible so that the flash is mitigated by the time they actually go for the duels. And even with all of that, W7M still can't bridge into a finish. Full buy. And this time, Ramp will see Siege. Snow in a great position to deal with this, though, and no one's clearing for it. It's a lazy check. Zede didn't even fully commit out for it. It's Torny that has to go in for the trade, but they take so much damage just to deal with Snow.
And then QZ's in place already on the lower bomb side, so W7M may feel like they're walking into a death trap. They can smell the cheese, but that's generally where you hear the snap soon after.
They're going to feel real boxed in, and they may just fall into the Coway's trap.
Just heard the first, it's a freebie, picked up, second as well around the corner, and Coway's is just isolating these duels perfectly. Always can rely on him to get a quick multi-kill when he's anchoring any area of the map.
Yeah, that was beautiful to watch, really. Perfect angle adjustments, constantly playing it at headshot height, and just dismissing everybody. I am really, really surprised that there is just not faster communication as to where players are dying from or where they have to sort of assert their crosshair to find that trade at ramp. Snow's second kill was daylight robbery. You won't get away with that more often than not. But while W7M started this game, very sharp, quite a few of the rounds were very contentious. Now we're seeing them be a little bit lazy in their angle checking and their shots.
Interestingly enough, apparently all 5 of their counter-strikes crashed on the W7M side.
It actually... Isn't it Pain that have crashed?
No, it's W7M that's crashed. Because it automatically registers as a round being over, right? So switches side because of the halves and everything, yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
We still have 1 round in that first half. But man, it did feel like they were going back to what they thought was working for them, but they, you know, like you said, haphazard clear on the snow. You're feeling a little bit more pressured. You're feeling like you've just been robbed of a few rounds in a row, honestly. The previous two before that one did feel like they were both set up very nicely for a W7M win, but just can't get it done.
Yeah, it is mighty unfortunate that it kind of builds that way, but that's also one of the problems with, you know, mixing things up to a certain extent. If you don't find success doing that other thing or having that other threat, then suddenly by the time you go back to what was working, you know, those players are maybe feeling a little bit more confident, the ones that you were abusing earlier on, or they'll anticipate you trying to go back to that area, so maybe they'll play a second man there. There's a whole slew of different mind games that you can play.
No doubt about it. Does feel like everyone's back to the server, and we are nicely reset to 8-3, so we can get the resumption.
All right, well, this T-side campaign has started with some punch, but has since fizzled out, so I'm really hoping that they can manage their way into a fourth. It could be worth its weight in gold. I mean, they already trail in this series, losing out on their map pick on Mirage. They got trounced, and they're hoping that doesn't happen to them again. Cowish just mowing them down a door, however. Lux as well in support, finding a kill from the hut instead. And I don't know what you do in this circumstance. 2-on-4 where Turney's on 4 HP.
Yeah, he's a goner. Snow's going to be able to take that kill, makes it look simple. And leaves only Stromsen left. Molotov at his feet. He can't progress forward, and he knows he's being flanked up, but Lux is in no rush. Patience is the middle name for Bane, has been pretty consistently all across the CT side, and with Big Azera making noise, Lux has been set up for an easy dub. 9-3, Bane, 7 in a row.
Yeah, that's tough. I have to really feel for W7M there. They tried to get ahead of the curve, but that only allowed Payne to reset. Everyone seemed a lot more focused and kind of understood how they wanted to continue to play out their positions. And when W7M tried to add some variety, you know, those smokes towards outside, you know, fast attacks through door, the HEs, you know, I don't think their baseline default was kind of aggressive enough for Payne to have to worry about all these other attack avenues as intently. So now we jump into W7M's CT effort. Payne, of course, with a substantial lead. And I won't focus on how important this pistol is. I think you already know.
Well, NQZ does. NQZ's had a fantastic series so far. Mirage was already good for him, and he's topping it out with a nice cherry on Nuke. Sadzin. And Zeddy likely to be the ones to take contact with the players out to heaven. Zeddy not feeling too good about his, but Lux and Big Azera now just have to wait for the mini activation to come through. CT side will not be getting any assistance on the upper bomb site from Tornay, not unless there's a huge chaotic situation. For him to climb back up in the vent is going to be difficult. And he doesn't really want to either so far. With Ram still compromised, this could very well be a B commitment, and that's what Payne are hoping to sell. Satsin's not quite buying it, and now with information given over, but the bomb has dropped down, his momentary distraction was enough that Payne can get the site for free.
Oh, when is Tony going to come up those vents? Because his teammates are fighting, and he tries to get the kill while he's still on the vent ladder. Snow still holding top side of the hut, and that's a hard angle to clear, especially with a USP, but now they're all fighting floor side. Payne have the numbers advantage, and there are no kits available here for W7M, so they needed to find kills thick and fast, and Tornay's tapping out.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, there's not much to tap back into, you know, saving in the pistol round, especially when you made an effort to go in for that retake. There wasn't a whole lot of value saved. No kit, no utility. That's where the argument could maybe be made. If you had that maybe alongside armor, there's resources that kind of can't be replaced sometimes in that second force buy round.
What are you talking about? He's trying to tap back into the lower bracket up against Crew.
Yeah, that's hardly optimal.
It really isn't, but it doesn't feel like there's anywhere else for W7M to go now. They've opted into a full eco, so they have really picked their poison, and their poison is fighting up with a massive deficit. Storms in, good damage found onto Big Uzera. Can't complete the kill.
Big Uzera's completely stuck, so he's asked for help. Someone support me, get me out of here, and his teammates oblige. So Big Uzera stays alive, but Snow's the only one that meets an untimely fate. 1 HP on Big Uzera, but that's all he needs.
Calculated. And if you're calculating what your deposit is going to be, well, maybe add a multiplier to it. If you want to get a first-time deposit bonus over at our partners at 1xBet, you can use the code 1xRES LATAM. That is 1xRES LATAM. And get up to 130%. So yeah, go check that one out and help them, help us, help yourself.
Yeah, Twitch chat and a link in the description. These are where you want to draw your eyes to. Eyes drawn back into this game as W7M have basically this one chance to answer back. They need to land straight away with their buy, and Sadsin will strike first on the AWP because they're trying to manage the cross, but I think peering a little above the smoke exposed himself to heaven.
Crucial first kill to get, and good damage on the Snow as well, but Sadsin's been forced away by the Molotov, and Lux has equalized in the meanwhile. Again, Tornado's opted into a lower side defense very early on. They're going to be relying on early picks to be found, and Sadsin is obliging twice over.
This is the only play, the only avenue of attack that Pain can really operate around, but Lux doesn't try and go silent. Breaks that glass and makes his presence known. His teammates making their way up from ramp, and they're going to start their descent towards that lower side. They need to deal with Tornay. He can serve as a complete spoiler to this round. 44 seconds, so there is enough time to start to clear out these angles. But Kawa is taking a lot of damage on his venture, and he drops the bomb in a place that cannot be easily retrieved. Lux needs to link up. A 2-on-4 is difficult, especially when the rotates are already here for the CTs. Tornay flushed out by the Molotov, but there's more where that came from. Storm can still serve to spoil this round.
So that's going to be very far off, just hoping that they cannot come back up through ramp. It does feel like you'd want to see him accelerate soon, but Storm is just playing containment, and again, the bomb dropped in an unreachable position. Lux is going to have to waste so much time to pick it up, trying to find a fight instead of the bomb plant, and the decision is correct. The implementation, not as much.
Yeah, had Lux not maybe gotten held up towards Hell, there was really a chance that they could have dealt with Tornay more effectively, especially with Cowiz getting caught like that. You know, Lux was the one with the Molotov, and so they could have gone into a planting position a little bit more efficiently. But I don't think Pain were too intent in actually finishing towards that lower side. You know, holding that when you're at a numbers disadvantage can be quite the task. Especially when they know they've got AWPs in play. The angles are quite tight and quite long range if you want to try and defend the B-bomb site. So, they land on their first investment. Good info and good impact from Sadzin on this AWP. This time they'll somewhat mitigate him, just venturing across the secret with 3 players because Zara holds himself up at red, but Fokyu is here in defense of these passageways.
Not Tornay this time, but maybe Fokyu can still have a good job of things. Misses out on a couple of clear headshots, and Cowiz has got one right in response. Bomb site can be taken over, and now they only have to worry about Snow, who is very patiently just sitting behind the decon doors. He's heard the scope of Sadzin, I do believe. With the bomb being planted, he's got no reason to try and make a rush of things. Sadzin has to be careful, clearing out every angle, and now he's been spotted as well. Snow, it's all about the timings, and he has found his Tornay as well around the corner. Head taken right off, and Pain with that guarantee at 12.
that may be the moment that just purely guillotines W7M. That is so unfortunate. FoQ not getting a kill towards the lower site was already bad enough, but you know, the fact that Snow just gets so much value out of that lurk, that's a real kick in the teeth. W7M, had they been able to escape with those weapons, could have even thought about saving and thinking about that next round, but one weapon saved over. Yeah, it's gonna be a real tall order for whoever is tasked to wield it. I will note, I think FoQ started this game 10-2, 10-3.
Yikes.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, this sounds like my fall off after high school.
Things have, yeah, really taken a turn for the worse.
Well, it's just about saving face now. And they don't have much to try and save it with. Buys on the weaker side, and they're trying to get gimmicky to compensate for it. Pain, however, are patient. They're starting things off with 0 outside presence outside of utility. Playing it very passively. They've noted a tendency of the CTs of trying to play secret very often. But with an early lower side presence, that does mean that outside isn't really going to be a priority, and they have recognized that correctly.
Pain are just, yeah, simply walking ramp, and with all that open space, they're happy to take it. But I think they also have their suspicions, and, well, that will only be further confirmed. A smoke that's down on one of the sides on this lower site, that's going to send some alarms blaring on Pain's comms. 40 seconds, they're going to have to make a move at some point or another, and all they have access to really is ramp. They've not made any significant effort to venture to hell and think about the rotate to A, so they have to continue fighting forward here. But while they've waited, W7M have also pulled rotations to the top side, so Torny's alone.
And he's double-guessing himself a little bit in the meanwhile. His teammates already fallen. Torne's position revealed earlier on. That angle is nearly impossible because of how many places there are where you're just going to be meeting into metal. With an MP9, it's really not a likely duel to win. And Zeddy all alone, 1-on-4 Pain, have all but guaranteed themselves into the playoffs already. It's been an easy campaign for them, smooth sailing. And Zeddy, the last little rip in their sails is about to be sewn up very soon. A 1-on-3, and he doesn't get the first. Cowes shuts him down, 13 for Pain.
Yeah, I mean, emphatic performance from Pain on both maps, but there was definitely some fight to W7M. It just came in such infrequent blips or these small moments, and Pain were just simply consistent throughout. You know, you had great performances from pretty much everyone across the board. You had multi-kill rounds from pretty much everyone involved. This is what we like to see in Pain, and to do so well, especially after, you know, the first outing with Snow, where there were a few concerns about whether or not he'd be consistent and, you know, some of his shakiness in these anchoring moments. He felt a lot more at home, I think, today against W7M. He got the resources he needed. He looked a bit more stable. And for them to land on their feet so quickly with the new addition, it's a great sight to see. Pain already painting themselves into the playoffs. I don't think there was any surprise when we looked at this group, but they just get there so quickly through W7M.
And of course, for W7M, they will be going up to face up versus Crew Esports, but that'll be for another day. Today, we've got one more match for you guys. It's going to be Imperial Esports going up against Odic, and that'll be an interesting one as well. I will say, W7M, I like some of the ideas that they had. I felt like, you know, they were very close to getting a couple more rounds, but like at the end of the day, the difference between that is a 13-7 or a 13-5, right? It's not really going to be the biggest differences, but that could be the difference going up against Crew. They still have a chance to make it into the playoffs, to make it into the relog points and make it into the prize money. Let's not forget about that. There's a fair bit of it as well. But for now, we've got to be going to a break. When we're back, it'll be in a while, about an hour and 10-15 minutes or so. So make sure you're tuning back in for Imperial versus Odic.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Welcome back to the RS LATAM series number 4. I'm T-Time, joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy. As we head into the last series of the day, we're going to be topping things out with another upper bracket. Decided to see another team go into the playoffs between Imperial and Odic. Michael, how are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about what we've seen so far out of both Odic and Imperial so far this tournament. So I'm kind of excited for what should be quite a close game. You know, the lower bracket games I think delivered earlier on in the day and being quite lengthy series. I wouldn't say all the maps were very close, but I'm expecting the score to be a lot more compacted when these two go head to head today in the server.
Well, why don't we take a look at some of those earlier scores from today as well? We can bring up the schedule for you guys. Of course, we've had 3 series so far. The one that we just caught in the previous one, the upper bracket of Group A, was a quick wipeout for Pain Gaming. But earlier on in the day, we did have a bit of an upset. Insanity taking it away versus Case, eliminating them, and Crew taking it out. Galores, not too surprised about that one. But here and now, we come back to the big boys and some of the old boys in Odic as well. Imperial, though, can't say that they're a team without experience of their own. And I do have to say it's a team that I personally have a bit of a fun spot for. I really like their roster building approach. I think Zach's done a great job of finding new talent, and I think we're just going to see them going up and up and up more and more so. But as far as the relog circuit is concerned, they really want this win, and they really want the win in the entirety of the LATAM series number 4.
Yeah, and so far throughout our series within the LATAM region, Imperial has probably been the most consistent team. They haven't actually won any of the series thus far. I think they made it to the finals of both Series 1 and 3, where they lose out to both, I think, MIBR and Fluxo, respectively. So, yeah, they are the most consistent team we have so far in terms of making it to those finals, but they've yet to win one themselves. And even just making it to another finals could be enough relog points to kind of get themselves into that Champions circuit or in that Champions final in Belgrade.
Oh, absolutely. And listen, over here, I have a better time going into the playoffs in the upper seed as well. It's probably just going to be nice. Make sure that they don't have to go up against Pain too early. Of course, they did eliminate Pain in the semifinals in series number 3, so there's that. But in order to do so, you have to still move past Odic, who have proven to have a little bit more depth than I'm generally used to. Honestly, would he look very good in his upper bracket series versus Case? And that could be an interesting factor as we zoom in onto their lineup as well.
Yeah, I think the big conversation is less to do with roster moves that they've been doing internally on this squad, but more to do with the back end staff that we've been able to highlight. Replacing the analyst and the coach. I think a lot of that seemed to free up Woody when we got to see them before. That he was having a lot more impact, whether it was on rifles or the AWP. It felt like his calls were a little bit more dynamic, and the other players on this Odic squad actually were sort of able to rally behind some of the plays that Woody was actually providing for this roster.
I mean, Turtle looked like he was definitely hitting some of his better numbers overall, but Nighty and Matios are just two consistent beasts for me on Odic. In fact, I'll be honest, Michael, I didn't think we saw the best of them versus Case, but they were still able to push it across the finish line. Their B game is still a very strong between these two riflers. I do feel like they're maybe less talked about in the region, but they are very, very good. So the problem is you're going up against another set of riflers who are very, very good on Imperial, and that makes things a little bit more tricky when you consider that they also have a banging upper right there next to them.
Yeah, I think the real problem that Odic will have coming into this series is that Imperial, like you had sort of touted before, are a team with a lot of experience, but a lot of extreme hitters. And there was, I think, a conversation to be had about whether or not you'd see bigger organizations within the South American regions or the team that is supposed to be at the top, maybe plucking pieces away from Imperial. But I love that they've been able to stay true to this roster, just being able to bring in younger and newer pieces in Descent quality in no way, alongside all these fielded veterans that are still putting up some pretty solid numbers within the South American region, let alone internationally as well. So yeah, I do worry for Audek, even if they feel a bit more freed up with maybe the prep and the expectations of how they want to build up rounds. They're going to have a tough time versus this Imperial team.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And listen, at the same time where you're talking about there being, maybe chances of this team be having, pieces picked apart and whatnot, frankly, there's blood in Brazilian waters, and every single one of these teams knows that Furia's head is up for grabs. They are not the team that they used to be. They don't have that domination anymore. And despite the fact that they've got some really good players, teams like Imperial, teams like Pain are very much in contention to take that slot away from them. So I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen them stick it out like this. Audek have to go up against one of the king candidates, one of the potential heirs to the Brazilian throne. The question is, do they have what it takes? And the second question is, where will we be taking it? The veto is going to be interesting for this one, Michael.
Yeah, Mirage and Ancient should be removed immediately, but I'm kind of expecting to see an Anubis, maybe a Nuke, a Mirage. These are the maps that I'm kind of expecting coming into this series, and the way that you've hummed makes me think that I'm completely off base.
No, I mean, I'm not with you on that one. I think it's going to be an Inferno pick to come through for Imperial, but let's wait to see exactly how this one goes. Audek picks up Anubis. You're right. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm bad. I'm not going to talk.
Okay. And okay, Dust 2 actually. Okay. I think I actually said Mirage, even though I said it would be banned out in the series. So yeah, Dust 2. I kind of have to acclimatize myself to realizing this map is in the pool. There have been so few outings we've seen so far in this LATAM series. We've only seen it twice so far, and those have usually been the underdog teams that have been picking it into the series. But Audek going with an Anubis and Imperial with their nuke, those are both going to be comfortable. But when we get to Dust 2, this will be the first time I've seen either of these teams. I think it'll be the first official that we'll have seen on HLTV at the very least for either of these squads on Dust 2. So I'm kind of surprised that we'll be witnessing that.
I hate this veto from Imperial. I'll be honest with you. I think this should have been an Inferno. I think this should have been a Vertigo decider. This is one of the problems I do have with teams that sometimes just want to play their own game. Imperial does pick into Inferno at times. They're very good on it. Audek's Inferno is pretty lackluster. Audek also has a very lackluster Vertigo. To lean into a Dust 2, I'm still on the fence about it. Maybe you just want to practice it, right? Get some officials on it after all of your scrim practices, but also Audek has no reps on it, visibly so. So this could be really leaning into a potential upset territory. Imperial also have a lot of footage from their recent runs internationally as well on their nukes, so it feels like there's so much that Audek can actually have prepped with the new analysts and Woody as well. I don't like this veto at all, Michael. I'll be honest. This is really opening yourself up to be upset if you're Imperial.
There is, I mean, this all comes down to preparation, and this is actually where maybe some of the focus will be on the analyst or the coach to have anticipated whether Imperial would go for a nuke, because it is the map of crossover between Audek and Imperial. Like, Audek do pick it themselves, right? So I think if Audek are going to pick into the Anubis, then maybe they won't come in as prepared for that nuke, kind of expecting Imperial to go the route that you're kind of talking about, where they lean into Audek's weaknesses instead.
All right, so we're getting the mind games going on. Okay, never mind. Listen, I could never keep up with these anyway. My mind's running on chicken legs. You've clearly been hitting the treadmill, the calves, whatever else you need to in the gym. I don't know, man. I've never been to the gym. But I've been to Anubis, and Anubis is starting off with some heavy hitters and heavy lifting. Vinny and Henny. Left in a 2-on-3. The CT is already coming out the better of the early exchange. Vinny wants to try and fight his way out, but instead, he's left without a teammate.
Yeah, we dove right into the deep end with that one. Fast A play that we don't catch a lot of the action on, but by the time we tune in, Imperial are down in the numbers and just far too committed to really back themselves out, even consider going back to that B-bomb site. They were completely trapped. So, a successful pistol round for Audek, it seems. We'll catch it all on the replay. They tried to run through that A main smoke, and, well, nice shots from Ponter.
Always a good sign to see Ponter activated early on as well. It does feel like he's a very hit-or-miss player. He's not really... I've actually very rarely seen Ponter and said, okay, he's having like an average performance. It's always terrible or great.
Yeah, I don't know that I would go so far as to say terrible,
okay,
but
not terrible,
I will say in their last outing, he did have a really bad time.
Well, he feels terrible. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. Regardless, so a lot of damage being dealt, but not actually so many kills collected. Descenti is the only one who's able to pick up the one, but with the MP9 recovered, 2 players are low. You know.
I'm saying there's a chance. And
No,
90 says no.
Big Man 90's always on point.
Yeah, he just kind of ran at them. That was Odic's plan and the anti-eco, and the SMGs do get quite a lot of damage done.
This is actually a very good map for Imperial as well. I do think that they've done some of their best work on this on the come-up. Zach's put in a lot of emphasis into helping No Way integrate into the B side in particular. It feels like their CT defense is really hard to move past. And then Descenti as well is, a pretty damn good hand.
Looked like there was going to be some forward play here from Odic towards A main, but with that lurk smoke that's down, the one that can take territory inside of that section of the map forces Odic back, so plans are cancelled or at least delayed. Imperial making a lot of headway over towards Dark, however, and it has funneled the Odic players to play a bit more defensive on this site.
Well, and in No Way find the first 2, regardless of defensive nature or not. And it feels like the entry just keep on coming. Imperial run over Odic's defense initially. And that's all about just seeing if you can save these 2 remaining weapons. Henny taken down, 90. Able to at least secure a pathway of retreat for his own M4. The bomb, however, is not nearby. So if Woody's able to get a kill or 2, then there's enough time for 90 to at least consider moving back into middle and seeing what he can find.
Yeah, this is the weirdest part about what's happened in this round is that they have all this A space, but like you're saying, the bomb being so separated from them, and they stuck in pairs while clearing out all this territory. It kind of allows Odic a better chance to look in and see if they can bring it back down to a 2v2 before that plant is even really a factor. Smokes are down, however, and they do punch in those digits. Odic do have the decision to make, and they are opting to save. No kit available on either of these CTs, and I don't think there's one dropped on any of the mid presence or fallen members. So, while it does take them a little bit of time to get that package over, Odic were really banking on Imperial trying to take that extra room, that extra step, and had they done so, then they could have maybe gone for this retake, had they actually played on equal footing. It's a good first round here from Imperial. Getting No Way activated for those entries inside of middle just made it basically impossible for these B players to do much of anything about it. Wasn't even, properly set up for all of those duels. Just kind of took face and found heads.
It's what we've come to expect from him. Oh, Descenti now. Once again, it's a little saunter down mid. And an entry with it to boot. I do like the fact that Imperial are playing this disrespectful, though. They're just trying to take these early fights, force them in middle. It doesn't feel like it's the most ordinary way of playing Anubis, but just trying to play in, knowing that you're the big boys in the matchup. I do like it a lot.
It's also a good way of forcing Odic to play double mid. If they're going to continue kind of fighting for that presence, then Imperial could have free reign to go for site splits if they just keep taking over mid. It's a nice re-aggression here from Woody. Brings it back to equal numbers, but a whole slew of utility comes his way, and his reinforcements has been cut off by all of those smokes that are down, but Molotovs aren't ideal, and so Imperial actually aren't accelerating too intently off of this. Flashes now to scale. No Way trying to lead the way, and we'll find a bullet to straight through his brain. Descenti on that low HP was willing to post up on that ult, and so the trades are still here for Imperial, down to 2-on-2, but they're prioritizing the plant, the tap from Vinny, only for him and Henny to swing round and find it into an advantage. 90 knows where they're positioned. The Molotov to try and flush Henny out, but they'll go and commit to the double swing. That is incredible patience and great communication. Imperial play it well.
It's really well played in the late stage of the round, but it does feel like some of the utility was left for question. Even the flashes to scale as well, you know, blinding up the op early on, but not really being in a position where they can cross over into the site fast enough. Maybe more worried about the Heaven player and hoping to try and get a peek over there. But Woody actually does a great job of holding on to the site. The fact that his teammates aren't able to come through fast enough and provide that assistance is a bit unfortunate. Eventually it was going to fall if he kept trying to refight into it. And yeah, Descenti, this cracker of a shot, was able to do just that.
I think justification for that is probably that because Woody found that kill so quickly inside of main, they maybe lost track on the timing for Woody to have repositioned. They thought he'd swing from sight, but this is a much faster turn of events now going into the anti-eco. Imperial just moving straight through the canals, go for a quick crunch on B, and that should just be the round, done and dusted.
Time to throw bodies.
Stick together, contain, and go for exits. That's probably the call, actually, but...
I prefer my version. But you're right, as you were with the veto.
It's just kind of, it's a little boring, perhaps.
But it's the right play to make, and right now we're about to find out whether the right play actually gets any dividends. One kill found. Keeping that AK in T hands is Vinny and Phelps' job, and they're happy to oblige.
Well, loose pistol in the conversion, but straight into rifle rounds, and it's 3 straight here for Imperial. It's not been without its bumps along the road. A couple of closer moments, but this is a nice way to lap up the anti-eco. A good money builder for Imperial. And now responsibilities will fall on Odic to try and find some way to get aggressive, and 90 does exactly that, sends it out through mid, through the window, and Henny was not expecting that whatsoever.
Oh, what? That's a bit of an odd clipping on the flashbang. Phelps is able to find the kill regardless of it, but 90 is still nearby, and Phelps is able to drop down for a second. The man is insane.
Oh, but Marios answering right back. Phelps down to 1 HP, courtesy of his previous fights. But No Way is trying to encroach, trying to create this crossfire, but Marios gambles wrong. Wasn't sure which one of them was going to fight first, thought that low health would be the one to gather info, but No Way takes that responsibility himself. It does still come down to 2 players remaining for Imperial, but they get it done.
Hey, Phelps is unhinged. Just...
Well, to be honest, it almost looked like it was a response to what 90 did, who just jumped through the mid window, caught Henny out, and just kept pressuring these canals. Phelps gave him a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, watch me jump down, hit a mid-air shot, and then recover on the instant headshot as well. Cool. Oh, God. Poor Turtle. All he wanted was to bust out a Nova. Oh, Marios. Yes, please. I will have one more of those if it's still on the menu. Flashbang through, not quite as sexy, but Woody gets a kill nonetheless, and a kill's a kill, and a 5-on-3 is a bit of a problem. Turtles also push forward, so they know that if it's going to be a B-side hit, it'll all be through middle, so Turtles already clear. What? Never mind. Descenti's found the second kill, not No Way. Thought for a second he got both of them on a stray spray, but Henny's now brought everything right back in order.
Nice sharp eyes on Henny as well, because had he been caught off guard by Woody stepping into A main, things could have gone very hairy very quickly. Flanking Nova. Don't know that I've seen this one find much success before, and Henny will also just add to the tally of times that has not worked. A good recovery from Imperial given the shaky start to that round. They were walking into a 4-man stack on that A bomb site, and there were some nice shots hit by Otic. Nice play set up as well for that 5-7 to run down Vinny when he got to the pillar. But it's these gosh darn youngsters.
Yeah,
Answered
these
right
kids
back.
and their 130 MS reaction times.
Curses!
When will you grow old?
Why didn't I have those reactions when I was younger?
Honestly, might have. But you know what? Age is something you cannot get back. Experience, however, is something you cannot find in youth. And maybe Otic still have the experience required in their members to still make a show of things. Imperial now 5 in a row, but maybe Otic can put that fire out.
They really need a spark. They've tried to set up for this aggressive A main pressure previously, but it's not facilitated by flashes. Punter's now boxed in. There was a Molotov behind him. He couldn't retreat safely, and that smoke took too long to bloom. So an opener kill here for Phelps, recognizing the situation rather rapidly. And now thinking about walking through into canals, through to dark. Vinny fighting forward, and he had the bomb. Had that gone astray, things could have gone very weird very quickly, but now Imperial have full control of this B bomb site. This should just be a save call for Otic.
Yeah, Imperial's flames aren't being put out anytime soon, apparently. I have to say, dude, Phelps on Mirage, Phelps on Anubis, it does feel like he's just such an incredibly annoying mid-round player. He has every read on what a piece of utility means, what this means, what that means. That's where the experience comes in. And well, he is still hunting, spots out the player through the smoke. They know where Turtle is now, and call's been made. Pop that smoke open and see if he can pop that shell open as well. Turtle caught in an awkward angle now. No way, spots him out, and you shall not save.
I'm not really sure how Otic are going to address this problem that they seem to be having. The focus seems to have been take A main control. Seen them try to set up for the Molotov, the flashes as well, a number of times. And in one of the few rounds that they actually got all the util in place and they got out of A main, that was the round where, you know, Phelps was in that weird position, you know, 90 jumped through the window and things just didn't end up panning out. So,
and hey, sometimes things don't pan out, but you know what? You can still try over with friends and partners over at 1xBet. Scan the QR code or not. And, you know, if you're into the betting side of things, then go give them a spin. You can get a deposit bonus with a 1x RES LATAM, 1x RES LATAM code of up to 130%.
well, after all the times that Otic have tried to fight for position, now they play a little bit more safe. Still occupying A main on a double man setup. But they're really relying on Matios to not be a pressure point that's exploited.
Oh, everything goes wrong. Well, that's about as much of a direct head-to-head matchup as you're going to see in A main, and it doesn't work out for Otic. Soon after, Matios and Turtle are able to find a kill apiece, and sure, that's nice and all. Consolation's great. But, yeah. Another frag found for Turtle, good for him, but at the end of the day, Imperial's up to 7, and that's the problem.
Yeah, and they don't care about their money. I mean, Henny's practically capped. If they really were strapped for cash, Henny could serve as the sugar daddy. It doesn't seem to affect Imperial all too much, and like you're sort of saying, they both wait out this smoke fade, and they both win their respective duels. You know, there's an AWP around the corner, and they just get diffed, unfortunately. There is a difference between what Imperial are offering up and what Otic are putting down. Pretty one-sided odds, no surprise.
Especially with the state of the game. Very blind, but Turtle is still able to find the first kill. Felt trying to fight back, but they're inside the smoke and they're lost in the sauce. And Turtle is like cooking and cleaning them all up on the base side. Marius has rotated in the meanwhile, and Henny takes a headshot for his troubles. But boy, is he a troublemaker himself. Decenti now just gets the easiest backstab of his life, and despite a beautiful triple from your main man Turtle, no one else is actually getting involved at all.
I wouldn't say that was a very traditional round from Turtle. I will say, you know, first kill, spamming through smoke, switched to USP, ran into the smoke and chased the player down jail, only to take his AK and find another. You know, that's a very unorthodox way to have found yourself into a triple kill, but given the circumstance, given that he was fully blinded up and his teammate was sort of alongside him in that same position, he had to effectively try and thrive in the chaos, and he tried his damnedest to defend this bomb site, and it's still not enough. I thought that would have been where they finally break through, but if that doesn't work, then I'm not sure what will. They are trying desperate moves, trying to run through mid-smokes, and Turtle just running it down over towards B as well. Sure, they restrict the map, but Imperial still have a man advantage, and they're still congregated heavily towards A, which is the more vacant of the sites. Meanwhile, Phelps has just crept into B.
It does feel like they're both vacant now.
Yeah, it really does. They have options.
Guys, what if we had 2 bombs?
You can't defuse both of them, surely.
Ponder and Woody are definitely going to have to make a go for this over here. I know saving is very tempting, especially for the AK, but being down 2-9, you're going to have a buy in the next round anyway. You were really hoping to see at least an attempt being made.
I think it probably just... Their experience is quite cursed because they win pistol and second round and have won nothing since. And Imperial may just close out this entire half without conceding anything past that pistol in conversion.
Well, they have one chance to prove you wrong, Michael. So far, you've been pretty damn right. Audic doesn't like that.
You mustn't hate those that speak the truth.
And other things Counter-Strike analysts tell themselves to justify being bad people. The Sentino is a bad man. Finds Marios, punches his lights out, and guess what? There's a few more switches to be turned off. Middle is his domain, and he's got his wings on the sides as well. My God, right. He's right again. Damn it!
If Audic are willing to throw in the towel, I'll do it for him. This is a slaughter. It's the most convincing round we've seen so far, and this was Audic's final stand, final hope. I can't believe they got that double entry in mid again.
I said, man, Imperial are playing like they know they're better. That's a call being made. 90, you know I'm a big fan. You know I appreciate you. But I think it's time to put you out of your misery. 10-2 Imperial are basically already down with the Nuggets.
Yep, and that's where you take that screenshot and you read correct. Audic did pick this. They chose this hell. They were expecting it would go a bit better than what actually happened, but hey, now they move into the more favored side, albeit maybe not 10-2 favored, but favored nonetheless. The stats don't lie. Audic won the first pistol, they need the second one too.
I have 100% win rate on pistols, so I guess the stats don't lie. Let's see.
Yeah, that... Technically not incorrect.
The dualies are positioned with assistance from Decenti. Oh my God, he's sharp today. Will be taken down eventually, but Phelps just gets free reign as a result, potentially. No, the flash is well placed, and 90 doesn't need any pop flash, nothing like it. It's a full bouncy boy. And Odik on the odds of 11. My God. Always in a sneaky position. We'll be able to collect at least a 1, bring it back to a 3-on-3. And the ascent back in from Temple will be a little bit troublesome. 90's in a good position to try and stop him, but Vinny takes point and he's found the first kill. Even manages to cross over, so 90's been forced back to try and fight against the defuse, and there is going to be a defuse, Michael. Imperial come out on 11. Finally, Michael's wrong about the stats.
Well, you're the one that offered up the 100% pistol win rate, and now it's wrong. It is definitely wrong. I just tried to lead into it. Stats do lie sometimes. No, I mean, this map has been Imperials through and through. Even in this 3v3, as soon as Odik kind of cede that territory and allow them out through Temple, you could just... you had high suspicions that things were about to blow up in their face. You know, they didn't clear out the back of the bomb site. They got that smoke that was down and just trusted that it was safe. Odik took liberties, and they shouldn't have. They really shouldn't have. Force buy, but would you really blame Odik? They can't do it now, then they're really not going to get much of a look in. Easier to strike now than have to worry about 10 rounds straight.
Yeah. No doubt about that. But he's holding a UMP, which is interesting.
Better versus armor than the MP9. Lower fire rate, but hit the headshot, doesn't matter.
Well, Knight is able to come in with the first kill, but Phelps and Descenti have gone relatively unclear. Turtle can't provide cover fire, and he tries to make up for it, and at least provide Vengeance. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Vengeance will be coming in for free. Descenti just re-peeks out on 2 HP. He takes that duel. That's how confident this guy feels, and I don't blame him. 11's about to turn to 12, and yep, the witching hour has begun. Imperial get to midnight.
I have to say, the setup there from Imperial is impeccable. You know, they find an entry via 90, and they're expecting that there would only be 2 players in defense of that bomb site, but you see Odik just lower their guard as soon as they find this entry. 90 is totally distracted, and it allows Descendi to get so much impact in the back of Glyph. And by the time the remaining Odik members are still, you know, trying to hound down those extra frags to equalize, Imperial had fully committed to their rotations. This has been a one-sided show.
And of course, guys, remember, if you were predicting it to be this one-sided, you could have placed a correct round score bet over on a part of the 1x bet. Phelps, in the meanwhile, getting a little bit aggressive. And according to the Esports Era event, even if you hadn't gotten that one through, you could have been eligible for a free bet regardless. So yeah, there you go. No Wave and Phelps interrupting plugs by plugging some kills.
Yeah, I had to really shoehorn that one in because we're not going to have much more game left. Phelps does get fallen, and Ponter in with 3 kills on the tech in what is effectively a blink, but he blinks his final blink and his eyes are closed for good. Imperial take map 1. I don't think that was ever really in doubt. 13-2. After losing the pistol on the second round, they just completely went out. 13 straight for Imperial. That was a very emphatic Anubis.
I didn't think it was going to get worse after the Pain map, but apparently it could have. Imperial looking incredibly dominant. There is nothing good to say about Odik from that game, unfortunately, Michael.
The worst part is that they had a clear game plan on CT that they failed to execute in the first 3 or 4 rounds that they tried it, unfortunately. Like, they were missing utility, they were having to cancel because of smokes that Imperial were throwing, or they're just getting entried too quick. You know, there were a number of reasons why things didn't go their way, and by the time they started getting it all right, Imperial were already in full swing, full motion, and full confidence. Like you said, they were taking some bold or brazen peaks because they understood that they were better, and they were definitely playing as such in the server as well. I don't know that that bodes well moving into the second map in the series. If we go into a nuke that is a map that Odik do play, but would they have anticipated that Imperial would pick it into them? That's a whole different story.
A lot of stories to be told, a lot of them ending with a happy ending for Imperial, but maybe there's still one left which can sour the taste in their mouths. We're going to have to wait to find out whether Nuke was going to be a bitter pill or a nice little gumdrop. We're going to find out after a break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Soon in.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to the LATAM series number 4 by RES. I've got to say, Michael, I'm T-Time. You're Michael Hubie Cassidy, in case people don't know who Michael is. But listen, I've got to say, Michael, this is where if you are Audic, you're coming into this one saying, you know what, guys, map number 1 didn't even happen. We are Zen, we are at peace. We did not just get absolutely blasted by these guys in Imperial who just peeking us down middle and giving us headshots on headshots on headshots. What's going wrong?
Right, so you went from, you know, firm outer walls to crumbling like a ton of bricks very quickly. I would find it very hard to mentally reset after that. I know that it is a skill that professional players effectively have to have, but usually you want a couple of rounds where you really are in it, and oh guys, we got unlucky, you know, we threw away an advantage, we had problems closing out here. No, they barely looked competitive on that first map, which I think is the hardest part that they're gonna have to put behind themselves. But they do go into a nuke, you know, they understand their baseline, their floor of how they're gonna operate on this map, so they're gonna have to rely on that very heavily, and I can only hope, and I imagine that this is the prayer for themselves as well, that they are able to get off to a good start and maintain that as well, because it would do a lot for their confidence if we want to see a competitive series within our winners game.
Listen, we really do want to see that, especially because I feel bad for the Audic side. They're coming into this one with so much more confidence. You know, you saw Woody going for a few more aggressive peaks again, really liking what we're seeing from him. 90 still got his moments. Mario still has his moments. Turtle had a moment of his own. Ponter had, you know, there's moments sprinkled in, but no matter what they did, it felt like it wasn't going to be enough. And I unfortunately don't see Nuke being too much different unless there's going to be a really major pick up the base from everyone, right? Like everyone needs to raise their game by 10-15%, which is really hard to do from map to map when they're not even having bad maps in the first place.
But the problem for Audic is mainly not even just that, okay, maybe Imperial is shooting harder than you are, but you know, they're messing up their utility as well. You know, the lack of being able to execute on their plans, or the way that they want to orchestrate their game plans, is actually what hurt them, I think, the most in that series, more so than just their aims. So if you're going to be missing out on both details, especially against the likes of an Imperial, then you're just going to have a terrible time, and we saw that exemplified in that first map. One of those has to change at the very least, you know. If not both, then one of them has to improve so that Audic can actually put up a fight here.
And the thing is that arguably the best player on Imperial, as far as individual skill is concerned, I think is No Way. And we don't even need to really see him get fully involved in the same way where we know he has the capability to do so. So now, if you're trying to go in towards Nuke, if you're trying to go in towards that upper A bomb site where he likes to play as well, No Way is going to be on a tear more likely than not. It's a map that he's very comfortable on, because it feels like that Phelps has not really lost his touch on outside, but it doesn't feel like he's quite the same ridiculous force of nature that he was once upon a time. And that's understandable. You know, map pools shift for individual players as well. But No Way's actually stepped up a lot coming into Nuke. So he's going to be a player I have my eyes out on, as well as Decenti, who, listen, man, if Decenti's tearing things up in the middle of Anubis, you can only really imagine what he's going to be doing in like T-side lobby control for Nuke as well.
Yeah, I think it's just very hard to sort of count out these newer additions that Imperial have been able to pick up, because they've just kind of been the highlights, unfortunately, when we see them at some of these big tournaments. You know, we're always looking at, oh, well, it's their first events, and you know, there's so many excuses that we can make for them, and oh, they'll improve in the future. No, they're here now, and they are being able to put up those types of numbers and getting that level of performance alongside some of the long-standing legends from the South American scene.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of those long-standing legends, Vinny's also someone who goes by a little bit unmentioned when it comes to, you know, online cups and local competition, because it doesn't feel like he's having to be the most involved. But between Vinny and Zach, you can see the structure that they've laid out for this team as well. And it really does look like It's a team without many holes. And look, they can be poked into, but you really have to be coming in with a game plan that you're executing well. You're on point with your utility. You're not losing duels that are, being given to you in a straight 50-50 every single time. Yeah, there's a lot of conditions that Audek need to fulfill. And Imperial, they're coming into this with a bit of a pip in their step, as they're going to be confident after that previous performance.
Well, time to get down to business, see whether or not we have those questions to answer. Audek need the good start. They need to be able to show confidence, and Ponter with these dualies getting rushed down, but they don't track him down quite quickly enough. He gets away with his double kill on the dualies before Imperial get a hold of ramp. Audek already making that fast transition towards the lower side, leaving Woody alone on the top. And Imperial are starting to re-divert themselves back towards this upper site.
At the same time, so is Audek. They're bringing 2 players back towards the secret stairs and starting to push out from there. So you're expecting to see a retake in from Mini if Woody can keep himself alive or at least find 1 kill. This is going to be a good position for Audek to be in. Noe is exploring outwards with the bomb, and Woody just comes in on the flank. It's an easy frag, but he's unable to collect it. He's flubbed his lines, but Turtle's reading them out for him. 2-on-2 as a big lead has been whiffed. Now it's hard to reclaim the site. Noe's got the dualies. Vinny's got no reason to peek. He's even going back towards Heaven and seeing if he can go for the full wraparound. Vinny's going to be leaving Noe completely alone, and there's good reason for it.
Woody. That's it. That's the whole round in his hands. He played it patient. His teammate drew attention, threw a Molotov down, all guards raced to main, and Woody was the unseen element. He played trigger discipline. He waited, and he missed his chance. And you just look at what Noe is able to do with the new lease on life that he was given. That's a complete fumble, a massive mistake, but a nice cheerleader boost over at Ram finds a whole lot of damage, but Descenti and Noe able to fix those issues rather rapidly. This was a lot of value out of simply USPs. Matteo still trying to finish off the round, and he gets all the headshots. Jiggling between each of these fights, he finishes with 4. It's USPs for Audek, and it's the stack in the right place.
Like, I know that a lot of young guys watch esports, and let this be a lesson to you. I know you want to run out for the cheerleaders. It's not going to end well for you, okay? Sometimes you just got to leave them alone and go somewhere else. Put your head down in the books, put your head down in the A-bomb site, plant a bomb, study away. Just relax, guys. Stop trying to farm up those ecos.
Yeah, they saw all 5. The first guy died instantly, and they all thought, we'll get the trade, don't worry. Well, this game has certainly taken its twists and turns already. We're only past in the opening 2 rounds. 4 kills on a USP.
Can't believe they keep peeking there. What he does like himself an AUG, and Turtle and 90 are picking up a couple of free Bs on A. Oh, no.
Yeah, well, that's incredible audible to give, but Woody wasn't sure which direction he was going to swing from.
I'm very surprised to see Descenti switching things out, but Noe's died in the meanwhile, dropping the bomb, and now Descenti's only goal is damage, and in fact, maybe it's time for another turnaround.
Nah.
Descenti saw the quad, wanted the ace, but the turnaround does come through, but in a very literal sense, unfortunately.
And you can't even really justify the force buy properly. Audek were saving when they beat you last. And sure, that comes down to a 1v1, but there was some cash in reserve there for Audek. Mateo's having extra money saved over. And so they can facilitate a full buy. Imperial should just bend the knee and save fully. But this was some nice sharp shooting at the start of this round for Audek. After the efforts there of this Descenti, things could have gotten a lot more out of hand. Where's Phelps with this Zeus? Close hut? Okay, yeah. Well, this is all lavish and luxury here for 90, but he gets full cleared by Vinny. That's the bomb dropped at his feet as well. And Woody will catch a couple of kills over at ramp. Phelps, he was patient with this Zeus, but he misses. Oh, what does that all that patience actually get you?
Well, Oddic's done a great job already on Nuke.
Yeah.
3 rounds.
Bouncing back after a fumble.
Good to see that they've put things behind for now. I will also say just the fashion in which they won the pistol round as well, and even, you know, close 1v1s, etc. If treated right, they can be a bit of a woo. Oh, it's okay, guys. We're still in this. All those morale boosts, and 90 is really feeling like he's having a good time. Pushes through, finds a first, and Turtle is there as well to help him out with a second, so an early 5-on-3 in Imperial's first railgun round.
Yeah, absolutely love the decision. And meanwhile, Woody's just still keeping tabs on outside. If they cede and lose lobby control, they want some territory right back, and struggling to get even that. Phelps, last man standing. Noe's been taken down the other side, and 90 will continue swinging. The confidence from ear to ear here from Oddick. I love the decision to go for that quick crunch. Imperial didn't know what hit them. That takes balls. You know, Oddick, after getting obliterated on their first map, when they were going for all these aggressive plays, it just kept blowing up in their face. And first real gun versus gun round against Imperial here on Nuke, they decide to take the fight right to them, and it works out wonders.
Well, maybe Michael Oddick did come in with preparation for the Imperial Nuke.
What about Anubis, though? What happened with that?
They thought they were picking that one, okay? We don't talk about it. It never happened. It never happened, Michael. It was all an illusion. Just as Imperial might be under the illusion that they came out of the first map with momentum. But everyone knows momentum is a lie. Tech 9s, a Mac 10, a Glock, a Deagle. As straggly of a buy as it gets. But it is going to be a late hit back towards ramp. Woody's been tagged down to almost nothing, maintaining position for long enough that Ponter can come in and provide assistance. Now the problem is the bomb. It was dropped from the initial kill that Woody found, but Noe can now move back to recover it. There's 3 players in this lower bomb site. You don't really want to go here. And the teams have become wise to that fact as well. This is very similar to what we saw in the pistol round coming in, but now Vinny making his way over. Imperial have enough time to make the CTs double guess themselves, but the CTs are not going to be coming back up secret. It all comes down to Phelps and what he can get done with his Mac 10. That was purchased up earlier on. Woody is low. He's basically a dead man. And if Phelps can get more than the one, that might be the round there. And then Maddie is gone. Phelps given a chance to reload as well. And Turtle in the meanwhile can just try and take a slow duel and a slow death. 1,000 needles already inside him, but that last cut still needed. And he is not at the right place to receive it. Vinny! An MP9 accelerating after him is definitely scary business, but Turtle's all alone, a 1-on-2. Oddick thought they had this one.
What? I don't understand the decision there from Matheos. Why on earth did he drop down those vents? Phelps' position is designed to punish re-aggression out from that lower bomb site to stop them kind of reinforcing the top site. Matheos needed to stay on the A side, and the Turtle running towards lower, that seems like such a mistake. He waited so patiently to find anyone lurking towards heaven or lobby, and just as Imperial were going for the hit, he leaves. I cannot create the rationale I don't know if the decision was going to be to save or what, but in a 2v2, you'd certainly think not. But I have to say, you know, the fact that they get access to ramp, you know, they wait a while, they reset, they go back towards double lobby, even though they were down secret. They had, you know, Vinny shoulder peeked into main. You know, that kept Audic guessing. They weren't really sure. That's why they needed to hunt for that information play. But yeah, what an effort from Phelps to have got that double, because it set Imperial up for success. I just can't come to terms with Matios's choice, but I'm sure there is a rationale I'm not thinking of.
I'm sure there is, but maybe the viewers can come to terms with our partners over at 1xBet. And of course, if you want to do that and you want to support the show, support the tournament series, and support the partners, then you can go over to the App Store or the iOS Store or the Play Store. I keep saying App Store or iOS again and again and again, but you can go over to those respective application downloading platforms and download their application, get stats, get boosted odds, get all the games you want to see and more. Then go check that one out.
Oh, there have been many a heartbreaking round already. 6 rounds in, and things have been very topsy-turvy. I don't really know how any round is going to play out, even when players have advantages, good positions. They always take a turn for the worse. Henny, a nice boost up to catch 90, getting aggressive outside. That's an opener, the first time we've seen a T-side ult for Imperial. And striking true already. Will there be a reaction here from Audic? They like to take territory when they are pressured like this, but it can also prove to be a weakness at times as well.
Woody's not going to pull the trigger, and is just backing off. So far, he's been very consistent and maintaining presence to watch the cross and outside, so you do expect them to see it. Now, Turtle's position is difficult to deal with, but with the smokes here, the T's aren't going to have the best of vantage points. In fact, Vinny just shoots him through after Turtle reveals his position after clearing the smoke with a bullet of his own. Matios now makes noise on the drop down. They will be aware that there's another player downstairs, and Woody still outside is expected. Phelps boosts up, and that's his second kill off the back of a nice boost.
Yeah, they didn't really get many proper fights in this, unfortunately. I think for Turtle, he thought he got spotted around those smokes, but I don't actually think Imperial did see him. They were simply spamming the edge of that smoke just in case, and I think I instilled a bit of fear that the jig was up. Very awkward circumstance, but you know, you see the effort, the calls for proactivity there for Audic. It's just simply read into and punished by Imperial. So they're bouncing right back. This is a much more straightforward, more clean-cut performance. Audic had a nice defense in a couple rounds prior, but now Imperial striking into winning ways. Now 2 rounds chained together, back to back.
That's such an unfortunate deal for Turtle. I just have to feel for him.
Yeah. So Audic will be entering buy save territory. That'll be the pattern if they don't succeed here. But these SMGs should try and close the gap. You know, should try and take some territory, because Audic have actually made great use of it in rounds gone by.
Doesn't feel like they have any intention of doing that for now. Woody is just going to be using the MP9 to have a close range angle back towards both the vents and secret. They are neglecting ramp a little bit on the CT side, so they are content with having Woody posted underneath very early on. It's not the easiest place for an MP9 to find kills if it ends up being a secret cross. Henny, flashed up by a teammate, never nice, but no punishments. Ooh.
Oh dear. Now, what a clear from Phelps.
Yeah. Ever ready. But now Henny's picked up the AK. Phelps is low, so Henny can just start to move in and get some more control, more territory back towards Garage and see if he can just take a longer range duel back to the Heaven players as well. Ponter is going to be his potential target. We can't see Ponter, but he can. No way. Now found out and brought down, but the bomb is on the ground, and Marius has doubled up. That's big. He's already been one of the key reasons why Auric have found as many rounds as they have so far, but Woody now taken down, and maybe Marius' efforts are going to be in vain. It's a 2-on-3. His legs visible. Decenti finds Vengeance, and Henny finds Turtle.
Yeah, good timing adjustment there from Imperial. They wanted to quickly collapse on that A-bomb site, given the fact that Henny had found a kill in Heaven, but they do drop their guard to those rafters. Marius was still up there, and even though he finds that double kill, Henny doesn't just accelerate in anticipation to go and hunt that trade. You can see Marius was fully focused on that angle. As soon as Phelps strikes in, that's when suddenly there's a bit more territory to work off of, and they manage their fights well. It's a nice shot from Phelps. Outside presence here from Imperial against the pistol investment from Auric. Of course, saving for a future round, but Phelps has slipped on by into Garage. Decenti and Henny are finding a kill apiece, and Phelps takes a little while to get his frag, but he finds it nonetheless. Nothing really doing here for Auric, but Woody does at least get his one kill, I suppose.
It doesn't feel like Auric are going to be able to purchase up an AWP for the rest of the game either, but fortunately for Woody, he is pretty proficient with the AUG, actually. It's always a good backup to have, especially it feels like on Nuke CT side, where the AUG can do almost all the same things as an AWP. Except for the one bullet kill.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you shoot at the head, it's like a scout, but way faster.
Early vent dive denial attempt from Auric, but Imperial aren't really going for it. It's a slower setup this time. A lot of the emphasis will be put onto the shoulders of Phelps, where he's going to be allowed to try and be slow and cross over the secret. The flash for 90 to try and get a peek out, and the delayed second smoke is very nice. Normally you see the far smoke being delayed, so the player gets more time to cross over as well, but Phelps uses this one to try and find the rotation where Turtle still punishes. Back to a 4-on-4, and Woody is very well placed, but it doesn't matter. So is Noe and Decenti's crosshair.
But it's a foot race. It's a complete run down towards B, but they're still just getting completely rattled, completely domed. Decenti does get traded, but there was more where that came from. Imperial had the numbers to spare. I mean, what do you do when you're getting your head ripped clean off like that? Woody's playing an off angle over at ramp. He gets destroyed. His support also gets decimated instantly. There's really not a lot that you can do to counteract that. Aside from maybe don't peek into the angle that they're fighting into. You know, try and find the timing to swing on them, but that can be just as fickle a mistress. And there was a point where, you know, after Imperial really stole the pistol away from Auric, that Auric managed to have a stealer themselves and had a couple rounds of stability, but now Imperial are fighting at full force and have already mounted a pretty successful T side.
Yeah. I do have to wonder what the adjustment from Auric could even be at this point. A gun or two taken out of the hands of Imperial already. In fact, the adjustment, something that found them success earlier on as well. Aggression directed towards lobby. This time, though, Imperial walk into the trap instead. Now, Turtle's still in a position that it's going to be very hard to really do anything about if you're no way. Henny as well is going to be walking into a close range 5-7, a hard shot to hit if you're an AWPer. More so when you've got two more CTs trying to re-navigate back to ramp and repopulate down the lower bomb site.
Yeah, Henny actually re-diverted. He went through to garage instead. You're not committing to secret steps. He wants to be able to link up with his teammate in no way outside. And it probably will be an A-side finish based on this.
CTs, however, going all around the building, and they are about to be timing potentially by Henny. Well, Henny's had the position revealed. First kill found. Marios trades. That's nice, but reveals his position. And Noe's now in a hurry to get over towards the upper bomb site. Never mind. Expecting both players to be here. He won't be ready for how close by Ponter is. Ponter only has to wait for the bomb planting sound, and then if he can push through and deny, that's all it'll take.
Yeah, wow, I wasn't expecting this to be the round that they strike back in, but Imperial trying to change the pace. They try to take the fights straight away, channeling in through door, and Odic were just ready to run through smokes and fight them head on. They had a shotgun, they had 5.7s. They're willing to close that gap. But you see how much money was left over for Imperial. There's a whole pile of guns dropped over in T-spawn. A lot of money. It doesn't really matter when it comes to the last round of the half. Phelps already dropped and out of the equation. The AWP of Woody having its impact. And now Imperial are going to have to find a clever solution. Given that there's no outside presence, you know, they've not set up with a player deep spawn, they may be kind of forced to go towards the ramp side. Okay, they are tapering back to actually set up those smokes.
Woody might actually make this a little bit difficult for them to go for the crossover here. He's got himself a very good position, and the smokes aren't fully bloomed all the way through. So it seems inevitable that a re-navigation back towards an inside mini play is the only way that Imperial can find success, but 90's also here lying to intercept that exact thing, and that's exactly what happens. No way gets taken down. Woody gets a second as well, and Odic are in firm control.
Yeah, bombs dropped outside, 30 seconds, and now it's all left on Henny, and he gets shot in the side of the head. Finally, a bit of success here for Odic at the tail end of the half, but 6-6. It shouldn't probably have been as even as that, but I'm just glad we got to see more traditional rounds of Counter-Strike towards the end of this half, because it was an absolute, I don't know how to describe it without sounding annoyed. It was all over the place. It was a really chaotic Counter-Strike.
Look, both teams getting away with some rounds that they definitely shouldn't have. Put it that way. But you know what? That's the best kind of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, sometimes.
Imperfections are what make beauty. That's what they say, at least. And he's starting things off with the Zeus in his back pocket. He's dropped out 2 dualies. You generally see players go in for the flashbang, but Henny wants to start off and give it a little RUP spin, Descenti down and spun out of the round, though.
Oh, they hear the intent, wrapping towards Hell, but they're not sure where the target is. Is it the top side or lower?
I think Vinny might be able to find out pretty soon. There's a bomb right behind, but that bomb is returning up to the upper site now. Phelps is in a good position with the dualies to pick up maybe a quick double. Marios is delayed on the peak with 90. He was still coming up the ladder, and with Ponter dying, Woody found as well. Henny turns the corner, and Phelps is turning heads. Everywhere they go, these 3 players, the veterans, taking the pistol round away. Imperial, what a nicely played round.
Yeah, and I have to say, all credit to Phelps. You know, he got himself to that CT vent. He heard the drop to these players running towards Hell, and he immediately repositioned to the back of the bomb site. He knew that angle was going to be tough for those players if they did commit to the wrap on A. and he was fully focused on that fight, had his teammate in Henny to safeguard him. But hearts out to Woody. He's been on the worst end of both these pistol rounds, either from, you know, fully punished on his missed shots or just getting absolutely decimated by the speed of Henny. Got teased by the replay there that we'd show that Henny shot, but trust me, it was nasty. As is Turtle's shots with the D. Nice first one, but struggles on the second.
No way in the meanwhile doesn't struggle at all. All right, so we don't have any of the, you know, cheerleader insanity going on at the very least. Always harder to do on the T side, I suppose. Henny will be sporting an AWP out, and he still has the Zeus from the pistol round.
Yes, I'm sure that will be an important detail somehow.
Hey, you never know. It's going to be a fast outside play from the T side, though, and Phelps is already here to intercept. They must have seen him, surely. And he knows it as well, but a flashbang would go a long way. Is there anyone here to provide? Henny doesn't have one. He's the only one on outside, and he's watching the cross. First one found. Vinny's now come in from heaven as well, and Phelps is buying time and space.
Oh my god, that's a hell of an adjustment from Henny. Even though Woody had the complete drop on him, still a tag on that AWP. Woody's legged and very, very much wounded. There is no escape either. There is no retreat, no way cut off. That rotate back to lobby. Still a minute on the clock, but Ponter has to be very quick and efficient about how he dispatches of No Way. The thing is, the longer Ponter waits, the more No Way considers the fact that he could get flanked from lobby. Okay, it is still a save. I thought because he was in a 1vx, he'd give it a shot. You know, saving 2 is worth is higher value than, you know, just saving this one rifle, but no, the decision remains the same. How annoying is Phelps in this round, actually?
Oh, dude, no doubt about it. He shows all of his intentions, but the game plan is also straightforward. I appreciate the fact that Vinny doesn't drop down because he's ready for the fact that there won't be a flashbang from Henny as well. Otherwise, if Henny has flashes, I guarantee you Vinny just drops down. Henny's throwing flashes after the first skill he finds to let Phelps just take a peek.
Mm-hmm. But you know Phelps is there. You molly him. You know, they're almost wishing that they had more HEs in some capacity, but this is the first gun round. You know, you have to take a couple of missed bits of utility. They couldn't have afforded the extra that those HEs would have cost. They just wanted to be able to flush him out, and they were completely denied. What a tease. Oh my goodness, what is this from Phelps? They blow open the door and Phelps comes knocking instead. They wouldn't have dared for journey that smoke, but Phelps had other intentions. Now just completely turned around. 90 does get the better of him, but it's so short-lived.
Well, short-lived might be a good way to describe Odic's chances. I don't know what you do. It feels like you need a hero now. It feels like you need a player to stand up and deliver an impossible round, deliver a big multi-kill, deliver something of the sort, because there is no normal path to victory anymore.
Yeah. No, I can definitely double in on that. I think the game needs to be scrappier or a little wacky from Odic if they're going to bypass this, because, you know, you just see the types of plays that Imperial are going for or getting away with. And even in the rounds where, you know, Odic are in these 2vx's or these potential kills that could be the spark that Odic need, there's always a contingency plan. There's always a backup. Henny just challenging outside, and Nighty didn't expect it. How many times is that going to happen?
There isn't the util to go for a traditional side hit right now. There isn't the util to go outside either. It feels like you're relying on either finding a kill into the upper site, just based on an early peek, maybe towards hut or so. That's very possible. Or alternatively, you start to circle back towards ramp. Outside is off limits. Henny is ensuring that. Turtle, however, is found, and Descenti was expecting that same early peek as well. Now, some noise made on his descent down. Woody's able to find the one, and they will be dropping into vents, or at least trying to do so. Vinny reminds us that he's got hands as well, and he's not afraid to throw them.
Well, good luck, Marios. Maybe need more than luck. Well, yeah, Vinny throwing his hat in the ring for that one. Imperial have just really powered up towards the latter end of not only that first half, but now entering the second half as well. It's been a pretty one-sided affair. A lot of positives to the way that Imperial are playing, and you can have a positive experience with our partners over at 1xBet as well. If you go and sign up using the promo code 1XRESLATAM, you can get a bonus up to 130% on your first deposit. Check the link in the description. Go show our partners some love.
Descent is about to give a very warm, tight hug to Ponter, showing him some love as well. My God, those odds are insane, but I really don't blame them.
But if you've seen what we've been seeing, yeah, it's not that it's not justified. It still doesn't make it hurt any less. Come on, give us a spark. Something to talk about. Odic. Woody has recovered an AK, but again, every time they're finding these kills, there's always somebody to respond. And Henny heard the steps of Marios on his retreat. He knows where he's coming from. He's already posted. Marios needs to be lightning fast, but that's exactly what Henny is and has always been through his career. A fast as hell AWPer. So he ain't missing those.
Incredible. That's all I can say. He is incredible. And so is the rest of Imperial right now. Not necessarily quite as flawless as Anubis was, but listen, it's neither here nor there. They are very clearly a league above all competition right now. Beyond Pain feels like the Series 4, if they lose at any point with the form that they're displaying, is going to be a big blunder.
Yeah. It's almost as if at certain points in this game, Imperial were just let off the leash, and only if they were met with heavy resistance would they have to, you know, rely more on their tactics. Now they're just taking fights, taking risks, and they're getting away with it.
Phelps is even still up to shenanigans and outside. Good for a kill in almost a second. Now, Henny's hoping to be able to finish off what Phelps started on outside. Woody, however, is nestling away, looking for safety that might not exist anymore for Odic. But they do want to extend their stay for a little while longer. Not quite ready for the checkout yet, but do they have what it takes? Ramp does look like a pretty empty avenue of attack, but in the meanwhile, Descent, he has taken the prerogative to go back into the secret stairs. Turtle found and brought down. Vinny continues to be a difficult man to keep an eye out for. He's finally traded, but so is Vinny. Woody taken down on outside low from earlier on, and Noe is just hoping to sneak in a flash through. Not quite where it's supposed to go, but he's still taking the duels right in. Descenti forces Potter to move away with the smoke, and now it's a 1-on-3. Marios Starts off strong, but Henny's trained in on the other side. He dare not peek out, and he knows it as well. A rare miss, and maybe that's the chance. He's found another one. Decenti rocking into his crosshair. Matios with another big quad.
All Matios needed was a scenario where that bomb was down and Imperial would have to come to him. He has been sharp, even in this hammering that Imperial have been laying out. Matios has always looked to give a fighting effort over, and now delivering the goods at an important time. We needed a spark, we needed a moment, and Matios finally delivering. The question now remains, is it too late for them to come back into this map? They'll need many more like it. This has not been a good day at the office for Odic. They have struggled against the likes of Imperial, as many a team would within this LATAM series. Imperial are certainly one of the favorites for the tournament, if not only this group. And that's
Nice
not the way you
headshot.
want to start.
It's rare that you see the T-side headshot not working up, but that is the punishment of economy. In the meanwhile, Decenti is just a punishment from God. Ponter's the last one left. And he's not had much to say all game long.
Phelps was just swiping at his knife with his knife in front of the smoke. I can't. Oh, they know it's done. A 5v1, sure, but Ponter didn't have the health, and that nade hounds him down 13-7. Imperial, sure, the start of this map was a bit all over the place, but once they got their hold on it, they didn't let go. Odic couldn't come back into the series at all.
And I don't blame Odic at all either, to be honest. It did feel like they were just being completely outclassed in that situation. It didn't feel like they necessarily were having a game plan issue. And sure, there were some execution mistakes here and there. You know, that'll happen, especially when you're so flustered by what's going on. But that was very much just Fluxo coming in. They're the strong man at a circus. They're lifting up everyone and chucking him out of the arena. Odic will be going back down into the lower bracket. And honestly, they might be happier there.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a much better time with their bout against Insanity. Of course, Insanity performing that upset against Case, who, you know, recently amidst roster moves, but, you know, even still, Insanity are definitely a less proven team. I think when we look at this bracket, when we see these teams, there is no surprise to see Imperial go through without dropping a map. They were pretty much flawless throughout their group stage, which hasn't always been the case with some of the previous run-ins we've had with them at the RAS LATAM series. Sometimes they have had a couple of capitulations, only to then restabilize by the time they get to playoffs. But nice to see that they start confident coming into what is our last iteration before we start to think about who goes to Belgrade.
Well, listen, Imperial definitely in the running for that one, but we've got to find out who else is going to be in the cards for us tomorrow. We've got tomorrow's schedule for you guys, where we've got 4 more fantastic series for you. Obviously, we're done with the initial phases of the upper bracket for Group A and Group B. I'm expecting to be a Group C and Group D situation over there as well. That does seem to be how we normally go about things. But Michael, before that, I also have to just quickly bring up the fact that more and more we are going to be seeing just making this a story about who can stand up to Imperial, who can stand up to Pain. You know, those are the 2 teams we've seen today dominate their respective matchups. Those are the teams we're expecting to be, you know, number 1 and number 2 seed as well going into the playoffs. Is there anyone you're keeping an eye out on?
I think based on some of the good that I've seen, I would say Solid. I think Solid are probably my dark horse that I'd be looking out for, and they have actually a pretty tough game against the Red Cannons tomorrow. But there's going to be many a tough games when we start looking through who either stays or goes out of the remainder that we have within the group stage of RAS LATAM 4.
Oh yeah, listen, tomorrow's going to be 2 more elimination matchups in the lower bracket. It'll be Intense Game versus Yawara from Group C. Group D's Vikings versus Bestia. Red Canids versus Solid, where, you know, if you're talking about how Solid could be a contender, that's going to be the match to watch out for. If they can beat Red Canids, make it look convincing, then you're definitely going to be keeping an eye out for them. And then obviously we'll be topping things out with the 90 Sharks matchup as well. But that's a lot of Counter-Strike for tomorrow, and we've got to rest up so that we are ready to watch it. I'm sure you're going to be there with us all the way, and we look forward to seeing you then.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X.